trailer for The Boys season 5 tomorrow as well. Wow.
Ooh.
It's looking like a
Ooh.
What a
great
time to be
day for
alive.
TV tomorrow. The Boys and Lanterns.
Lanterns,
This
The
is my
Boys,
hot
and
take.
Born
and
Again.
James Gunn.
Born Again's about
The
to roll out.
visionaries.
Oh,
Yep, the visionaries of our time.
and the irony of laying out those 3 wonderful shows we're about to get while on a episode all about how great TV can be. Oh,
Yeah,
don't you
but
love
then
it?
it's over and, not back for another year. At least only another year.
Yeah,
That's nice.
we will forever lay out hope. The realm needs good TV shows. That's what I'm
Whenever,
saying.
yeah, in these trying times.
Mm-hmm.
It'd just be nice if we got, more than one good one per 10 or 15 really shit ones. Like, oh, you got Night of the Seven Kingdoms, that's really nice. Oh, Daredevil. Oh, Lanterns, probably not going to be great. Oh, The Boys. Oh, something else. It's just, the ratio is still slightly off for my liking.
Oh,
I think
just
we could do with more
slightly.
of these.
That Daredevil one, we're guaranteed a 3rd season, right? Right, if I'm remembering.
Yeah, 3rd season is guaranteed, unfortunately. That'll start, production pretty soon, honestly.
Oh, if season 2
Right.
is
If it
as
tanks.
bad, it's just it's season 3. Like, how many viewers is it gonna get?
Well, I wholly expect that there will be less viewers for season 2.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
I mean, Marvel is just in decline. It is, broadly, and, season 1 was not received well. And for as many people might be convinced by the logic of, yeah, but, it was comprised of, 2 different visions, and it was, they did the best that they could, and now season 2 is happening. For as many people heard that and were convinced by it, there are some who wouldn't be, and there are some who didn't know that. In fact, most wouldn't know that. They just would be like, that was weird and bad. I'm not watching more of this. So, and I mean, they're getting a bit desperate, right? Because now they're going to pull in characters from the other Netflix series. Jessica Jones is going to be in it.
Oh yeah.
And maybe, who knows, right? Luke Cage and Iron Fist they're probably on the cards, I would say.
Yeah. I was just not fond of Jessica Jones in Defenders, I guess, more so than her own season, because I didn't like rewatch it or anything, her own season, but when it came out, I was kind of meh on it. But her in Defenders,
that was what carried that show.
I've heard that said, yeah.
Very entertaining.
Well,
but I mean,
David Tennant.
But I mean, that tells you something though about how desperate they were. The fact that there was a time when they didn't want to do Daredevil, then okay, we'll do it, but we're not doing the same continuity. Fuck that. To okay, yeah, it's the same continuity. To okay, yes, Iron Fist, yeah, sure. It's like, dude, what? Talk about how shit things have gotten for them. The fact that they're willing to do that now.
Well,
they're just playing it by ear. They're trying to see, out of desperation, what they can cling on to.
Yeah, and
cling
it's not
on
gonna work because it just needs good writing. That's it, and they can't do that.
Hang on, it's a Star Wars reference.
Yeah, man. It's when they want Obi-Wan and his name Kirk do the flip.
Kirk, yeah, they said Kapla.
Yeah,
and
man.
They ate their, what's a Klingon thing? What do they eat? What's something that a Klingon eats other
Goo.
than, don't they have like a
big goo?
Goulash? Yeah.
Big goulash.
Yeah. They have their goulash. That's a warrior's meal, goulash.
Hell yeah. I suppose on that note of big goulash, we should probably start having a chat about this little TV show. And we're on to episode 4 now. We blazed through episodes 1, 2, 3 in just minutes. So now we're here on to 4 out of 6. And we hope you heeded our advice, chat, and watched the whole show in between the previous episode and this one. Otherwise, you'll very naughty and you'll go right to bed. No supper or dessert, whichever.
No supper for you. No Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
So we left off episode 3, and the show has taken a turn for the darker and the more serious, because we had the big old consequential puppet show.
Yep,
where
pretty dramatic.
Pretty dramatic indeed. Arian shows up, and Arian's not very happy that the dragon gets killed, so he starts snapping fingers, and Dunk jumps into the rescue, punches him in the face, throws him across the room, kicks him, and then gets accosted by guards. So episode 4 picks up, and it's very, very dark, very, very somber, very unhappy. It's raining, there's thunder outside, and he's stuck in a prison cell. Just to let you know immediately that the tone of this episode and Not all of the rest of the show, but much of the rest of the show is going to be slightly different.
Serious business.
An inspired shot though, where it kind of makes you think you might be looking at the night sky, similarly to the end of episode 1, and then it gradually adds more light, and you realize we're in a cell, and that's just the light of the cave, the contrast, and the way that it's sparkling, sort of thing. But, it just, there's a lot you can say about this. The idea that you'd be staring up at it and just thinking about that, but realizing I'm now more captured than ever. Whereas the sky was the limit. The options were all there, and it was up to him to make his way. But yeah,
the
now
idea
he's in
of the
prison.
shooting star working alongside that, the idea of good fortune, and then he finds himself in this position.
Yeah. Sad, but really effective. Good choice, cinematographer / person who came up with this.
Very good choice.
Really
There's a
good
lot of those
framing
good
him just
choices.
sitting there, the light behind him coming through the little window, how he's being nice to the rat.
Oh, I love that. Because it's so indicative of his character, but also just parallel, right? He's a little creature stuck in. He's taking refuge in what is a horrifyingly unfair world, like the rat just under the cell window with all the rain fucking near drowning it. Like, oh, it's hard out there for us, Dunk and rats.
Hard out there, yeah. For us mammals.
Speaking of small creatures, though, another one comes into the room. Egg comes in, and Egg is now, he's in all his finery. He's now
Yeah, he's got his
dressed
drip.
befitting his station. He
Targaryen
has his
drip.
drip. And he comes to apologize. He says, and my uncle says, I must beg your forgiveness for deceiving you. And Dunk is obviously privately, or not so privately in this moment, seething with just about everything in the world. But, you sort of get the sense that in this scene, the thing that's really exercising him the most is just the dishonor, the betrayal, the lies that Egg has told him. And he sort of disbelievingly says that your uncle, the heir to the Iron Throne. And Egg is trying to apologize. Egg says, "I never meant to lie," and Dunk's not having this shit. Says, "You did though, about everything, starting with your name." It's a serious breach of trust. He thought they were on a level, thought they were good friends, and turns out that was all built on false pretenses.
I mean, Dunk is just correct.
Yeah.
Completely.
It's really annoying for him because he's dealing with a child who knows. It's hard to be angry at a kid who's just he's done a few things the way kids do, but has actually had major implications that could destroy lives very easily. So he's mad, but simultaneously
He even if Egg deliberately avoided telling direct lies, he still very much proceeded under false pretenses and let those be continually reaffirmed by Dunk.
and for his own fun. He wanted to live a different kind of life for a little bit. He wanted to experiment, and Dunk was taken advantage of pretty significantly, in fact. And he knew that, but he was still just like, it won't be that bad. And then it was that bad.
It was. I mean, that's what Dunk says. Why did you do it? And were you trying to make the fool of the stupid hedge knight? He's quite bitter about this. Is this just another example of lords doing shit things to me? And the contrast is immediately apparent. It tells you a lot about Egg, that his story is quite truthful, and you do see immediately, and even Dunk sees quite quickly, that this was not any serious attempt to make him look a fool. It is just that Egg was unhappy at having missed the lists, because he said, no, I was supposed to squire for Daron, but he's a shit knight and a drunk, and he didn't want to enter the lists. He only meant for us to hide in that inn until the tourney was over. And he shaved Egg's head, and Egg is always about focusing on, he wanted to go to the list. That's all he wanted to do. He didn't tell direct lies. Darren made me do it. It's a typical kid style excuse for something that you sort of know you did wrong, but you don't necessarily think you did all that wrong. And Dunk points out, you still told me you were a stable boy. And Egg says, I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. Dunk says, well, of course you did. It's why you lied. And Egg, you can tell he's starting to realize this, because the kid is a very good actor, as it turns out. So even though he's semi-defending himself, he's starting to tear up, and he knows the gravity of what he's done is quite clearly written on his face. And he tries to say, I was just so disappointed when I couldn't go to the tourney. And Dunk scorns this. He mocks it, says, we can't have the little prince being disappointed now, can we? Egg just wanted to be someone's squire, but Dunk says, you'd have served a donkey were it squireless. And finally, Egg stops trying to deflect and just
Yeah.
like, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. And that's all it takes, because this is the other very well written but quite subtly written but very consistent thing about Dunk, is that Dunk is a very honest person and expects honesty of other people. And when Egg does say something honest here, Dunk's demeanor sort of shifts quite subtly but markedly, and that he goes from being very bitter, very resentful, and accusing Egg of doing great wrongs, which he has done, to being quite forgiving and quite understanding. And he sort of backs down a little bit from his own position. He says, it's just a bit of bad luck. We found each other. What will they do with me? Like, he stops being angry once he realizes that Egg is just a child who had fancies.
Yeah, and it's all captured, as you just mentioned, like brilliantly by the acting. And once again, Dexter showing off with these little looks of just, I'm sorry, kind of, or I regret what's happened, but I still kind of fucked up, so I don't know what to do. As you said, like running through all those excuses, but they're all getting hit down. Dunk defeated Egg in the marketplace of ideas thoroughly. For all those who say he's stupid,
Destroyed.
yeah, he
You'll
got
never
him.
hear the end of it on Twitter.
But that simultaneously, Dunk is so kind of hot that he's like, well, being angry at you is kind of pointless, so now what? Like, pragmatically, what happens to me next? Which is just like, it's lean, man, and it achieves everything you need. Got great acting in it. Just moving right along, you know?
Well, yeah, they haven't spent that much time together. If you look at the timestamps of the show, I mean, they haven't spent much time with each other at all in the first episode, and then they meet up, later after that, and then you have all this stuff that's going on. But yeah, their interactions have not been very. They haven't had a lot of time together, not a lot of time real estate. But you really buy into it. It's a very concise, very lean show, but they make use of their time very well.
Yeah, I think every scene they do share is an important one, because they learn so much about each other, and they learn so much about the world, and you learn so much about them for every second they're on the screen, which is just nice. And I did, for some fucking reason, because Rings of Power kept coming to mind when we were doing the last episode,
no.
and now for some reason Ahsoka has come to mind, just in
Yeah.
terms
Oh
of
God. Yeah.
how
yeah.
efficient versus inefficient a scene can be. It turns out if you don't just have Dunk and Egg standing across with their arms folded, staring at each other, you can learn so much more about their characters. What a terrific idea. Maybe we should pack more content into every second rather than less.
Look, someone posted recently just a clip of Sabine and Green Lady talking to each other, like a scene, and just all of the pauses. And when you stack them all up, it's like surreal
Yeah.
how long it is. But it feels like it tells you the difference between the priorities. In the case of that show, it's like, fuck, how do we fill the time compared to this one, which is like, shit, how like, we got so little time. What
We get it all
do we
done.
fill it with? Can we get everything in that we need
But
to get in? And I mean,
That's like a really serious like imbalance that can happen both ways. It's like when you have too little or too much. It's like, how do you find the correct amount of lean? There's something Cap was talking about. Actually, I was talking with him, but he was saying that it's something David Fincher said to, why am I forgetting the name? Kreger, Zach? Is it something Kreger who made Weapons? Someone help me out here.
The director,
Yeah.
Zach Kreger.
I mean, that's his name.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
I'm trying to. I didn't realize if I got the name wrong or not. But so Zach Kreger was showing David Fincher Weapons, and David Fincher was like, you need to cut a bit out, like just lean it up a bit. And he was like, I'm not sure just how much I can get out of this. And he said something like, trust me, when you cut even 1 minute, it'll feel like the film is 10 minutes shorter. It's a really interesting piece of advice. How the time code versus the things that happen versus how it feels in terms of pace. It's going to crack. But as we were just talking about, Filoni not cracked it whatsoever, despite having decades of storytelling experience at this point.
But not only is he not interested, but he probably does think that all of the pauses give it gravitas.
Yeah. So
Oh yeah, absolutely. The way that shot.
This
with all
guy's
the-
in charge
the-
of it all now.
He's in charge of all of it.
all the arm folding and staring off into space, and just, man.
So I meant to do it
Jeez.
when I was doing reviews of that shit, but like, my theory is you could get maybe half, maybe more of an entire episode if you just combined all the long pauses from every episode together. What the total runtime of just silent staring is, because it's got to be into the tens of minutes at this point.
I actually did that with the final episode of Game of Thrones. I
Right, you
cut out all
did.
the dialogue and just played the episode. I did some filters, but I was like, this is how much nothing happens in this episode. It's fucking insane for a last episode.
Well, I guess that means truly Game of Thrones is healing? Well, we'll see.
Well, you know,
We'll
that's the
see.
theory. We'll see.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
I mean, the Night of the Seven Kingdoms has injected hopium straight into many people's eyeballs, so we'll see how that pans out later this year. Fingers are crossed, more than they've ever been crossed, maybe. No, that was for Arcane season 2, and
No.
Yeah,
we didn't
it's
cross
just,
them hard enough.
Well,
let's not talk about Arcane season 2.
Yeah.
We have
Let's
more
not.
exciting things to do. So, on the continuing the subject of being very very efficient with our time. Egg has bought Dunk a plate of food, and obviously Dunk's probably going to be quite hungry. Having been locked in a cell all night. But the minute he hears that that Baelor wants to speak to him, Dunk just says, "Well, I'm finished with my food. Then I've already kicked one prince in the face. I don't mean to keep another one waiting. So that's it. I mean, just one quite short prison scene to kick off the episode, and we're already off to do other bigger things."
I think it also really respects
Yeah, it's
the
like
character.
3.5
Dunk has
minutes.
made clear before that he does see himself as lower than other people's station, and I think he means it when he says like, I don't want to disrespect Baelor. When you could easily have been characterized at this point as I fucking hate these royal pricks. Like I'll make them wait as long as I can because I want to be begrudgingly like dealing with it. Malicious compliance may put it that way, but no. Just like in the book, he's like, no, I'm done then. The second he finds out he needs to speak to Baelor or he's waiting for him, he's like, I'm done. Like,
Yeah,
Taken
I mean,
up
you grow up
to
in that kind of world. You're kind of you understand what your place in society is.
well, and he happens to be right to respect Baelor,
yes, and respect
Yes.
is given, respect is earned, respect is returned. And so he does go up to meet Baelor, and it's one other like a quite. It's a little small detail. Nothing much comes of it in the show, but it tells you quite a lot about Baelor. That up until basically the end of this episode, usually when you see him, he's doing multiple things at once. So obviously we talked about in the previous episode how he's playing the diplomat, not only with Lord Ashford, but also with his own brother Makor. He's trying to keep one calm, keep the other calm about a very different reason, trying to maintain the peace between them. This scene, you come up and you find that he's sitting at his desk and he's got stacks and stacks and stacks of papers in front of him, and he's reading and he's writing and he's busy. He's working. He's not just sitting there waiting, which sort of tells you more about him. The fact that he is quite clearly on top of everything. He is the heir to the throne, and very, very, very important man. Also very, very good at his job, very diligent, and he keeps abreast of everything. But at the same time, though all of these important matters of state are presumably laid out in front of him on the table, he switches gears almost immediately. As soon as Dunk walks in, he abandons his papers, doesn't keep him waiting. Sort of the opposite of Tywin, when Tywin makes a point of carrying on writing whenever
Yeah.
someone less important than him is speaking.
because he
Baelor's
barely
attention-
listens, doesn't care.
because
Just
he barely listens. I like those scenes a lot.
Very fun.
And yeah, and this is the almost the deliberate opposite of that. Baelor just drops them, and now Dunk is his the sole object of his attention. And he tells Egg to pour him a cup of wine, and says, try not to spill it on him. And Dunk, though he has reason to be very pissed off at Egg at this point, says, the boy won't spill, your grace. He's a good boy, a good squire. He meant no harm. I know that now. Very quick to forgive, which is one of the things that makes him such a nice man.
Stands up for him. He sticks his neck out in a way,
That's got to be it just says a lot that he's he knows what's up. Like, he doesn't know exactly how it's gonna go, but he is in real jeopardy. Nevertheless, he still feels the need to go to bat for his squire, in front of this very powerful man, to like sort of spare him from any trouble that he might get into, even though, Egg is partially or possibly even entirely the reason why this has happened in the first place. It tells you a lot about him.
It lines up with the first thing he said when he heard Egg's voice in the tent was like, get out, leave before they hurt you as well. And then I think, as we'll come to understand, it's very likely he sees a lot of himself in Egg. That's why he would do this.
Well, as will become very clear with episode 5, yes, definitely.
It's just all good stuff, and the fact that like it's happening just every second. There's something to read into, to think about, and on the point of what Baelor's doing when we enter the room, I do feel like it's a big difference between storytellers that someone says, all right, you're going here, you'll be here, you walk in, and then someone else says, what would Baelor be doing? And what does it say about him? And you could just have someone be like, he's sitting there, it doesn't matter, whatever. They're entering the room. Like the difference between wanting to keep taking advantage of every opportunity to tell story.
Yeah, every opportunity.
And part of it is having the instinct to recognize where those opportunities arise. Because if you don't, you just won't even notice. And then you will be something like Ahsoka, where it's just completely anemic in terms of content, despite being much longer than this show.
Yeah, 40-minute episodes as opposed to 30.
Yeah, like
40 to 60
as long as you
episodes.
Yeah, some of them. It's kind of ridiculous. But in the case of this, you've got a whole bunch of people that the writers know well enough that it's almost like, oh shit, of course he could say that. Of course he could do this at this moment. And it all just adds up. Contributes to that iceberg, of giving you the impression of this core that lay underneath, that informs all of the decisions that they're making. It's just good writing.
Yeah. And even like mise en scène writing as well. All your sets tell the story just as much as your characters do. You can tell people lots about characters by what they're doing as opposed to just what they're saying. A less artful show could have just had him pacing around the room or looking ominously out of a window at the storm. But no, we learn way more about what makes him such a good Hand of the King and heir to the realm. Can't wait to see what becomes of the realm when he becomes king. But he is wise though, and he points out when Dunk defends Egg, he says one doesn't need to intend harm to do it. Egg should have come to me when he saw what Arian was doing.
That line. One doesn't need to intend harm to do it.
Mm-hmm. It's a good one. And Egg tries to defend
Foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing,
is what this
indeed.
is called.
A lot of it.
Yeah, there's a few of those in these next couple of episodes. Egg tries to defend himself, says, there wasn't time to do that. But Baelor says, well, instead he ran to you, Sir Duncan, and that was no kindness. And Egg then stops trying to defend himself and then is a little bit more open and honest and says, I wish Sir Duncan had killed him. Because there's, very, very, very bad blood between Egg and Arian. Everyone recognizes that Arian is a shit.
Yeah, Arian's... he's a real asshole.
And even then, Baelor sort of tries to play the peacemaker. He says, Arian's your brother. The Septons say we must love our brothers, which is another kind of revealing line because he's not defending Arian as a person. He's talking about your duties as effectively a prince of the realm. Your job is, and your faith tells you must do this as your duty. You mustn't do it because of who he is.
But
it strikes almost as a sort of more childish appeal as well to Egg in this moment. As if to because he gets dismissed after this, as if to remind him of his place in all of this, essentially, I think.
He does, yeah. The lesson has been imparted. He's being instructed in this scene. These are your duties. This is your simple moral lesson. You must love your brothers because the Septons say so. And then, like you say, he is dismissed and he goes willingly. He doesn't put up too much of a fight. And then it's just Baelor and Dunk in the room at this point. And now we get, I think this shot was in one of the trailers. Baelor says, how good a knight are you? How skilled at arms? Which is a great question given that what we've basically done is recontextualize all of Dunk's self-doubt. As from the minute he enters Ashford Meadow and sees all of these high lords and these knights and these incredibly well-trained fighters doing what they're doing, and it's been written all over his face. It's am I good enough for this tournament? And now the question has come back, and it's going to be, are you good enough to beat princes of the realm to save your life and right a grave injustice? It's that the stakes, though the same question is being posed, the stakes are just incomparably higher. It's just a great way of tying those, building your stakes gradually and then suddenly realizing that the core conceit, the core question of the show is now a matter of life and death for your protagonist.
Yeah.
It's very well done.
While it's thematic for, X reason, it's right now a very pragmatic question. And the other thing that's really cool about this scene is he asks that question, he gets a solid answer. Then we spend the rest of the conversation getting to why he's asking that question, getting through all of the minutiae, because he's already skipped to what he knows is going to happen and how to solve the problem most effectively, considering who these people are and what's involved. But it's Dunk hasn't caught up, and to be fair, the audience not necessarily has as well. So it's just we'll get there. We'll get back to that question after we get all the context for why. It's a very well-written scene.
It is, and because Dunk isn't quite up to speed yet, there is important information that he has no way of knowing, in fact, but Baelor does, and he tells him. So not only is Dunk in trouble for having struck a prince of the realm, which is generally ill-advised, things are actually much worse than he thinks, because Makor has returned, and he found Darren drunk in that inn. And Darren, to save his own skin, lied and said that a huge robber knight made off with egg. And the implication is that Sir Duncan has been cast as this big robber knight, and Dunk is scandalized. I'm lying. I left the inn 4 nights past. Did Prince Darren not pursue his brother's capture? If that's what he thinks, Baelor understands. Baelor knows. Baelor knows who Darren is. Says seemingly not, but he doesn't really make too much of a point of that, because obviously he can't. It's irrelevant what you think of this. This is just how things are playing out. The narrative has been told, and people are going to believe it. And so now what's going to happen is inevitably going to happen. And Dunk doesn't really understand that this is the way of the world, because he does try to defend himself. He points out that this is a lie, and what Arian did to Townsville is extremely unfair. He was protecting the innocent. That Arian was breaking her fingers. And Baelor says, well, by the time Arian's done talking about this, it's going to be construed as high treason, which Dunk just finds absurd. It's like puppetry, treason. They can't be the same thing.
But Baelor keeps avoiding describing any of these things as what they should be according to him. It's always according to Arian, or according to what will happen ultimately. It's not. He's not saying this is fair or just. He's just saying what it is, what will happen.
Yeah, and he explains why it would be construed as treason. The dragon being the sigil of the royal house, and if you betray one being slain, even in peacetime, this is not going to be well received by the people in charge. Arian calls it a veiled attack on House Targaryen and an incitement to revolt, which is doubly galling, I suppose, when you consider that Arian has already incited one revolt just by his own misdeeds. And yet here he is now blaming a mere puppetress for inciting the kind of revolt that he does by his own bad behavior. And Dunk asks Baelor, do you believe that? And Baelor kind of doesn't answer the question again, in the sense that it doesn't matter. He just says, one truth is beyond dispute. You laid hands upon the blood of the dragon. No matter the cause, it is never wise to strike a king's grandson. And then it sort of gets to the crux of the matter. Dunk says, well, would you not have done the same? Don't all knights swear the same oath to protect the innocent? Baelor says, I might have, but I am a prince of the realm, not a hedge knight. And that's the core of the matter. It's all about your station and not about whether you're right.
Yeah.
I think the first run through of this scene would have you convinced this is an important scene for Dunk, in the sense of him learning and understanding the situation, having to make decisions. Whereas I think when you rewatch it, it's actually way more important for Baelor, like in terms of what he's understanding, what he's going to think, because it's like, is it not wise to hit the blood of the dragon? It's like, of course not. And it's like, in the context of saving someone, it's like, still not. And it's like, yeah, but that's bad. Like, it's bad that it's wise not to hit them. And you combine that with the current fading Targaryen reputation, and it's like, it's actually hard to say whether or not it's worth pursuing this for the betterment of the Targaryen family, like, reputation. Would it make them look better to properly deal with this on an actual just level, or would it be better to just get rid of this as fast as possible in as efficient a way as possible? There's a lot to think about, and it's all coming from Dunk just saying very fundamentally honest and good things, and it's just putting thorns in Baelor's like ability to get through this. But at the same time, it's like it has to be dealt with. What should be done?
It does, and it also importantly for him, as you mentioned, it is a more important scene for him. He is aware of all of this, aware of what this means for the Targaryen reputation, but he's also seeing that the entire system over which he hopes to preside, or will preside by birth, is being turned against someone who did exactly what he was supposed to do in the oath that he swore. And if the entire system could be turned against somebody like that, maybe, relevantly for later, it might be acceptable to exploit that same system and put it to noble ends as opposed to ignoble ends, which will motivate his decision later. But for now, he tells Dunk that Arian wants his head, and he won't have that, but he can't deny him a trial. This is the system at work, and you can't stop these things from happening. He will demand a trial, and the trial must be given. The court's unlikely to rule in your favor, he says. And Dunk says, well, if I'm found guilty, what then? And Baelor says, well, the last time a man struck the royal blood, it was decreed he should lose the offending hand, and you kicked him too, did you not? But he presents Dunk with another choice. He says, whether it's a better one or worse, I cannot say. So I ask you again, Sir Duncan the Tall, how good a knight are you truly? And that's when we go to the title slate.
And for those who are familiar with this world, you already know like how this is probably getting pushed. And the cleverness of the script, I guess, is that you'd assume Baelor's plan is you push that, and Arian's enough of a twat to basically just be like, fine, I'm not gonna. I guess I'm not gonna deal with this. I'll back out, and then that means everything goes back to being chill, and we can all move on. Like that's Baelor's sort of chess maneuver here that will hopefully work
as cleanly as possible.
Yeah, it saves the noble knight. It prevents this from exploding into something crazy, and it also it backs Arian down. And it's like, can we just get through this birthday party like, without causing so much trouble?
I don't think it's like after you.
To me, there's like a little bit of a sphere of ambiguity that comes from the way Westeros is like world built here, which is I'm not entirely certain why it is so likely that the court is not going to rule in Dunk's favor, given like the altercation we saw. There were like a lot of witnesses. That there was a huge amount of people that can testify to what actually happened in that tent and what was going on, which taken in accord with Arian's extremely dishonorable conduct earlier, that leaves you in a position where like this isn't necessarily going to go one way, like despite the fact that there's the accusation of like the robber knight kidnapping going the other way. But the issue is we just don't really know enough about what this court is to be able to say, because it could easily just be like a Targaryen court essentially like administered by whoever the hell
I
they
immediately
choose.
assumed that level of corruption, as in they would even have Targaryens on like the jury and judge equivalents, but also like Lord Ashford would probably be there, and he's a complete puppet for them. Or they would have. So I assume Baelor's pushing this because he knows the court is, let's call it, even if it's a 50-50, that is not the better way to go compared to what he assumes would be the result here.
And that's the calculation that you have to make as well, is that everyone, you're right, there are so many witnesses in that tent. None of the witnesses in the tent matter. There were no lords witness in the tent. They were all the small folk. That was entertainment for the small folk. And that doesn't weigh as heavily on, let's say that the court was composed partially of Targaryens. You would assume that Baelor would probably be presiding because Baelor is Hand of the King and he is the senior ranking Targaryen there. And then it was composed of heads of other noble houses or just members of House Ashford even, because that's the jurisdiction under they currently are. The calculation for them, even assuming that they are on the court anyway, is what is more important to us: currying favor with the ruling house in the Seven Kingdoms, or listening to the small folk we don't much care about and doing what they think is right.
I wonder as well if Baelor's currently calculating, like, if it does go to trial, I could probably save him myself, like, in terms of the system. But this is going to be a major blunder that I would have to say, like, no, Arian was wrong and cruel, and you're not going to be, like...
To fight against your own family in this world, I imagine, that carries a lot of... Even someone with a negative reputation as Arian seems to have, even amongst his own family, and the Targaryen's negative reputation, just that alone is like, man, I really would like to avoid doing that if I had to.
And it's also the weight of multiple accusations against Dunk as well. As it's not just that he struck a prince, it's that he's also been accused of kidnapping and he's being portrayed as the robber knight. So it's not that he did an unwise thing for noble intentions. Those two stories taken together mean that he's probably not even the noble hedge knight he's presented himself as. He is just a thug and a criminal who has no right to be here. So I take Baelor's word for it. The trial would not have gone well for him. And as has been mentioned as well, it's probably also a calculation, because Baelor knows Arian's character, knows that he's very unlikely to accept a trial by combat against somebody of Dunk's stature in particular. So the hope is, knowing what Arian's character is, that just the mere threat of a trial by combat will be sufficient to get Arian to back down. However, doesn't quite go that way. So we pick up after the title slate. Everyone's assembled, and Arian is nonchalantly smashing walnuts. And Dunk demands his trial by combat.
It's the most chalantly nonchalant way that you could really do anything, I suppose.
It helps make him look like a jackass because it's just
Yeah.
messy and loud. The shit's getting everywhere, and
it's brutish.
It's funny,
not
right? Because people
precise.
talk about how like eating an apple, right? That's what you'd make a bad guy do a lot of the time. Give him an apple to eat, and for some reason that makes him more annoying. This feels like a variation of that. Give him like a really annoying, loud, and messy food that he eats in the middle of this.
And it shows
to
the
make him
power
more of a
dynamics
dick.
later, because there is part of that the scene where he does smash a walnut, it falls off the table, and he basically commands Lord Ashford himself to get down on his hands and knees and rummage under the table trying to get it. So that sort of tells you where the power still lies in this room. It's not with the person who owns the castle; it's with the people who've just arrived 2 days ago. So Dunk demands his trial by combat. Arian just flatly says, "I refuse," and Maker, who's very funny in most of these scenes, obviously despises his son, tells him he cannot refuse, and Baelor points out any knight accused of a crime has the right to demand as such, and this is that leading question, unless you withdraw your claim. This is obviously what he hopes and thinks that Arian will do, but Arian rug pulls everyone in the room. Arian says a trial of 7, and ominously some thunder rumbles outside. And he says, "That's my right, I do believe." Maker, being not practiced any of these things because he's not expected to inherit any position of great authority, does not know what a trial of 7 is. And he says, "What
this
the
was
fuck
a
is a
point
trial
of
of 7?"
Contention for Ryan.
Yeah.
Did not like that Makar was not aware of a trial of 7. He had an explanation for this that I can't appeal to because I don't know as much about the history, but it was pretty convincing that Makar should probably be aware of this, even if he's not as aware as Baelor on like histories and customs.
Yeah, and because it must be a fairly deliberate choice, I think, in the way that they want to characterize Makeup. Because it normally, if you have a character who's not the most important character in any given scene, who's there to say the "what the fuck is the trial of 7" type question, it's the excuse for a little bit of exposition. But they've already got Dunk there. Dunk is in the position of the novice. He knows nothing about this and could have asked that question himself. So I assume they chose to have Makar deliver the line because they are trying to tell us something about Makar as a character, like what his deficiencies are, because that will be important later on. It's not too much of a spoiler, I don't think, to say that it'll be important later on if Prince Makar ends up being slightly more important than he was ever expected to be. And so he's not learned the things because he had no reason to learn the things.
That's probably
he's going
why
to have to have learned them.
They opted for this, to have as many references as they could, for Makar is unsuited for the role that he may end up getting. But at the same time, this might have been one that was a bit of a mistake. Like, because I don't think we got plenty to work with. Maybe try to contextualize something else in this scene, some other reference maybe that he was weak on, because it was the last trial of 7 killed 13 of the participants, right? It would be an event that a lot of people would be aware of, whether or not they care about customs or etiquette and stuff.
Yeah, and even if because I think it's mentioned the last one was about a century ago. But even then, that being so dramatic, and if Arian knows it, and Arian, you don't get the sense that Arian is particularly bookish or well-read or responsible and training to be a ruler either. So it's unusual, I think, that he should know it and Makar shouldn't. So they may have tried a little bit too hard, overreached in their attempt to characterize Makar with that, but it's relatively minor, right, as a point of criticism, I suppose, given the weight of criticism shows like this normally get. Trying too hard to write a good character is not something I'm going to hold against the show.
No, yeah, and we can see why it's happened, and it's it's for better reasons than like sheer apathy or incompetence or maliciousness or anything. It's they did it for a purpose.
Mm-hmm. And so he asks what the fuck a trial of 7 is. Baelor explains it's another form of trial by combat. It's ancient, seldom invoked. It came across the narrow sea with the Andals and their 7 gods. And Makar sort of sighs and rolls his eyes and says, "Well, if it was the Andals." And Dunk then asks the same question, really, which is, again, why they probably made it a deliberate choice, because Dunk then says, "What is a trial of 7?" And Baelor explains that the Andals believed if a 7 champions fought, the gods, being thus honored, would be more like to intervene and see the guilty party punished. Makar spots something in this explanation and ties it to something he knows about his shitbag of a son, And he turns to him and says, "Are you cowering behind some 6,000-year-old Andal foolery because you're afraid to face this hedge knight alone?" And Arian says, "No." And Makar says, "Then why not slay the rogue yourself?" And Arian says, and it's obviously a lie, and everyone in the room knows it's a lie. Everyone knows what the real reason is because they know who Arian is. And he says, "Well, Darren has been wronged as well, so Duncan must pay for each one of his crimes against us. Or would we leave a matter of Targaryen honor in doubt?" So Arian appealing to honor is obviously, as Makar says, fucking nonsense. And then this is when he smashes that nut and it falls off the table, and he forces Lord Ashford to go and pick it up. So, which is strategically placed because you've got a guy invoking honor and then doing something extremely dishonorable and offensive to his host. So it's a nicely played, as well as being quite funny. It's strategically and well placed for that reason. Just like, this is a guy appealing to honor who has no honor at all.
I also like this is just this fucking extremely annoying and petty backfire to Baelor's counter with moving into trial by combat to try and force Arian to give up. And Arian's now double bluffed. It's like, actually, I want 7 versus 7, and expects that he can now get away with this in the sense that you're not going to produce 6 additional knights, so I automatically win. So I get what I want, and I don't have to fight. Whereas what was presented previously was you'd have to fight to get what you want. It's like, no, I'm out now. I got this.
I suppose what's interesting as well is that, in a sense, you assume that he's correct in this. You assume, oh yeah, Dunk won't be able to get. That's going to be really hard. Well, shit. But it's like, well, no. If you've been paying enough attention, it might actually not be as difficult a prospect as it seems at first. Because again, the Targaryens are not viewed especially favorably. I mean, remember Raymond's big fucking rant? It's like, maybe they actually won't be as hard as you think to get champions. 7, that'll be hard, but you shouldn't assume that it'll actually be none. But at the moment, it feels very grim as a prospect.
I think as well, it's very satisfying because of the way that they can convince you he's fucked if this is going to take place. But then it's like, kind of set everything up for all the little ways that things can actually benefit him. Down to Arian having done dishonorable things already to other people specifically, pissing off the whole world with the Targaryen's reputation, and the amount of good that Dunk has done for himself just by being himself and meeting people. Like, is it impossible?
Playing with your expectations with the, I guess, quote-unquote, dark fantasy that is Game of Thrones, because, you're probably familiar with the story of Ned Stark or whatever the fuck, that sort of thing where, like, the good person doing the right thing receives bad outcomes because of the way society is structured and the way, like, bad actors will manipulate it. When this show is sort of almost like, if you peel back just a little bit, it's not as bad as it probably has been made out to be by other instances.
No, and you may even have seen the source of Dunk's eventual salvation seeded across the preceding episodes. But we won't learn exactly who they are just yet. But Arian points out, when Dunk says, "I have no one else," Arian says, "If the cause is just, good men will fight for it. If not, it will be because you are guilty," which is another foreshadowing line. But he doesn't obviously realize it's a foreshadowing line because he thinks that this is, it's just a hedge knight. What chance does a hedge knight have of getting 7 or 6 other lords to fight against House Targaryen? And so that's what he says. It's, if the cause is just, good men will fight for it. I wonder if there are any good men in the room. Makar then just grabs him and drags him away, and you hear in the background and calls him a fucking idiot, which he is. Because he's not happy, but Arian has played the game well, and there's nothing much can be done about that. So Baelor sends Duncan off, says, "Seek your champions," to Duncan, and Dunk leaves the castle, and now he's walking alone, and the rain is pouring.
All of Baelor's expressions toward Arian in that whole scene are very satisfying. He fucking hates him. He's just like, you ruin everything again, over and over again.
I do want to mention that this custom, the Trial of 7, and them essentially like allowing him to invoke it, like, this is getting into my historytisms, I guess, again, but like it's a bit much for me. Because you said what, in the previous one, 13 of the 14 participants were killed?
Yes.
This plays into like a sort of wider running trend I have with a lot of like Game of Thrones shows, a lot of the stuff in them, they portray medieval nobility as a bit overly willing to throw their lives away or throw themselves into situations with an expectation of mortality, which, of course, a lot of things they participated in were very, very dangerous. But I don't know, the idea that we're just up and ready to have presumably up to 14 very important people just kill each other over this is that's a tough pill for me to swallow. The fact that he's even like realistically, the power in the room is such that someone probably could have told him to fuck off, and he's not allowed to invoke that.
I got the impression that all of this is happening through bluff, double bluff, triple bluff, as in the Aryans counter now. They all seem to think in the room that like Dunk's not going to get 6 knights, so this isn't going to happen, and that's a really sad result, at least from Baelor's perspective. And I would have to imagine Baelor might be concocting some kind of plan right now.
Just
but
in case,
an alternative opportunity presents itself, because when we consider what Stefan Fossaway does, it seems to me there was a plan to sabotage Dunk and an assumption that he was never going to be able to get the knights anyway.
I think the starting assumption would be that he was never going to get the knights anyway, and so Stefan's just like he's an opportunist, which is the thing. Like, so from the Targaryen perspective, you have Maekar, who is a seasoned battle commander, but he's also something like 4th in line to the throne. Like, he's not all that important in the grand scheme of things, and he is a very good warrior. Aerion has to be there. Darren has to be there because of just he's being invoked. He's also alleged a crime. But then they try to rig the game even further because they also have 3 Knights of the Kingsguard, who are the finest warriors in all the land, against a Hedge Knight who probably won't get any supporters. And when he unexpectedly does get supporters, they weren't. That's kind of part of the storytelling of what House Targaryen is and the mistakes that they've made. They don't consider the lesser lords than themselves. They don't consider, or Aerion particularly doesn't consider the consequences of his own actions. And those knights themselves are not really massively important people, with 1 or 2 exceptions. You'd probably say Lionel Baratheon is of the original group that will join, most important, one with the most to lose. But the others are either minor lords, madmen, or randomly knighted on the spot kind of people who are not in line to inherit anything in their house anyway. So it's like it's the arrogance of House Targaryen to assume that they just by demanding a trial of 7 they win by default, and they probably won't even have to fight. And it's the unintended consequence of everything they've done leading up to this point, and all the people they've overlooked who are rising up to take on, for various different reasons as well, because not all of them are fighting for honor and not all of them are fighting for personal gain and glory, and some of them are and some of them aren't. So it's not as simple as like they are voluntarily taking on a huge known risk. They probably think of this as the least risky thing they can do, and it's only by virtue of pissing off virtually everyone in the 7 Kingdoms that it doesn't turn out to be quite so easy for them in the end. But if there was anything seriously at stake, I think I'd agree. Like, they wouldn't have gone along with this. They would have found a way around it. But like, this is as sure a win as they thought they could get, whilst maintaining some semblance of honor and justice, and not so obviously rigging the game.
I feel like the lowest risk outcome, or like the lowest risk option for them, is just like properly punishing and castigating Aerion.
Well, like force Aerion to stop.
Force
but
Aerion to
I don't know.
apologize, all that sort of stuff, because like that displays House Targaryen to be an honorable house.
I don't know if
the consequence of
Maekar's
doing that though
going to be on board with that. And
there's partly that. There's what does Maekar say, but
beat
it's
the shit out of
that's the point, right?
Prince.
That's
like the main
it's
thing.
a precarious game they're playing. They have to try and retain their position as authorities, the authority in the 7 Kingdoms. If they are shown to be able to be swayed by demands for justice from the mob, what power and authority do they have left? Like, they're in this almost impossible position of needing the agreement and the consent of the small folk just to retain what power they have, but having to deny that this is what they need, because if the small folk and the rest of the lords realize this, then why do you even need a House Targaryen anymore?
And they do
get rid of them.
Darren's claim as well, and it gives a good public answer to the strange shit that's going on. Doesn't have to be like blasted as true that they lost control of their sons, and their sons are brutally, like, harming people. I just see it as Baelor's the only one that is trying to manage this tightrope, while other members are just like, get rid of this fucking hedge knight, this annoying prick. He just punish him, get rid of him. I don't care. Like if you present it to the situation of let's just say that Arian was wrong and prevent him from doing anything about this, I don't know if they're gonna. I don't know if it's gonna go over well. And because I really do. I think this is an interesting point, like the risk they're taking on, but it does feel like obviously because it's an adaptation that George tried to justify this as best as possible in the sense that he's not going to get the knights, but if he does or gets close, we'll put something in place to try and cripple that. But if against all odds he does get the full team, we'll be able to take them out easily. It's not going to be much of a challenge at all. And all of those things as we progress get countered by revelations about different characters having different interests and getting inspired by certain events. Like I do think it's worked at really hard to get us to where we go. I certainly appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. So
to kind of to what Theo had said, earlier about nobility fighting each other and being willing to kill each other or die. It was something that kind of stood out to me as a thing I really didn't like in House of the Dragon. I think it was the first episode of the first season when they had the the tournament there, and I think it was Daemon who just basically murders a guy, and there doesn't seem, I don't recall there being any real consequences of it. It just turns into a grotesque
No, that was notable,
bloodbath.
yeah.
Yeah, the
And I was
entire
like,
tourney just
what?
devolves into a bloodbath over nothing, which is
It's
nonsense
like this
in
is
frank terms.
yeah, like these are like nobility. These are very important people, and the fact that he went and did that and there were no repercussions, I was like, oh no. Luckily, the season ended up being quite good.
Wasn't it
But that was a bad first impression.
Wasn't it a Hightower he rode against as well because he hated Otto? It was like
yes, it was. Yeah,
and I remember thinking at the time like, that's insane. Like I'd be petrified if my
This is
son
like
was
the
going
inciting
against
incident of the whole plot.
Damon went against my son when he hates me. When you know who Damon is, who at that point is even more unhinged. That's like his most unhinged.
it is.
Yeah, he'd have a reputation, just like Arian has. He definitely would have one, and does have
But
one.
just remember
so I wouldn't want anyone
what he does with the City
going against
Watch.
him.
I think in that episode, or is it
Yeah,
the next
yeah.
one? But those guys.
Oh, I think it was first or second. Yeah, I can't remember.
I think yeah, from memory, it's the first because
they get to chopping.
They do, but then obviously that's a very different world state. House Targaryen at the peak of its powers, basically anything any of them say goes. They can act as
I just mean that I wouldn't want to be putting, like I said, my son against Daemon is a horrifying prospect, even in a
Yes.
friendly joust. It's like, yeah, nah, I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
But of this show, so Dunk is, he's technically, he's got a chance of success now, but it's so remote that he clearly doesn't think he has much of a chance at all. So he walks alone through the pouring rain, and he goes back to his tree and back to his horses, and he tells them, "I've mucked it up this time. I'm going to die tomorrow." But before he gets too morose, he bumps into Raymond Foster, or rather, Raymond Foster bumps into him, and he's surprised as you're still alive. And Dunk thanks him for watching his horses, and Raymond invites him back to his tent. Says, "Are you hungry?" And he sort of comments on the fact that Dunk is talking to his horses, which he does quite a lot. So, "You talking to your horses?" And Dunk says, "Yeah." And he says, "That's fucking mad." So they go back to the tent, and Raymond says, "The Trial of Seven, that means battle axes, morning stars, lances of war." And Dunk says, I know what it means." And so Stefan is also in the tent, and it's worth remembering the first thing really we were told about Sir Stefan, because Sir Stefan in this scene is going to present himself as potentially a chance of Dunk's salvation. But you might remember that Raymond says of Sir Stefan way back in episode 2, I think it was, that he is rotten to the core. That's a very important foreshadowing line, and it ought to get you slightly concerned, but Dunk doesn't spot it yet as to how honest Sir Stefan is when he is pledging to take up Dunk's cause. But that is what he does. Stefan says, "I saw what Arian did to the puppeteers. All knights vow to protect the innocent, even hedge knights. I assume I'm for you." And Dunk points out, "Well, maybe you shouldn't." But Raymond says, "Well, he's a fine sword, and though it pains me to admit it." Dunk points out that House Targaryen won't look kindly on anyone who opposes them. But so Stefan says, the Dragon House, where are their dragons, Sir Duncan? Us Fossaways, we were here long before these others came to our shores, and our warrant will be here long after they're gone. And he asks who else fights with us. Which is, I can't help but watch this show thinking I do wonder whether it would have been better to release it after House of the Dragon, just because of comments like that. It's just like, where are the dragons? Oh yeah, where are the dragons? Well, I mean, I guess we'll find out soon, but we do sort of now know what the answer's likely to be.
Yeah, it is an interesting placement.
Because I
Well,
don't know.
Well,
I don't
because
know
there's no dragons in the start of Game of Thrones, so it's like, watching House of Dragons, like, well, they're going to go somewhere. But since this is set in the middle, it is interesting, the idea of doing the third season first before doing this, to roll people into it. But I mean, they I don't know how much they're thinking about that, considering Game of Thrones has spoiled a bunch in both this and in House of the Dragon already.
True. So Stefan asks who else is fighting for them, and Dunk says he doesn't know anybody else. But so Stefan says, I'm sure we can find 5 more good men who wish singers to make them immortal. So he pledges to go and find those. He says he's got some friends. And this is important for setting up a twist that comes later, because he name checks a few people. One of whom is Sir Lionel Baratheon, and he also name checks Lord Lannister and Sir Otto. He says he'll go and find them, and Dunk points out that it's really late. They won't like being woken up, which is just a fun, nice Dunk thing to say, given his life is on the line, and he's still worrying about annoying people by waking them up at night. But so Stefan says, well, then they'll fight like pestered badgers. You shan't die under my watch, sir. I promise you that. And he leaves the tent.
So when I first saw this episode, I was with Gary, and we both, we knew the book pretty well, and so he finishes his little speech, and I was just like, what a prick. Like, he's going to be, betraying, and that sucks. And, me and Gary were talking about, like, how well this was done and how much of the book they've done and stuff. And then I, ahead of, I think, talking about it, or like, because I'd watched it with Fringy then afterward, and Fringy was like, man, I like him. What a legend. What a good guy. He's gonna. I was just like, yeah. I mean, yeah, he's coming through. And I guess the reason I bring this up is that they do a really good job of convincing you, the actor and the dialogue. It's just good stuff. You feel a little bit like, oh, there is hope. We maybe can do this. But it's enjoyable for both, I guess, if you know the book and if you don't.
It is that. So this just leaves, for the moment anyway, only Raymond and Dunk in the tent together, and Raymond suggests that it might just be better if Dunk runs. Dunk says, won't they kill me if I run? And Raymond points out, won't they kill you anyway? Which is a good response. I like that. Raymond's good. Big fan of Raymond. He's had his big rant against House Targaryen already, but he's quite clearly seized of the injustice of all of this, because Dunk points out, maybe the gods just figure this is what I deserve, and Raymond says, what, for doing what you were supposed to do? And Dunk says, for not knowing my place. And again, another very good Dunk line. It's just everything about him is kind of supplicant, even though he doesn't deserve to be in such a lowly station. But they hear footsteps approaching. Then an egg enters the tent, and he's surprised to see him here. Dunk says, what are you doing here? And Egg says, I'm your squire, sir. You'll need someone to arm you. But he's not alone, because then Darren enters the tent. And we are not fans of Darren, because Darren is part of the reason that Dunk is in such massive shit.
Arguably the full reason now, because if not for the second accusation, it would have been forced into a single trial by combat, and
I don't think Aaron would have wanted that.
Yeah, he might have backed out at that point.
And that he only did it because he was found drunk in an inn and wanted somebody else to blame for losing Egg. This is a very, very dishonorable, low-moral type human being. And yet somehow not the worst Targaryen in the show. But that's House Targaryen for you. Dunk is not happy to see him here anyway. He grabs him and he pulls a knife to his throat, and Egg begs him to stop. And Dunk is fucking fuming with him, obviously. You mad? I should drive this through your neck. And Darren, you sort of realize quite quickly, is though a shit, is not a shit in the same way as Arryn is. He's just kind of pitiable. in that he has nothing going on. He clearly doesn't value his own life because his response to this is, "I'd sooner you just pour me a cup of wine." He doesn't seem to think much of his own safety. He realizes what a disreputable piece of crap he is. Hates his station, hates his life, hates being who he is, doesn't want anything to do with any of this. He just says, "Well, my father said I had to say something when my father demanded to know where Egg had gotten to." And that was it. That's the closest he comes to making an excuse. I had to say something.
The concept of so bad is good. He's like the character vision of so pathetic he's likable. He's kind of like, oh god, he's so useless, and he knows it, and he just owns it completely.
He showed up here. He's here in the tent, so that says something.
Yeah, that's fair.
And Egg informs us that Mako himself is going to be fighting on the side of the accusers to redeem his son's honor. And Darren says, "Not that I ever asked to have my honor redeemed. Whoever has it can keep it, as far as I'm concerned."
I like that line.
Yeah, it is. It just tells you this is probably the life of a minor royal in Westeros and in House Targaryen in particular, is that you might as well not be a Targaryen. You have all of the duties and the responsibilities, and yet you gain no benefit from it whatsoever. It's just a bit of a crap life. Why not get drunk? And but Darren says, there's a bit of hope for Dunk, because though Darren himself has got to be on this battlefield, says, "You'll have little to fear from me. I'll do my best to look gallant in the first charge, but after that, perhaps you could strike me a nice blow to the side of the helm. Make it ring, not too loud." And
that's a
Dunk's
plus.
kind of surprised that this is just all he... Yeah, that's one man down already,
yeah,
right?
There you go.
There, but not involved. And Egg then tells him, however, that, well, yeah, the King's Guard are going to fight as well. So, shit, that's not great news. And Darren says, "Only the 3 that are here," as though that makes it much better. Like, 3 of the best knights in the history of Westeros are arraigned against you, plus Maekar, plus Arian. So it's not looking good. And Egg says to Dunk, "Who do you have, sir?" And Dunk says, "I've got Raymond's cousin." And that's not great. Quite blunt, but
also funny. Like, despite this bit of, I guess, gallows humor almost, of just like, yep, that's the situation.
But then Egg promises to bring people. He says, "I can bring people. Knights, I can." Dunk points out, "You'll be fighting against your own family." And Egg says, "Well, my father will be well guarded, and you won't kill Darren because he told you he'd fall down." And then Dunk says, "Well, what about Arian? Would you see him dead?" And we start getting more of the reason, because there's been lots of lingering shots. We know that the Egg despises Arian. We just don't know the reasons why. We saw him shouting, "Kill him," on the tourney field, looking at him in that mix of sort of hatred and fear at the same time every time they're in proximity to each other. And we start now getting more flesh on that, because Egg explains, "When I was little, Arian used to come to my bedchamber at night, put a knife in between my legs. He had too many brothers, he'd say. Maybe one night he'd make me his sister, then he could marry me." And in the way that this show does, and it does very effectively, this is a horrible, horrible story, and it's really dark, and it's really serious, and it tells you so much about Egg's attitude, who he is, and why he despises Arian. But it's then punctuated by a joke, because you just cut away and it's Raymond sort of laughing quietly to
presumably
himself
because he hates the Targaryens, so he's just like, we're all insane, and that's like ridiculous and funny to me.
Amused by the absurdity to
yeah.
It's also like everything he said about them in his little rant about them being, incestuous aliens. It's like, oh, of course, yeah, of course, one of them threatened to turn his brother into a girl so he could marry her. Incestuous aliens, indeed. Darren says, "Yeah, that's basically true. Arian can be quite the monster." And Egg then says, "And then he threw my cat in the well too. He says he didn't, but he did." And Darren says, "Okay, yeah, we've got the point now."
I believe it.
Yeah.
Very, very
weird
dramatic, horrible
de-escalation.
story. And then that one is just...
Well, and it's delivered in a very childlike way. That he says he didn't,
Yes.
but he did it.
And Egg explains this, that Arian thinks he's a dragon in human form. It's why he was so wroth at the puppet show. And Darren, having spotted... Sorry, he's not Sir Raymond yet. Having spotted Raymond laughing at him, says, "Pity he wasn't born a Fossaway, then he'd make himself an apple, and we'd all be a deal safer." And he has to go back to the castle, but he does first want a private word with Dunk, so they leave the tent together. And he doesn't remind us because he's himself forgotten, he's already said it, but when we first met him, obviously it was in the inn, and he was very drunk, and he looks up at Dunk and says, I dreamed of you, and here he says, I dreamed of you. And Dunk says, you said that at the inn, and Darren doesn't remember, but he says, my dreams are not like yours, mine come true. It's an impressive talent for an unimpressive man, another one of life's little ironies. But I have seen you, sir, and a fire and a dead dragon, a great beast with wings so large they could cover this meadow. It had fallen on top of you, but you were alive, and the dragon was dead. And I really like this as a little bit of it's a twist as well as foreshadowing, because like all the other imagery you've ever seen in Game of Thrones, and even the imagery in this show so far with the great puppet show, is about the dragon being this great threat, this horrible, massive, evil monstrosity, and it's small knights who have to fight against it. And if you kill it, then you win. And you kind of assume that that is what this story is talking about as well. The dragon that he's talking about is Aerion, or it might be Maekar. It's one of the Targaryens arraigned against him. It's a battle, and the dragon has been killed. What you don't consider until the moment you see it is that maybe the great big dragon lying on top of him died protecting him from something. The dream comes true, but not in anything like the way you would expect it to come true. Which I just really like.
Many such cases.
There's a chance with how they weave this sort of thing that we don't see the that vision come true just yet, even with the events of the show.
The fact that he said specifically it had fallen on top of you rather than it was fighting you or something lends a lot of credence to like various interpretations of it. And also, like, if we want to run with like, I guess, the layer one understanding of what this would mean, he is like sort of run afoul of House Targaryen by accident. House Targaryen didn't really come looking for him. He just sort of stumbled into their path, hence it had fallen on him rather than like it had come to him looking for a fight.
And there's he mentions fire, and it's like, But it's all fun to speculate, because that's what these are designed for, as far as I'm concerned. These are always thrown into stories to make everyone go, ooh, what do you think that's mean? Oh, gonna be this, gonna be this, gonna be this. And I think it's fun. And especially with what Platoon was saying, that they often lead you to a primary interpretation, and then you go, oh, it meant that? Oh, okay. Damn.
Dreams.
And then Darren pulls out a knife and starts talking about the Song of Ice and Fire.
Yeah.
That would have been good.
The Conqueror's Dream. Dunk asks you, did I kill it? And as if, just to add a little bit more ambiguity, Darren says that I could not say. But he says, we were Dragon Masters once, hard to believe. Now they're all gone, but we remain. I don't care to die today. And Dunk says, I don't care to die either. And Darren, for the first time, sort of comes close to acknowledging that he is responsible for all of this. He says, maybe that I've killed you with my lie, and if so, I'm sorry. I'm doomed to some kind of hell, I know, likely one without wine, which is the worst kind of hell, obviously.
Yeah, man.
But he's dimly aware that what he's done is deeply unjust, but he's incapable of really taking it seriously, because he can't take anything seriously, because that is his character.
He's so deep in the sort of like broken failure side of things that he hears that something he said offhandedly has had some massive consequence. He's like, no, that figures. That about makes sense.
I guess that's what would happen.
He's very nonchalant with life. He's like a fatalist or something. He's like, if whatever's gonna happen is just fucking happening, and that's that. There's nothing else to say about it.
And there isn't, because he takes his leave at this moment. He goes back to the castle. And Dunk then has to walk back through the rain, and he remembers, as he does so, these words from Tansel's play. The words from the play are, you are no knight, you are Florian the Fool. And he returns to his tent, he picks up the head of the model knight that they were using in the puppet show. And he, this is his own self-doubts coming back to him. The play was kind of about him. He is the fool pretending to be the knight, and he's a fraud, and there's no possible way the fraud can beat the dragon. But as morose as all of this is, it's not entirely hopeless, because there's another guy who happens to be wandering past at this moment, Steely Pate, with whom he entrusted the armor he was trying to get from him. And he comes by and he spots a Duncan, and he says, if you've come for your shield, she left it with me. So Dunk puts down the head, and he hears Tansel scream, and then we learn that she's gone. And the scream sort of echoes through the scene transition, which I quite like. This traumatic memory of everything that's gone terribly wrong is all sort of boiled into that specific moment.
I quite like the vibe inside his little Smith's carriage here.
Yeah, he's in his
Yeah.
wagon.
It's
His
very
little Smith
homely and
carriage.
comfy.
Yeah.
I like
Feels
the
like
little-
he would open it up and say, "What are you buying?"
Ugh.
And, you know.
I'd happily buy my
Long
armor
as there's
from
not
Steely
a-
Pate.
As long as there's not a big, fat, obnoxious guy hanging out the end who wants you to find fish.
Oh
for
my
him.
god, what was his name?
Asshole the fucker.
Because that was weird as fuck.
What was his name?
God,
Oh,
what
was that guy's name?
He's just extremely fat, wants you to find him food. Like, okay. The Duke.
Maybe it
The
was called
Duke. The
Duke?
Duke. Yes. Not quite as good as the Merchant. That's the hot take.
Shouldn't be a hot take. Have you seen a lot of people who are talking about how great Ethan Winters was as a protagonist, and how great he was as a character?
You serious?
How
Mhm.
yeah, I am deadly serious. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, they are.
A lot of people on Twitter and stuff are talking about how he
Well-
revitalized the franchise and he had a whole arc and everything. That's
Not to
unheard of
upset
for a Resident Evil character.
chat or anything, but RE8 was one of our hotter takes in history. But
Yeah,
hopefully
Ethan
it's
Winters
cooled
sucks
down
balls,
by
that game
now.
sucked. So I'll be
Anyway.
streaming Resident Evil Requiem the next couple days, so oh god, fingers crossed that it's good. But I've made sure to don't make noises. All right,
I didn't make a noise. It was just the air.
that's good.
So, Steely Pate tells Dunk that if you're wondering where she's gone, well, she's gone, and he asks where, and she says they make for dawn. Well gone is well forgot. And Dunk says good, though of course he's quite sad about this because he quite liked Tansel, but it's probably best that she's out of all of this massive mess. Steely Pate then reaches up and he gets Dunk's shield, and it's been painted. And not only has it been painted, but Steely Pate he's a nice charitable man, as it turns out. This is the man who obviously charged quite a lot for his armor, and even then was prepared to do a small discount. But he's improved the shield. Not only has it been painted, but he's made it a new rim and a new strap for it. It's twice as thick, it's stronger, there's straps on the back. He warns it will be heavier, but it will be stronger too. And Dunk says, how much is this going to cost? And he says, well, for you, a copper. And it's this, we commented on it in the previous stream as well, but it's this constant like undergirding current of the thing is that these small folk, they band together, they recognize injustice, and even if they're hard-headed merchants, they will do nice things for each other if the cause demands it, and evidently here it does. This you would think is all good news for Dunk, but obviously he's not really in the psychology to appreciate good news at the moment, because he looks at the painting and he sees it's got the tree and the sunset and the star that's falling, and he says the shield is all painted up like death. But Steely Pate encourages him. He says the elm's alive. See how green the leaves are? That's summer leaves for certain. And he asks if he remembers the old shield rhyme: oak and iron, guard me well, or else I'm dead and doomed to hell. So it's he's trying to make the best of a bad situation, and he's doing everything within his power to help, not only by making the shield stronger, because that's kind of thematic, I suppose, but also by trying to lift Dunk up. It's a nice little scene. There is, I think, a line missing, which was pointed out to the writer, to Ira Parker, and it's kind of nice in the sense that the Parker just admitted that this was a mistake. I'm trying to remember exactly what the line. I think the line is
The knight who remembered his vows.
Yeah.
That's the one.
He says people are cheering for him, and he's baffled by it. He's like, "Why is this happening?" And then they're cheering for because you're a knight that remembered his vows, which is Ira Parker admitted that is the whole point of the show. That is a line that absolutely should not have been missed, and unfortunately it was. Which is honestly one of the coolest responses to a show's criticism ever. We rarely ever get them saying that.
How refreshing. Just to be like, yep, it should have been in there. We just, we missed that one. Instead of them coming up with some convoluted, multi-layered excuse for, well, actually, we decided with this interpretation.
Yeah.
And here's why it sucks, actually. And that's a good thing.
And here's the other good defense as well, which is that okay, the line was cut, but it is kind of the subtext of the entire thing. It's almost, it's not the line calling out the subtext is missing, but the message that the line imparts is not. You do pick up what the line means from everything you're watching.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just kind of a bit of a shame that it was never voiced, but yeah, good to see that you just admit that's just a cock up. Cock ups will happen, and at least the rest of the show is excellent, which helps. So yeah, having encouraged him, and then told him that he could have basically this entire new retrofitted shield for almost free. That's the end
Copper or
of this
penny,
scene. Yeah,
Which
just
is
the
a
red
really
copper.
solid scene. It makes you like Steel. He paid
It
a whole
really
bunch,
is.
but it also just gets you on Dunk's side a lot as well. And you just see this fear in his eyes, like he's really having to deal with this insane scenario. And you're like, man, I hope nothing too bad happens to you. So I've come to like you a whole bunch.
And it's the world they all live in. They are all used to being the victims of these great injustices that the lords above them perpetrate. So you find strength in numbers, and you support each other through it as best you can, even if it's still quite slender hope that remains to you. You still you do your best by your friends, and
Charging a copper feels like when lawyers say like, give me like $1 right now so that I can
yeah.
it feels like it's like, let's just complete the transaction, but I'll charge you the lowest possible amount.
So Dunk arrives at the field where all of this is going to be decided, and it's being made ready for this trial of 7. And there are several people already there waiting for him. So you think, good, so Stefan is come through on his word, because there's Sir Lionel Baratheon, he's there. And you've also got Humphrey Harding, who's there, and you've got Humphrey Beesbury, who's there, and you've got Robin Reisling, who's there. So Stefan himself is not there yet, but the one thing I quite like about this is that with the exception of Sir Lionel, these are all very minor characters, but they've got a reason. They're not just randomly spawned out of the ether. Because Sir Humphrey's the one who broke his leg when Aerion stabbed his horse.
Yep.
And Sir Humphrey Beesbury is there because he is brother by marriage to Sir Humphrey Harding, so he's there out of family loyalty. Robin Reisling is there because he's mad.
Let me ask you about the Beesbury guy. All right, I don't know a lot of Game of Thrones lore and stuff. Is that really his mustache color, or is that like a fashion thing?
I can't speak to if that was described explicitly in any particular book, but I completely buy it as a thing. And everyone in this universe takes their animal icons very seriously.
And there's a lot of people are a lot more, shall we say, extravagantly described in A Song of Ice and Fire than they are depicted in the various shows typically.
Yeah, if anything, the show dies it down, like with a lot of this stuff.
Shame.
No, I know, because I love it.
The whole all of it ride, because it's all less fantasy than it is in the books.
Which I think they're trying to, curve as we go further. Maybe, I don't know. I hope so anyway, because it was D&D's sort of set the tone permanently on that front, which is a bit of a shame.
Because because you hear about stuff like Warhammer Fantasy and things of that nature, and it's really kind of out there. And there's a level of goof that's sort of built into it that helps contrast with how much terrible stuff is really out there, and it gives it a lot of character. So it'd be nice to see that kind of stuff. Like, I like it. I like that people have these characterful kind of aesthetic choices and things. But I didn't know, it was like, is that just like a weird, like the Targaryens have white hair and stuff like that? Is that one of those things where he just has? These have really bright orange facial hair or mustaches.
I just
or
love
whatever. Because I don't know, it could be both.
The way Beesbury's do funerals, or like with the bees. It was just like, of course, it's so insane, but also kind of like neat.
It was I
think it's really nice.
It was a little pet peeve of mine with the earlier portrayal of the tournament, actually, because the tournament is like someone's thrown a big party, and you have a lot of like there were Tullys in the tug of war, I believe, and I barely even registered that they were nobility, because everyone was, except for Lionel, essentially, was dressed in like really drab colors. Like,
I know
people
what you
did
mean,
not seem to have showed up like
Please bring
dressed to
colors.
impress.
Please bring colors to these shows and these medieval shows and fantasy shows.
No, yeah, I actually, that criticism came up a bit when I saw the first episode come out, this first and second episode, but the more the show went on, people stopped sort of highlighting that, I think, because they were just so taken with the story. And it is kind of like worth remembering. It's like, yeah, we want, obviously, first and foremost, the great writing, but it would be neat to have more color, for sure. For sure.
A show like this can really undo, I mean, I'm just going to call it what it is, undo the damage that was said a long time ago, where medieval, societies and fantasy societies are portrayed as just dull and brown, and everyone's dirty and stinky, and like, oh man, if you could really help to kind of right the ship on that, it'd be really a lot more interesting and neat. So
Speaking of brown or mystery, I highly recommend Ahoy's.
Yeah.
Where do you think I'm going?
Sorry. No, you just referenced the thing that I thought was really funny, and I was reminiscing for a moment.
Yes, it's good times. But I was going to say, Ahoy's got a new video, and he addresses the controversy of the era of brown in gaming. And he goes into it and
some very interesting results. Honestly,
yeah, he tries to figure out if it were truly brown, if was it a brown era or not. And yeah,
that was so cool, man. The fact that he walked through the entire process for essentially drawing his conclusions, like the rationale for the games that he chose, how much of the games he was going to sample, the different like metrics he was going to use, like not just the colors but saturation, brightness, and everything. That was like a really cool video. I feel like I learned so much about the changing of sort of art style goals over the course of the last 20 years.
He's been like an incredibly goated YouTuber for, I don't even know when he started, but I was gonna say like 15 years. He's still not lost a lick of quality. Insane productions. I wish the best for him.
What was the brownest game again? I can't remember.
Oh fuck! I should have remembered that as well.
The darkest was Resident Evil 7.
Wasn't
that was dark?
One of
that was the darkest.
Oh, didn't GTA hit one of the?
Vice City was the brownest. That's right.
Yeah.
It was Vice City, and then it was very surpurping because whenever you think of Vice City,
really,
yeah,
yes, because whenever you're thinking of Vice City, you're thinking of all of the neon, right, on the sort of the main strip opposite the beach.
Tommy's
but then you forget that,
I mean, the shirt and when you go
over to the second island, and even on the first island, there ain't a lot of that neon anymore. It's like you remind yourself when you. It's kind of funny because it feels like you play a lot. I know that I feel like I saw a video that talked about this, but I think basically nobody remembers just how large the beach is in Vice City. It's huge. The beach takes up half of the first island, but you wouldn't think of it as taking up that much space. It's like the way that you imagine how the game looks and how the world is structured. It like changes with the passing of time until you go back and go, holy shit, Kind of like how you realize that a lot of these maps were pretty small when they felt very enormous when you played them, you played these games 20 years ago.
His approach, his research, his breakdown is all great. He has an amazing voice. He paces it really well. You get information you'll be interested, especially if you're familiar with the generations he's talking about. But even if you're not, the channel is Ahoy, AHOY, and that should narrow it down. But if it doesn't, just try like Ahoy and any keywords like Quake, Doom, video games, guns, shooters.
Like when video games were brown.
Yeah, video games brown. Ahoy would probably get it as well. But the thing is, I'm saying this is like if because it's been a while since I last mentioned his channel. On this channel, you should just watch his whole fucking library. He just does nothing but amazing videos. Might just get obsessed. He takes his time in the best way.
Yeah, I'll give that a look. Yeah, the Vice City one is strange. I guess it's because when I typically played it, it would be like at a friend's house. So it wasn't like I had it at my own place to sit down and play it and experience the entirety of it. I guess I.
Well, no, I mean, as somebody who has played it, I was shocked. I was stunned that was actually the case. But then, as soon as he presented it, it was like, oh yeah, that's true. Actually, most of the game is, of course, not neon drenched. I'm surprised it's browner than because San Andreas. Obviously the fact that it's set in like the southwest of the United States and it's got like a massive desert as part of it, as well as a general sort of direction that it's going with its art style. But interesting video. Go watch it. Good stuff. But here we're not dealing with brown. It's gray. It's a very gray day.
It's grey and misty and smoky, which will be useful for them
very
to keep
cinematic.
the VFX budget down later. But so Dunk thanks all of these motley crew of knights for arriving, and he says, can't thank them enough, nor Sir Stefan for bringing you. And Lionel Baratheon says, who the fuck is Sir Stevron? Your boyfriend.
That's one of my favorite lines of the whole season. It's so funny. Who the fuck is this Devron?
He's got so many lines. I do like Lionel. So Lionel gives his own reason for being here. He says, "There's not been a trial of 7 for 100 years. I wasn't about to miss a chance to bloody up the Kingsguard in their pretty white gowns." So things are looking kind of up. Not only are there more people here than Dunk expected there to be, but Raymond notices that the other side, the accuser side, only seems to have 6 riders, which is bad news for them. And Dunk says, "Is it possible that Arian hasn't found a 7th to take up his claim?" And then Sir Stefan arrives, and he asks Raymond for his helm. And but he has arrived alone, which is it's a little bit suspicious because he needed to have brought at least one person with him in order to make up the 7. And Dunk says, "What of your friends? We only need 1 more to make our 7." But then Sir Stefan does the rug pull, says, "I'm afraid you'll need 2 more. I fight with Prince Arian and the accusers." What a dick.
Yeah.
He has double-crossed him, and Raymond says, "You told Sir Duncan to rely on you," and Stefan says, "Our prince would not have made me a lord elsewise, but for it thwarted Sir Duncan." And Raymond, disgusted, says, "You traded your honor for a lordship?" And Sir Stefan says, "Cousin, I know a great men who have traded their honor for far less. It was a bargain well struck. Fetch me my horse." And Raymond refuses. He spits on the floor and he pushes Sir Stefan away and tells him to get him himself. But now things have gone from looking extremely rosy to extremely shit. He has been betrayed. He is now 2 members short of his full 7, and the enemy has someone who promised to be on his side, has now gone over for a minor lordship.
Yeah, we went from 6-6 to 7-5, which sucks. But here we are.
And it was foreshadowed. He is truly rotten to the core. But this is unfortunately the reality of many knights of the Seven Kingdom, is that they are not actually these honorable people to look up to. This is what they do. They're grubby. They are politicking. They will double cross you if they think they can get ahead from it. So yeah, things are looking pretty bleak now. And Dunk says we're lost. And Raymond is very, very pissed off because finally his evil shitbag cousin has gone too far, and he demands that Dunk knight him. He'll take his cousin's place. And Dunk is reluctant to do this. I shouldn't do this. And it's going to be interesting to sort of try and interpret why he thinks that he shouldn't. The rule is, of course, any knight can knight and knight. And it's, is Dunk in fact a knight? Was Dunk himself ever knighted? Is he saying I shouldn't because he never was? Or is he saying I shouldn't because he doesn't want to get an innocent man killed in his defense? Open question at this point. But Raymond points out, without me, you're only 5. You cannot win with 5. And Sir Lionel says that is the truth, I'm afraid. So go on, Sir Duncan.
Yeah,
Dunk still hesitates, though.
Whether or not Dunk has gotten enough of a knighthood that we've not seen to, quantify, like he's able to do this. He doesn't feel he is. Like he clearly in his own head feels that if he were to knight Sir Raymond, that would be or Raymond to Sir Raymond, it would be, how do you put it, like wrong, kind of. Like and he just doesn't want to, and I think this is really good conflict because it's like, well, but surely that doesn't matter in the face of what's about to happen. On top of the fact that you have clearly, opted yourself as a knight when you don't necessarily feel that's right. So like, what's one more guy? But I just love that Dunk feels this way about it. It's like I don't want to because it feels wrong. It's like you deserve a proper knighthood, not from me. Like it wouldn't mean as much from me. When again ties into what the whole series is about. And yeah, just having that moment of relief is like, oh, Lionel will do it. You're like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Do you think
And
that
Lionel
do you think Lionel doubts that Dunk really was knighted?
I
Do you
didn't
think
get that
that's
impression. I thought it was just,
that look he gives him, like
I-
wondering, like, are you really a knight? Like,
I mean, I
that's
guess
sort
it's
of like,
possible. I just didn't get that impression. I thought Lionel was just
No.
kind of like, go get your shit done. I'll do this. I'll get this out of the way.
I don't think
I don't
Lionel's
even
very
mean in the
interested.
negative. I don't even think like in a necessarily negative way. Just like it doesn't matter if you are or not. But is that why you don't think that you could really do it?
I think Lionel's. I mean, the read I got from him is that he wouldn't have cared either way and didn't ask the question. He wants
Yeah, I
to
don't think he
get
cares
fame and
either.
renown and to bloody up the Kingsguard, and that's what he's here for. And he'll do this is the quickest way of doing that. We need an extra person. I'm going to knight you. And Dunk is rescued from having to do it or declare himself one way or the other because the horn goes, and obviously it's now time for it to begin because Lord Ashford has arrived to commence this trial by 7. And so Dunk goes off to meet him, and he looks up as we sort of cut between him riding off and Sir Lionel knighting Raymond, and
Love
we
these
briefly get a
shots.
flashback then to Sir Arlen, and Sir Arlen makes what I think we can call an extremely enigmatic face at an extremely enigmatic moment as well. I say, what does he mean? What do the showrunners mean by this? And what is he conveying with this look? As he looks down on Dunk, as Dunk looks up at the dais, what is he trying to convey? Is he only trying to convey uncertainty? Is he trying to say that he didn't really knight Dunk, and what is Dunk doing here? Or is he trying to say that, yeah, fuck it, you're in a bit of a mess here?
I did
haven't prepared
get
you
a
for
little
this.
bit of an impression on my first run through that he was like thinking about what would Arlen tell him as the best advice for how to deal with this situation, that even his perception of Arlen would be like, dude, I don't know. Like, this is insane. But no, by the way, I think when we watched it, Friggy, you had a little bit of a thing about like, knights are so fucking cool when he was
Yeah,
knighting
I
him.
did when Lionel was knighting Raymond, and they had all of these really wonderful shots, and sort of drawing it out, and it's all. It is just like, dude, this is cool, man. Knights are really cool.
It's a
like
really
you need
awesome thing from our own history that you can describe the state of being essentially as mounted warrior aristocracy. Like that's what they were.
Yeah.
It's just
And
neat.
the whole all of the words that he's saying, right? That if this is actually something that they live by, this sort of chivalrous code, it's like, man, that's really awesome. Obviously, as is explored in this show, right? This show is ultimately about what it means to be a knight, whether or not it has to do with like acclaim or titles or land, or if you embody certain transcendental values. And obviously, the show lands on the correct conclusion, I suppose, in that sense. But it is just like, yeah, as you're watching that sequence, you're reminded, like, damn, man, what a cool thing this is. Like, knights are awesome with their swords and their armor and riding on horses. It's like, man, that's some cool shit.
I also,
Yeah,
because
bring him back.
I love Lionel's armor as well, and his sort of just overall energy. And so the idea is like getting knighted by him, and then you have his voiceover where he's taking it seriously. You're kind of like, oh, this is cool. It's like a uniting force for all the different characters, like knighthood being a
Yeah, it's
a thing.
slow-mo and
What it means to each of
voiceover.
them.
It really is cool.
But
It's the
it
colors
hasn't
too,
quite
the yellow,
solved
the
the
gold, and the
problem.
black.
Oh yeah, his outfit's great, and this giant antler helm. Yeah, we won't see too much of him during the fight that follows, which is a bit of a shame. But his look is impressive. However, he has not completely solved the problem because though he's now brought the number up to 6, 6 is not 7. So this is pointed
No.
out. Hmm.
No, you're right. 6 is not 7. It's it is like there is a task ahead of him, which I guess what's funny is that like this is a sequence that's about to come up. We know like what sort of the expectation, right? He's gonna give like a big speech and hopefully inspire the someone in the crowd to sort of come to his aid. And in a sense, the show is the show is, because I suppose like if it was Game of Thrones, I guess you would just be like, wow, it's not going to work, is it? But in this is like, well, I don't know, maybe it will work, right? We're going for something different here.
Yeah, we've seen enough good luck for the protagonist. So, well, I say good luck; it's all earned. But we've seen enough positivity and people coming together in times of adversity to think maybe this time it will be different. But at the moment, it looks kind of bleak though, because the rules are that if you cannot find a 7th person to join you, then you will be declared guilty of your crimes. Won't even have the tournament. You can't even find 7 people to stand for you. So Dunk asks for a moment, and he is given a moment, and then he rides before all the gathered knights up in the dais, and this is where he gives his big speech. And you're sort of like on one of those, because you've already seen that he's appealed to a whole bunch of these people to do the right thing already. Like he spent most of the first couple of episodes going around trying to ask them to vouch for him, and they wouldn't do it. And here are the same people arraigned before him now. And is he going to have the persuasive power to change their minds about all of this? And so he gives his speech, and I think I'm right. So the actor kind of dictated a huge amount of how much like the pacing of the scene, chose all of his movements, chose when to canter the horse.
He's on the
for
horse,
all the
man.
energy.
Yeah.
Um,
I imagine.
Yeah, and so he says, I know none of you remember Sir Arden of Pennytree, but I was his squire. We served many of you, ate at your table, slept in your halls. He was a good man, and he taught me how to be a knight. Not just sword and lance, but honour. A knight defends the innocent. That's all I did. I was not Sir Arden's blood, but I followed his example, as your sons will follow yours. And you see cutaways to fathers and sons sitting next to each other in the crowd as he says this. And he says, who will stand and fight with me? And it's stirring, and it's effective. And then we cut back to the audience, and up stands the brute of House Bracken. And you think, oh yes, the music is swelling. Clearly this man has been persuaded. But then you remember that his surname is Bracken, and Bracken's a cunt, and so he farts. And then he sits down, and everybody laughs.
Which, by the
So-
way, I thought was somewhat risky for the tone being set here, but like it just worked really well for many people. I thought this was simultaneously funny and like sort of appropriate with what this scene does in totality, like as representative of the kind of, I guess, perception from the audience.
The attitudes that people can have towards knighthood, and it makes it's almost like a secondary antagonist out there. The lesser knights, or the people who don't appeal to honor or don't have it, or I
It's,
did
I
like
think
that.
that if people were
it's interesting
getting partially even convinced, it's like they get pushed back down and said, nah, I'm not going to do anything. No.
Yeah, well, yeah, and it's reflected, because he says, your sons will follow your example, and they're all, you actually do see, right, that they're all sort of laughing along, like, haha, that was really funny. Yeah, who cares about this knight? It is sort of like it's depressing even beyond the scope of that if nobody comes to Dunk's aid, that he's doomed. It's like, well, you're proving his words true. You are setting an example. It's a very bad one.
And this, Dunk is simultaneously angered and despairing as a result of this. So he takes up his speech again, and he says, almost accusing, if courage deserted the noble houses of Westeros, I will not believe it is so. Are there no true knights among you? And nobody responds.
Yes,
So it's
love that
kinda-
line.
Yeah, it's a good line. And then we
And
get
it's
a nice-
also it's I suppose it's worth noting that this is this is like an interesting aspect of Dunk that we haven't really gotten the opportunity to see before. I guess we get sort of a non-verbal, I suppose, glimpse of this with the fact that he did charge straight into the danger to defend the innocent, right, which is what got him in this mess in the first place. But the idea that Dunk, who's kind of shy and makes himself smaller and has some level of awkwardness to him and aloofness, that he has done this sort of stirring speech that didn't work, and then is essentially, even though it's tinged with a sort of desperate, almost pleading, that it is quite brave of him to essentially just chastise all of these people that he would have a couple of episodes ago said were his betters, and that you should have respect and know your place, that he's willing to give this speech and to chastise them directly for having no integrity or honor. It's like, oh damn, I could see that you could be a leader at some point in the future. You have that quality in you. I wonder if he will be.
I wonder indeed. But for now, another leader emerges because nobody responds to this chastisement, and you get a nice lingering shot as everyone. It does seem like he's genuinely been defeated. But then you hear the doors of the arena open, and a rider enters, and it's wearing Valar's armor, but it is not Prince Valar because he takes off his helmet. And the Game of Thrones music cuts in, and it swells. And when the helmet is removed, you see that it is Baelor himself. He has arrived, and he says, "I will take Sir Duncan's side." And it's just nice because some people were slightly put off at the way that the music was cut off with the liquid shit in episode 1. And yet
Yeah.
here, the music has come back and it's being used for the precise opposite purpose. And it's nice. You're using the Game of Thrones theme now, like not diegetically, but narratively. It's not just the Game of Thrones theme because it's the Game of Thrones theme. It now represents something. It represents heroism and aspiration and something great, as opposed to just being the theme song for a show, which is good. I like that quite
Yeah.
a lot.
I think it was a really, really good choice. There's a lot of stuff going on here that's very positive, and I'm sure we're about to get into it. Though I do think, in retrospect, they probably, if they had given a bit more attention to the armor he's using, it would probably lead you, because like a lot of audiences, I think, are just going to see there's a Black Knight. I have no idea who that is, but you might be able to spot the Targaryen sigil, as well as realizing whose armor specifically that is, because you have actually seen it before. But it's so quick, I just don't think many people will be able to. And then you get the reveal pretty quickly anyway.
Yeah, because I think this came up when we were talking about the like Valar's appearance in the earlier episode. Because I know you'd brought up the fact that we never really seem to see him from the most revealing side of his head, which is already a bit of a problem. But given how important the armor is, and how important it is that it is his armor and not Baelor's armor later,
Yeah.
the fact that you only see him in it once, I think, and only for like a couple of seconds, it's really, really important. And I as much as I admire this show for not going out of its way to beat you over the face when something is important, it probably could have stood to stress it a little bit more. That this is who the armor belongs to.
This scene is really fucking strong. All I'm saying is, like, if you want people to have understood those little extra bits, it's like you only need to push them a little bit in earlier episodes. Having someone even make a comment about Valar's armor so that people can sort of just be like, I know that's a thing, and then move on, in whatever contextual way you need to. It's just, but to roll on the compliments, this is insane as an event, as a series of events, as a turn. Targaryen's having enough trouble as is, but Baelor's decided this is the only solution left, and he can't let this knight suffer this injustice, which is very much a what the fuck are you doing? But ultimately, he's been kind of forced into this position of having to choose and try to find a way out at several turns, and has ultimately kind of now ended up in the worst possible position where he has to take up a sword against his own family for the very reasons that he's trying to help fix his family's perception. Is just the nature of honor and leadership and knighthood. What a catastrophe, but simultaneously a big old flip of the stakes. Gives you a bit of hope.
It does. And Maegard says, have you taken leave of your senses? This man attacked my son. But Baelor says, this man protected the innocent as every true knight must. Let the gods decide if he was right or wrong. And
how many layers? Because that's what he's doing right now.
Is that you don't get genuine nobility very often in Game of Thrones. Usually because genuine nobility is what gets you killed. Oh, I wonder if that was foreshadowing. Now I mentioned that, but it's just great to see. This is a good, genuine nobleman who recognizes right from wrong, and he's now going to try and use the system he sits over in service of the good, as opposed to allowing it to do something grave and unjust. It just fills you with optimism and hope and happiness. Baelor is a great man, clearly. He'll make a great king, I'm sure.
Yay.
But that brings us to the end of episode 4. So I'd say just carrying on strong, just as we left it last time.
Which gave us a big old week and a half break because this came out early for the Super Bowl.
Oh god, that was annoying. I can't remember the last time I was annoyed about that.
I know.
It's
the big game.
Television show, yeah.
It's like this is the true Super Bowl. Anyway, it's like I don't care about people throwing eggs. I want to see who wins this trial of 7.
Throwing eggs.
I hope they don't throw egg in this show.
So that brings us to episode 5, and we pick up basically straight after this. And Baelor is giving strategic and tactical instructions to the rest of them. There's a bit here which is missing from the book, which I think is a slight shame. So Baelor tells them here, he says, do not panic, remain in formation, keep your mounts as long as you can. These men mean to see you dead, they will fight savagely. The missing bit is that in the book, he's more specific, and he quite specifically tells them that rather than using war lances, they should use tawny lances, because tawny lances are longer, and if you can knock them off their horses more easily, you don't have to kill them straight away. It will make everything significantly easier for you, because most of this fighting will probably take place once you've all been dehorsed. So that's missing, and it's fine, it's not a huge difference. The thing is, though, that there is a part, without spoiling anything much, there is a part of the mystery night, which I assume they will keep in, where Dunk looks back at this instruction and tells it to somebody else. And so it's a moment where he has learned something and evidently remembered something of Baelor, who's made this impression on him. And because they've not kept in the specific instruction, they won't be able to use that as a payoff in the same way. Relatively minor, I suppose, but still, it would be really easy to have kept in as a single line of dialogue. So I'm sure that they'll probably find some other way of calling back to Baelor in subsequent seasons of this show. It's just that there would have been a very specific instance, and now they'll have to be slightly vaguer about it.
This was, I think it was better handled in the book. The sort of the reformatting of this fight feels like just a huge hope scene. Baelor laying out all the tactics, and basically we go from 6 men versus 7, and of the 6, 2 of them are very green, as is stated, but just not ready for fighting. One of them is pretty heavily injured, and it's just like, so we're just losing. We're against like 3 of the greatest warriors, and then 3 Targaryen royals plus Stefan. So it's looking really bad. But then Baelor's like, okay, we've got the advantage now because I borderline counter 3 Kings Guard. I will go for them straight away. So I'm like a shield against them to you, but also I'm going to be unhorsing them and knocking them out of the fight gradually. So it creates like this investment in strategy, and then the War Lances versus the Tawny Lances, which is a hugely interesting tactical option that gives you another sort of sense of hope, like I said. And then we already know that one of those horses is going down cooperatively on the other side, so it really then is starting to look like if everyone can just do well enough, we can not only win, but we might be able to win with no casualties as well. It feels like it's just coming across that part. I feel like got a bit more breathing room than in the show, where it's done quite quickly, and it feels almost like we skip over maybe some major details getting a bit more time.
Yeah, because from what I remember of the book, that sense of heroism and almost like the plan being just perfect persists even as they're riding down at each other. Whereas in the show, when they start riding at each other, it's like, okay, shit's getting real now. Whereas in the book, it's, fuck, we might actually win. And then it's because the book can take a little bit longer with Dunk's perspective as he's riding at Arion for the first time. And so obviously you have the advantage of the internal monologue, and so in the book he's riding and he spots, I think it's the golden dragon that Arion has on his helmet, I think he gets distracted by a detail, and it's like he doesn't aim properly, and so like the tone of it shifts basically on the moment that the lance misses and then Arion's lance strikes, whereas here this is going to be fucking horrible and dangerous, and we might win, but it's going to be uncertain. And then when you start the ride, it's like now the serious fighting begins. So it's more immediate in a sense in the book. It doesn't take there's that one obvious impact moment that shifts everything. But I mean, a lot of the book stuff does remain in this. So you still get like Baelor explaining these tactics. He can take out the Kingsguard because they're sworn not to harm a Prince of the Blood. There's a little bit of foreshadowing, I suppose, as well, because he's asked, is that honorable? And Baelor says the gods will let us know. And Lionel says, it's a curious line and a slightly insightful line from somebody like Lionel. It says, Mother loved you best. Shame, no man fights as fierce as one neglected by his mother. Which is interesting. It is insightful, and it is foreshadowing, because, you've got a couple of Targaryen princes, at least, on the field. One of them is the 4th son, who was in fact neglected by his mother, and one of them is Baelor himself. So I wonder if that might come back to haunt them.
It is a spoil, by the way. It's funny you guys suddenly care about the books when it comes to this. We're the same as literally everyone on planet Earth. We care about the sources we're aware of. However, we stay by our standard of the show is not better or worse because it is or isn't faithful. We're just comparing to a source.
We've always cared. It's always been if it's interesting to us, it's interesting to us.
That's what everyone does. You can't care about a source you're not aware of, or haven't read, or haven't experienced. It's like, that's how it works. We'll reference what we can when we can, and in this case, if we've, if we're aware of what it's adapting and how it did it, then we'll do comparisons. But we have, in the previous stream, talked about things that ended up in the show that are not in the book that are good. Like
There's quite a lot of those across Game of Thrones. I mean, Tywin, I would say Tywin Lannister is a better character in the first 4 seasons of the show than he is in the book. He's more interesting because what they do is they take a bunch of lines that I think some of which are spoken by Lord Bolton, in fact, and they give those lines to Tywin in some of those scenes with Arya, for example, which don't exist in the books, not in the same way. Some of them don't exist at all. And they make him a better, more interesting character. It's not discarding canonical material, but it's repurposing canonical material to elevate another character. That, of course, came back to bite the show later on, because then you have Bruce Bolton, who's a nothing character because all his best lines were taken from him. But it still made Tywin a more interesting character. Sometimes adaptations can understand the point of the original and do a better job of it. They've got the advantage of perspective.
There was a post the other day about like how much people love Ser Jorah from the show, and it's just like, yeah, you might not want to read the book, Jorah. You're not gonna
I've heard the opposite for Stannis. I've heard that the book is way better for that character. That's
Stannis,
I'd
Stannis
say
is
most
okay in season 1, but Stannis is shit in the show compared to
most
the book.
versions are better than show. There's a couple of exceptions, and I'd say one of them would be Ser Jorah, but one of them, yeah, maybe controversially, I'd say is Tywin. But that's probably Charles Dance plus couple of extra bits that didn't exist in the book.
Right, so like if there was an audio version of the books that he was in where Charles Dance played him, like he did the voice, that would change everything.
I mean, it'd be awesome. Yeah.
It might be cool, especially because is it Roy Dotrice who does the audiobooks for Game of Thrones?
Yes.
You can't decide what voice. Like, so in the book 1, Tywin is Welsh, and in book 2 he's Winston Churchill for some reason, and then in book 3 he's somebody else.
Roy Dotrice has an interesting set of pronunciations for different things as well, but I'm particularly sad about that. I'm kind of a fan of him because I've known him from a bunch of stuff. He's in he's how do I put this in the most non-spoilery way possible? He is Fring, season 5 of Angel. Do you remember the episode Lineage? Do you know which one I'm talking about?
I definitely remember the name.
It's where a certain thing happens for a certain character involving, I could say, ninja cyborgs. You know what episode now, right?
Oh yeah.
He's the dad. That's Roy Dotrice.
Oh,
he's fucking great in that episode. He's a really awesome, just artist in general. He turns up in season 2 of Game of Thrones. He's the guy in charge of the wildfire.
He's the pyromancer, isn't he?
It's a fun little cameo. Something that pisses me off is that I really liked him doing the audiobooks for Game of Thrones, and it's just like he can't finish them because unfortunately he died. And it's just like, it had George written just a little bit faster, we could have had the full run with him, but not possible now, unfortunately.
Shame. But well, apparently George is now writing more of these books, even though he said he wasn't going to write them until after he finished.
Well, Harry Lloyd will be around
more of them
for a long time, so hopefully George doesn't take so long that Harry Lloyd dies of old age.
He finishes them when he's like 80 years old, and they still haven't managed to get the fucking audio mixed right. God damn it! Those books are annoying, read by him. It's like the volume is not level. You try and listen to it on one volume, and half of it's whispered. George is writing more of these. He's got 2 more planned. One of them's up in Winterfell, I believe. So he might actually get some work done in the next couple of years before this show finishes. And so we can carry on with source material. But we will wait and see and doubt. But back to the Trial of 7. Obviously, it's all kicking off now. And Baelor's final instruction is be vigilant, don't die. Which is short and sweet, I suppose.
Yep.
Egg hands Dunk the lance, and Egg's looking nervous, but Dunk they're back on good terms now. Egg is loyal, he's a good boy, he's a good squire, and Dunk realizes how nervous he is, and he reminds him of the exchange they had, I think, in episode 2. Says, "You best be here when I get back. Rob me, and I'll hunt you down with dogs." And Egg barks at him, and it's a nice little moment of tension, but sort of camaraderie before everything really, really gets going. And Dunk then turns his horse and rides to his starting position, and the Septon gives the opening prayer, it says they all put the helmets on now, so it's really getting serious, and you get the the interior shot from the helmet, which is cool as well, because you see how very, very difficult it is to see anything through these things, but they're there to be protective. But the camera shot from inside Dunk's helmet in particular, which they did by, I think I mentioned in the last stream, you actually stick a small camera inside the helmet and have him hold it on his chest height, and then you film from inside it. And it gives you this really sort of claustrophobic perspective. Everything he's seeing, you're literally seeing yourself, and you can barely see the opponents because all the mist is all around. You can't see peripherally, you can't see up and down, you can just see straight in front of you.
It's also important as a choice for getting us in Dunk's head, which we're going to probably be complimenting a lot of the choices in this whole sequence for that. Really getting you on his side, understanding what he's feeling thoroughly, which, one of the more impressive bits for me, because I was very taken with this, I was very fucking attached to it. The whole like all the prep, all the different noises of people moving different things around, everything's happening so fast, it's very difficult to process. Everyone putting different pieces of equipment on and attaching them, horses moving and neighing and people shouting. It all mixes in with the actual beginning of the whole thing, to the point where he can't even discern the starting point necessarily through all of this, and then sort of freezes. I thought that was a really good choice to capture how this can happen. Because I think with everything that's gone on, an audience might be like, what the fuck, he's screwing this up? And it's like, yeah, he's just fucking so stressful.
It helps you to not, because a lot of the times if you have too much like tense action that's going on without any sort of breather or stop or breakup in the like pacing, you can almost get lost in it. So you need those breather moments where you have, the flashbacks and him thinking of other things and the pauses, and it helps almost paradoxically keeping the tension prolonged without it, breaking and going too far.
Yeah, and then there's a big example of that coming up pretty much now, in fact, because everything's been leading up to this moment, so you expect what you're going to get is this long, unbroken, high octane, bloody, gritty fight scene. But Dunk takes this huge and really, really bad blow just on the first charge. He misses Arian. Arian's lance basically skewers him, gets under his shield, breaks the shield, pierces his torso, and then you see Arian he drops the lance, what's left of his lance anyway, and grabs this big chain mace. And Dunk is already kind of almost out of it. It's like he's basically inches from death on the first tilt, and this has just begun. And his shield is fucked, the stronger one that Steely Pate gave him, which is supposed to, you put all your trust and faith in this thing, and it's supposed to be really, really meaningful. And all of a sudden, it's not. It's gone. This is so much worse than he could have expected it to go. And he pulls that splintered lance out from inside him, which is horrible. And as soon as he does that, he then gets twatted in the face by the chain mace. And then he falls from his horse. And you think, oh shit, what's going to happen next? And what's going to happen next is a flashback. That's the end.
Which
quite a long time.
Was somewhat anticipated with better discussions about this episode before it was happening by a lot of people, because if you've read the book, you know this fight is very short. And so it's like, how are they going to be adapting this, especially with budget constraints as well? So a lot of people assumed, naturally, we're going to be getting some kind of flashback, which is not unheard of in a moment like this, where you give us context to why, like what's so meaningful about this character, what journey they've been on. But it's still, undeniably, when you see this, going to be a risky move.
Especially with the sheer length of time we stay away.
Yes, you just have to understand, because we'll obviously talk about this for what it does, but what people felt and experienced and stuff. A lot of people aren't going to want to be going out of the fight right now.
Especially not to, not even a recent flashback and not a short flashback, but a long flashback to a long time ago, and I think it does a pretty good job of making itself relevant by the end, but you could be forgiven for thinking, wait, why are we doing this now, of all things we could be doing now? But so we cut back to a young Dunk, and he is on, I think it might even be Redgrass Field itself, immediately after the big final battle of the Blackfire Rebellion. And he finds a man who's been crushed under his horse, and he's dying. And he goes to smother him and put him out of his misery. But then someone pulls him off, and this is the girl he's with, whose name is Rafe, and she's kind of his friend/girlfriend. And she stops him from smothering this knight, but not for any noble reason. She says he's got a seal, and Dunk says, well, he's dying, though. And Rafe says, but if we can get him off the hill, someone might pay us a ransom for him. So don't do that. And then they have to pull him out from underneath this horse, and in doing so, they kill him anyway. And it's just like, kind of, you don't, from this immediately, the opening scene, you don't know why we're doing this now. It seems like a really, really strange artistic choice to have gone back to this particular part of his history. But it brings a bit more of the Blackfire stuff in, obviously, and Rafe and all the backstory. But it sort of immediately cuts back from this really, really high stakes, high tension thing to more of, I suppose, what you'd call the show's typical tone, which is very serious things happen, but people can be quite flippant about them. So they've just killed this man accidentally, and Rafe says, "Fuck, do you know any words?" And Dunk doesn't even know what she means by that. And Rafe says, "Well, when these bloody highborns spoil, you've got to say words for them when they die." And Dunk says, "Why?" And she says, "So they don't end up in no hell with the rest of us." And Dunk says, "I don't know any words." And so Rafe says, "Well, check his mouth. I know a witch who pays copper for teeth." And so it's back. Like, the stakes are immediately very, very different in this entire sequence. It's just, it's a really, really interesting choice that they've made. And I think you're right. It's partly to stagger out the very short fight scene. But then, you could have spent more time doing the joust than the book spends, and you could have shifted perspectives away from other people if you wanted to. But they very clearly wanted to keep all of that purely from Dunk's perspective, and there just isn't enough to go on to make a whole episode out of that.
There's it's easy to take this as we're resetting somewhat. I'm just going to start judging this as storytelling until we discover wider what the point of all of this is going to be. It's an interesting thing to get started straight away that, these two together, one thinks to put the creature out of its misery, and the other thinks, well, hang on, we could make money. It's already, like, pits them as two alternates of like, what's going on for these two characters. Obviously, it shouldn't be surprising anybody that this would be Dunk, and then, whoever Rafe is, we'll discover as time goes on. But yes, there's lots of different things. Everyone was talking about, like, strategy-wise, is like, could you have maybe split this up over the course of the fight? Could we have had this flashback before, and the fight is just a little longer with more footage of other people? But I suppose maybe we should get into the pros and cons of that once we get further into the episode, maybe even the end of this one.
Yeah.
So we then cut to find Dunk and Rafe walking through the woods. They have to hide from a rider. A guy is riding past with something bloody in a big sack, which is the only time you really see it. It's just sort of blink and you miss it, but there he is. And then he's gone. They hide from him. He disappears. Then once he's gone, they pick up again. They start walking back through the woods. And you get from their conversation that they're sort of thinking about leaving. And because Dunk says, young Dunk, this is, "I don't know why we're in such a rush to leave anymore. The war's over. The Black Dragon is dead." And Ferret said, "We'll all get free bread now." But this is sort of early Dunk is not so much different from older Dunk. He's very naive. He's very matter of fact. And Rafe is the one who's sort of teaching him the way the world really works. She says, "You stupid, nothing's over. Don't you remember when Pudding killed Cedric's little brother?" And young Dunk says, "Well, that was just an accident." And Rafe says, "Yeah, and we all figured that would be an end to it. But Cedric came back a year later and burned down half of Flea Bottom trying to kill Pudding. No one forgets shit. You hurt someone, they hurt you back. If you want to stay, fine, but Flea Bottom is full up on people hurting. It's tinder waiting to catch." So she is keen on leaving Flea Bottom in King's Landing, and she's dragging him along for the ride, and he doesn't fully understand the gravity of all this stuff that's happening about him, because the Blackfire Rebellion is probably the single most dramatic and important moment in this period of the history of Westeros, and yet he's just a random orphan kid in Flea Bottom, and it doesn't really mean much to him. It means more to her, but then she's more wise than he is. Speaking of tinder waiting to catch, we then cut to Flea Bottom nearby. Lots of wounded soldiers lying around. And Dunk and Rafe, they get approached by Alistair, who is a member of the City Watch. And he is evil. He is a shit. He's horrible. He's just a dickhead.
I said when I saw him, it's like, perfect casting for a Grima Wormtongue if they need one. That guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
And he asks what they're carrying in their bag. And young Dunk lies badly. He says rats. And Alistair says, "Well, let's see him." Then they grab tries to grab the bag from them, but there's a commotion, and this disheveled old man who looks slightly familiar just bursts down the street and enters a building. And in this distraction that he causes, Dunk and Rafe Rafe specifically pickpockets Alistair, and then they run away. And Dunk is not happy about this. He says, "You shouldn't have done that because you know what Alistair's like." Which is, by the way, just a nice, very quick and efficient way of doing it. It's obviously not ideal to be introducing any new characters in a flashback in the penultimate episode of your show. But one way of doing that is just to establish them by reference. You know what Alistair's like, combined with what you've just seen him be like, is all the establishment work you need. It's extremely efficient, and it means you don't need to do too much else that will drag the pacing down.
Doing a lot of work because it's showing just how brazen Rafe is, and just when you might be of the position that it's almost incongruent. Like, how is she getting away with this? The show is like, she isn't.
Because, importantly, she is slightly more worldly wise than young Dunk is, but she's still a little bit naive and young and headstrong.
And believes she'll be out of here in none too long. So.
Yeah.
She does, yeah. She doesn't think they'll be lingering around too much longer. And her justification is the evil bastard was about to steal our shit, so I stole his.
Oh, yeah, it's worth noting. I think this is brought up on the Nerdrotic stream as well, but when he says what's in the bag and he says rats jingling it and you can hear clanking and stuff, it's like...
Yeah.
Like,
Whoops.
doesn't sound like rats.
Metal rats. The rats in
Obviously
armor.
not. Of all the things you could have lied about,
Yeah.
rats is not believable. What they have got, though, is a whole bunch of gear because they've been pilfering from the dead corpses on the field of battle. And they take it to deposit them with a sort of like this underground blacksmith type person. I guess he just collects all of this old gear from fighting that's been going on. And they try and get some money from him for the stuff they bought him. And he pays them some, but, and just a bit of important, but actually not all that relevant world building, given that it doesn't really intersect with the rest of the story too much. He does tell us that he's not going to take anything associated with the Blackfires anymore. Damon has lost. He was defeated, and he has to anything that has Blackfire branding on it. He's not going to take. They have to take it elsewhere, which is good just for like grounding you in historical context. Like this is just how the rebellions work. This has happened. Things were in play for a little while, but now it's been decidedly settled. Anyone caught with any Blackfire sigils on their person are probably going to be considered traitors themselves. He won't touch it. So they get paid less than they might have hoped for, and they have to take that away. But they do get paid some. So they go down into a little hidey hole where they spend a lot of their free time, and they start counting their coins. And Dunk asks if it's enough, and Rafe says it's enough. And Dunk is looking a bit nervous, but if it's enough, it's enough. And she tells him, don't lose your nerve now, because the ship part's done. We'll be sailing off into all kinds of adventures. Don't you want that? And Dunk says, well, I do. It's just... And Rafe's kind of losing her patience with him a little bit already. And he says, well, what if the free cities are no better than here? What if they're worse? And she says, well, then we'll go someplace else. And he says, well, what if everywhere is shit? Every place. What if this is the best there is? And Rafe doesn't really have an answer to that, so she just says, well, that would be quite sad. And
well,
then
lucky
Dunk
they're in
says,
such a wonderful world where there's plenty of wonderful places to visit.
I mean, there
Feels
are,
almost
but...
informative of the way Dunk ended up a little bit there.
What is the best? Go ahead.
Hmm?
Well, I accidentally interrupted you. You go ahead.
It's all right. I've lost my train of thought now.
All right. I was curious, like in the context of, I guess, this world, what is the best place to be, or the better places to be?
Well, wherever they go,
locations and
it's like, where's the best place to exist as a poor person, or where's the best opportunities to, climb the ladder? It's complicated to say exactly. But because this is why a lot of people would be in King's Landing is opportunity, presumably, it's capital and everything. But there's bad places all over the place, but there's also better places.
A city is definitely a thing that will give you social mobility that doesn't exist in the countryside of a feudal kingdom. Because if you're like a peasant working feudal land, you essentially just belong to your lord.
You do, and there's the illusion of safety as well, especially in times of war and conflict. If you can be inside the walls of the city, you will be... Well, you aren't going to be particularly safe, as you see in all of these flashback scenes, because Flea Bottom's a horrible shit place, but at least you won't be accosted by brigands on the road. So there's safety, there's potential economic opportunity, you can make a bit of cash, and hopefully with a bit of cash you can advance your way through business and commerce and make something of yourself. But it's... I wouldn't choose to go there. I just hate cities, though, so that's just my bias.
Flea Bottom, you do get a bowl of brown, so
you do.
keep that in mind.
And then Little Dunk asks, well, what if my mother comes back for me? I'm not stupid. I know she's dead. But what if she's just trying to get away from wherever she is, like we are? If I leave, then how will she find me? And it's just like, again, it's good because you see a lot of Dunk's later personality in young Dunk. He's like, he's he's not entirely thoughtful, but he has these two contradictory beliefs, and he has faith in things. And so even though he sometimes has to acknowledge reality, he also has this faith that maybe reality just isn't quite as bad as it maybe seems. It's like, I know she's dead, but what if she's just trying to get away? And Rafe says, you're fucking stupid. If your mother was alive, she's not coming back for you. And he kind of presses the point and says, you don't know that. And Rafe says, well, I know I never got nothing by waiting around. You want a family? Go out there and get one. And he says, well, I just want to be with you. And she says, because you love me? And he says, yeah. And she sort of hesitates and says, well, I love you too, don't I? And I'm going, so you best be coming with me. The city is too small for us, Dunk. Let's show her our ass. And out they go into Flea Bottom again. It's and it does do quite a good sense. I mean, all of the show's sort of sets and environmental storytelling are generally really, really good, but it's probably outside there's a couple of scenes with Arya, right, in the first season of the show in Flea Bottom, but I think this is the most time we've really spent around it.
Yeah, we've had
like,
pieces
in
of it
long
and
stretch.
characters talk about it, but this introduction where they just show all of the decay, the darkness, all the disgusting just elements of it. It's just like, yeah, that's Flea Bottom. That's but you do because you
And
get a
it's
bit of
just
it with
region, or at
this-
least like a city part of King's Landing, like
it's just the bottom of
dirty,
the city
dankest
essentially
part.
where all of the poorest people live. It's not like I don't know if it's actually etched out as like a fully regional place. At least not from what we've seen of Game of Thrones. We just assume it broadly exists. Because I was going to say they show it again with the High Sparrow stuff in season 6, Game of Thrones, right?
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, no, but it's clean. It seems very much cleaner there in that sequence than
That's because I
here.
think that's the thing that struck me about this is that they do a much better job, I think, in this sequence of having it's so close in. It's everything's built around it. The streets are so narrow; they're kind of literally overlooked by the buildings surrounding them. And obviously, it helps that you've got a bunch of soldiers dying in the street, but everything's way more claustrophobic and packed, and it's just it's not a nice place to be. Whereas from what I do remember seeing of it in the Game of Thrones show, it tends just to be a random given street somewhere in Malta, and Malta
Yeah,
looks quite nice. And it's hard to make Malta not look nice, and they don't really try, particularly in season 6.
like it's supposed to be. This is more a better sort of representation of what I imagine Flea Bottom would be like than in those bits. Like,
Definitely.
especially on the claustrophobia aspect, everyone just being like shoulder to shoulder almost in these narrow alleyways with everything being disgusting. It's like, yep, that seems about right. Disease just flying around, death and
Yeah.
decay. You gotta love it.
And they sort of use it to do some sort of vaguely thematic imagery as well, because you get a lot of looking up shots, and so that obviously you see all the shadows cast by these buildings, and the buildings are overhanging your perspective, but you can just about see this really beautiful sunlit day through these tiny cracks in the roofs of the streets as well. So it's like you're looking up and beyond to something which is bigger and more beautiful than where you're currently stuck, but it's hard to get out of there. But that is what they are trying to do anyway. So they go back out into the streets and they climb out of the hole, but they are being watched and followed by Alistair. They go in to try and buy passage on a ship out of the city, but they're rejected and they're told that the price has doubled because there's too much interest now. There are too many people looking to get away. And Rafe is extremely unhappy at this news. Dunk tries to reassure us, we can still find a way. And they leave, and then they are caught and accosted by Alistair himself. And now he's going to be even more of a dick because she stole his wineskin from him. And he almost compliments her for that. He says, "You've got quick hands. I used to have quick hands." And then he grabs her. And he asks for the ale skin back, and she says that she sold it, so he steals her coin purse and accuses them of stealing. And he says, stealing from dead nobles is still stealing. And Dunk says, what's stealing from us? And Alistair says, that's life, which is a good couple of juxtaposed lines there.
I mean, yeah, like
You
they give
live
a
by
fuck.
a different set of rules.
Like they'll happily steal from them. And yeah, he's missing a hand, isn't he, Mr. Alistair? So he must have had that chopped off as stealing at some point, I presume. Probably pretty annoyed about all that, and permanently tries to steal from stealers. That's his thing.
He does, and he keeps getting stolen from because so he grabs their coin purse, and obviously this is extremely annoying for Rafe in particular. And so to take revenge, she swipes his dagger from him as they leave, and camera cuts to the front, and she's looking smug. But then it cuts back, and he's already noticed, and he's like only feet away. She seems to think she's gotten away with this already, but he's just a couple of feet behind. He runs after them. He grabs her. He grabs the knife back from her, and he slits her throat. And then she falls on Dunk and she dies slowly and horribly.
Very strange experience watching this because I was simultaneously, it's like brutal, but I was also somewhat relieved in the sense of this is absolutely the repercussion of what she's been doing. Like, this is totally what's going to happen. And then it does happen. It's like, well, there it is. You know, it's brutal, it's rough, but it totally happens in this area of the city, especially if you're not kind of more like Dunk, where you're trying to keep your head down and survive, as opposed to Rafe, which seems to be more of a character of fuck this world, I deserve more, and I'll take it if I have to, sort of thing. So yeah, and just before that as well, they sort of have a back and forth that I thought for a second that she was going to somewhat betray him and take the coins and go herself.
I thought so too.
She says like
he'd wake up and she'd be gone or something.
She says you got plenty of time to wait for your dead mum now, sort of thing, and it's like, oh shit, she's not very, but you could have gone either direction, but this, I'd say they both kind of work as, let's just say Dunk's learning a lot in this moment. His reaction as well is somewhat reminiscent to the reaction he had when he entered the tent with Hansel getting a finger broken. This just utter shock and horror at what's just happened, sort of thing, and it starts to, because we're getting into the real meat of this flashback now. It's like what would have, you could start drawing sort of lines as to what has defined him as a person, basically, these events.
Yeah, because you say it's the seeds of, he jumps in to fight whenever there's this grave injustice without necessarily thinking for his own safety, which obviously we've already seen him do once in the show when he's older. We will shortly see that this kind of is a lingering part of himself. He will throw himself into a fight even when things are already seeming incredibly bleak if the circumstances are right. So in this flashback scene, after seeing this happen, he attacks Alistair. He jumps on him, he bites his neck, and he starts fighting dirty, which will be important in a few minutes' time. He doesn't do very well, and he's thrown off, and then he gets stabbed in the leg by a big old nasty spear. And he looks like he's about to die. But then, having caused the earlier distraction, suddenly in comes an extremely mad-looking, very drunk Sir Arlen of Pennytree, who leaps into the rescue and then throws up and then leaps back into the rescue. He beheads one of the City Watch guys. He stabs Alistair in the neck. And while he's doing all of the fighting, Dunk returns to Rafe, and she's dying now. She's drowning on her own blood. But Sir Arlen has saved Dunk's life, and you can kind of see already then why he's going to start hero worshipping him.
This sequence is fucking iconic. Like this angry, drunken, crazy knight just barges out of the door.
Leave that boy be! And then just whips out the sword and
draws it and hits like a lantern or something first, vomiting, just fucking everything up, but still actually showing off he's got more skill than they have.
This is his like in-person introduction to the concept of knighthood, right?
Yes.
Which I guess shapes a lot.
Oh, so awesome. The fight is so like clunky and awkward and drunken, cutting between a pig licking the head of the guy who's just been decapitated. It's so fucking rough and gross and gritty.
But nevertheless, it's like you've got the core here. This is the core. He is defending the innocent.
They're so important. And
they had some trouble getting it to do because the actor who I can't remember the guy's name now, it's escaped me. The actor who plays Sir Arlen is actually quite good. Danny Webb, because he's done a lot of sword fighting in theatre productions, and so he's actually quite good. And so when they first started doing this, he was too good, and then they had to change it and they had to like debuff him basically to make him a drunk.
Because it was a curious shot, the one from inside like the tavern or whatever. But when you understand why this is here, it's like it's very clearly see what's going on out there. Then you just imagine Alan is very drunk, spots this very briefly. It's just like, what the fuck is going on out there? A little kid is getting attacked by these two City Watch guards. There can't be a good reason for that, and so, leave that boy be. It's just, so good.
And it's the fact as well that having done all of this and just randomly jumped in like fucking drunk Superman and saved the day, he doesn't stop to then ask whether the boy he saved is fine. He just drunkenly stumbles out again. He's like, "Well, that's my job done."
Yeah,
And off he goes.
that's it. Best of luck, kid. Anyway, let's move it on with life.
Injustice corrected, and there off we go.
Yeah. And he just leaves Dunk on his own. He's now apologizing to Rafe's dead body, and he's crying. And then we get it. We jump forward a little bit, and he's in the hidey hole that they lived in. And he's still crying, and he's really sad. Like, he's lost his entire purpose. Like, she's the one he's been following this entire time, and now she's gone. But he looks outside from his little hidey hole, and who should he see but Sir Arlen again, the man who saved him, still drunk and stumbling around, walking into people. And in the absence of any other sense of direction or like orienting purpose, he just he's got to follow him now.
Well, it just starts to crystallize, and I was like, oh, this is good. Like you have this girl who, if on surface value, it's just like, how could this girl have been a significant influence in Dunk's life? She's like the opposite of everything that he kind of believes in, or at least we think he does. She's very cynical. She'll take advantage of any situation she can. She believes the whole world's out to get you, so you need to take it whenever you can. Like, what's going to happen here to make this sort of line up? And it's her actions, her sort of view on life gets her throat slit open, and then you have this other dude who bursts onto the scene, who has the values of a knight, and makes the situation as best as possible from it having gone to the worst place ever. It's given Dunk this full-on POV of like what to avoid being and what to aspire to become already, just in that one moment. And you're like, oh shit, this is all starting to make a lot of sense.
This is his core. And I mean, why is he thinking about this core? It's like, well, I mean, he is in the middle of a battle for his life, where it's all gone pretty horribly wrong right out of the gate, and it's almost like we're ramping up towards something that's gonna reinvigorate him, and that this core sort of defining memory is essential to that.
I mean, this changed his life forever, right? It puts him on the path to making him who he was.
Mm-hmm.
And it is kind of importantly, I think, to achieve that effect because of his principles are solid, but if you ask him the specifics, they're quite vague. It's important that the flashback actually doesn't do too much to clarify the role and the personality and the character of Sir Arlen. It does enough. It shows, that, as has been mentioned, like this is why Dunk looks up to him. But actually, when you then see him, because you get a brief travel montage, Dunk sort of is wandering around. He's following him. Sir Arlen's kind of just ignoring him. Like, he's just riding along the road, doing his thing. And this scene, like almost everything you see Sir Arlen doing, is almost designed to make him more mysterious as opposed to more clear. He spends all of his time drunk, which we know, but then like he sings Dothraki war songs, which is like, well, how the fuck do you know those? And you'll never get the answer to that question. And he practices with his sword, and he looks impressive, but he's still drunk doing it all, and he's still chanting those Dothraki war songs, and he rides, and he drinks, and he sleeps, and he rides, and like this is what Sir Arlen is. What Dunk is impressed by is that, as you mentioned, like he came in, he's quite like he's just visibly very different, and he protected somebody innocent, and this is good. And that's kind of it. Everything else about him is still mysterious because it doesn't actually matter to Dunk. It's just like this kind of the nature of hero worship is that you don't really know too much about the heroes you worship, because if you knew too much about them, you wouldn't worship them. And the fact that he's ignored for most of this travel montage kind of drums that point even further home. It's like Sir Arlen is not forthcoming. And Dunk even says in an earlier episode he was hard to know. And it's only quite late on in the day, after Dunk is exhausted and collapses, that Sir Arlen finally looks back and goes and gives him a drink. Having woken up sleeping on his own dagger and cutting himself. It's like,
that shit's so funny.
It's very funny, but it's like this is the stuff that Dunk doesn't necessarily see yet anyway.
There's also, by the way,
on that.
I think this is before he's left King's Landing, or rather, fully the countryside, because there's a shot where Arlen is sleeping, and they show us a grave, which I think we would get more context on in the adaptation for, I guess, season 2. There's more mention of what I could have sworn there was a mention more so as well in this season I'm trying because he does talk about Sir Alan's. Is it his cousin?
I think he
or
lost the
son?
cousin on the red grass field, right? I try and remember if that
I
is in
think
the
they
first.
referenced it in this season. I can't be 100% sure, but or nephew, sorry, but this I think is some really potent shit of recently died and then sees what's happening while drunk. You know, really giving you a sense of why Sir Alan just did all of that. It's without being overt about it. It's just really good shit, and also maybe why he's going to be a little let's just say isolated, and even maybe prefers that at this point.
And deliberately distant as well. Like, he's sort of simultaneously got the want to take on this younger squire who presumably reminds him of the person that he lost, but by virtue of reminding him of the person that he lost, doesn't want to get too close to him because this is what happens when you do. So you pick up these things about him by remove, and the show never explicitly tells you any of this. And there's probably going to be more of this in, I would imagine, flashbacks, because The Sworn Sword as a book is the shortest and the sparsest of all of them. So there's going to be so much time for them to do a bunch of flashbacks to this. Also, the whole Blackfire Rebellion is more important to the context of the second book. So you'll probably learn more about it more explicitly in season 2. But as you mentioned, like, the show rewards you for paying attention to little artifacts in season 1, and you can sort of pick up more about Sir Alan than it will ever tell you, and he will ever tell you.
Because people are saying it was mentioned in when he was appealing to the lords for remembering Arlen in episode 2. It's briefly mentioned, so it is there.
Yeah. But so he finally, at the end of this flashback sequence, he gives him his wineskin and tells him to get up.
There's just before that, there's a crazy amount of parallel shots for young Dunk versus things we've seen of Egg already. The picking up the sword and sharpening the like little stick. There's just a lot of stuff. It's like, oh, I see what you're doing. I see you.
Even last episode, they showed Egg kind of like swinging the axe before the Trial of the Seven started, and you see, there's a lot of stuff.
And
it just, he's living the life that we see Dunk living. This is.
Well, it just makes so much sense that Dunk would have been so happy to have Egg to an extent. A very different relationship than with Sir Alan because of how he remembers how he was when he met him. But also that edit of Dunk cautiously going to drink some water, then cutting to him vomiting straight away. It's just
drink that. Some of that water is pretty bad. That's what happens.
And that's a moment among many where it's very much showing that Alan seems to be aware that he's being followed, but he's not doing anything about it. He's just like, whatever that kid's doing.
Well, it's appropriate in this context to have that, because then this is, obviously the story of Dunk's life and his upbringing, and then it kind of fits the tone of the show. But it reminded me of, because I recently finished Dance with Dragons is the most recent book, right? Because I went through from basically beginning to end. The last canonical Daenerys chapter is her covered in ants, shitting herself, drinking from streams, vomiting, shitting herself some more, and being bitten by ants all the way through. And so I like it in this context because it tells me something more about like the tone of the world and this particular character. Whereas in that context, I think it tells me more about how much George R.R. Martin doesn't want to finish his book.
Is that some kind of metaphor for the state of A Song of Ice and Fire, or what? Like,
just a little bit.
Covered in ants, shitting itself.
And if he never writes another word of the mainline chapter, that is the last canonical time we ever see Daenerys just covered in ants shitting herself. It's just that was a choice.
What?
How it goes, man. Tough world out there.
It is indeed. And we're going back into the tough world now, because then Sir Alan says, "Wake up." And the flashback ends, and Dunk is lying on the ground in the tawny field. And he gets up, just about struggling, deeply, badly wounded, bleeding heavily, and immediately gets twatted again in the face by this chain mace. And then he gets knocked over by a passing rider, and it's all extremely hectic. And you wonder how anyone can possibly survive this. But then we've already seen now, thanks to this flashback, that in this kind of adversity against all the odds, he will keep going. Even if he's not very skilled, he'll keep going. Even if he's going to lose, he'll keep going. Because he has no other choice. This is just the thing you have to do. He's a knight, and he starts to get the upper hand. So he gets up again, and Aerion swings at him and knocks him down. But then Dunk manages to trip him over, and then they start rolling around in the mud. And this is where Dunk's style of fighting, learned at Flea Bottom, becomes more effective than knightly training, because he's good at grappling. He's good at brawling on the floor using dirty tactics.
He's pretty heavy.
And he's pretty strong and heavy, exactly. It's like Arian briefly gets on top, but then Dunk like manages to flip them over and he starts smashing Arian's head into the ground. But Arian is not he's not going to stand on ceremony either. He's also a shit and he has dirty tactics of his own. And he grabs his dagger and he stabs Dunk in the thigh, and then he gets on top again and he stabs him through the hand. And he looks again. Yeah, all of this is very visceral. You sort of think
I will say,
it's
though,
a pretty effectively realistic depiction of this kind of combat.
This is one of those things where it's like, I don't think there's any rules at this point. You do what you can to win, both of you. You know, like, I don't really blame either of them for trying anything. But yeah, no, it's brutal. The knife going through the hand,
Oh yeah,
it
and
sucks.
pulling it out, that's got that resistance to it. Like, ugh.
It looks great in the worst ways.
I don't want to be a knight.
Something else I love too is before the re-engagement, you see, I presume this is Baelor knocking Makar off his horse. It's like a really brief moment because every time Dunk is getting a moment to recover, like he looks around, he's able to see these like really important moments in the fights, and seeming also his fight with Arian, we've got like a fog around it, which is good for budgetary reasons, of course, but it also I think just gives you a really good sense of how it would feel. You're so focused on this one enemy that's literally life or death, but every once in a while, in and out come these other people that like decide the difference of the battle. Yeah, because you know, Dunk's already been fucking brutalized by different people who are also participating. Makar, who we will understand, has a particular interest and eye on the actual battle happening. But also, while he gets stabbed, it's Raymond that knocks him off Dunk. And it's so unfortunate because he does it and looks back to see, you know, the results of his work, and then he gets hit off his horse by, or at least in the face by his brother Stefan. Oh, sorry, cousin. I always get that shit wrong.
They're basically flash cuts as well, because that's sort of the point of, especially shrouding it all in mist, is that you're not supposed to be able to see what's coming at any given moment. Like you're less than 2 seconds away from a random person coming out of the mist and hitting you, which was tricky for them to film, obviously, because to actually film it safely, you do need to be able to see what's in front of you. So they did enhance some of the mist to have the effect, which they couldn't film with naturally. But it makes it. I know they filmed a bunch of other stuff as well, because there is unused footage, I think you can see, of like Robin Reisling fighting one of the King's Guard, I think. But they cut a lot of stuff out, I believe, in order to keep it very focused on Dunk and Arian. So the only perspective you get on the broader battle is just when Dunk happens to take a quick look around and maybe sees someone very consequential for half a second get knocked off a horse, and that's it.
Which for intentions for editing, it was working perfectly for me, because I was very much captured by the idea of this being the experience. You can't make heads or tails of what the fuck is happening. You're just trying to stay alive and defeat the opponent, but you can keep seeing what are basically like visions and ghosts of other people you're aware of getting splattered or splattering. You don't know who's coming, who's going, who's alive, who's dead. You're just trying to stay alive. Like I just, that energy was very well captured, I thought, in this.
Definitely, and it's almost an unusual choice, because there's so much temptation to say, well, hold on a minute, you've got Sir Lionel Baratheon against Prince Makar. That's so important that you would expect to see it, and yet you get it for a second and it's gone. All of these people who are so much nominally more important and more dramatic and more grand and vital for like the stakes of the universe are just bit part players. Like, it's not actually about them, though all of them have a claim to be basically main characters in this story. Choosing not to show them is admirable restraint, I think, because it does keep everything.
No, and it's been hit with much criticism for those choices as well, which I assume they knew like was going to happen to some extent, just like the flashback.
It's remarkably unindulgent,
Yeah.
But he starts winning a couple of people over while he's doing this. All his fighting's happening. You get a couple of shots, they cut away to the crowd. And obviously the small folk are kind of an afterthought in most of this, but they're going to be more on Dunk's side in this. And is it Red, I think it is, who's in the royal box? And she stands up and cheers for him at one point. Like the only person there to do so. But
well, it's Dunk gets a counter and then like hits his arm and then hits him down, and so she to me is just like, for that moment, the avatar of the audience, because we're all like, yes, finally you get an upper hand. Jesus, you get just like you're losing constantly, so putting him down once feels good. But then it's just funny because everyone's like, what are you doing? It's like, why, that guy, because it's naturally be like, you got to be in favor of the Targaryens, right?
Yeah, you would think. Certainly sitting in that box. But Dunk never spends more than about 5 seconds on his feet, though, because he pulls the dagger out of his hand and he gets knocked over again. And Arian grabs his sword and starts advancing on him, and he starts poking at him with his sword. But Dunk manages to find another sword. He finds his own sword on the ground, and he starts fighting back. And it's good as well because you see this just very, very markedly different styles between the two of them. Obviously, Arian is trained; he's very quick. And they even, because they had to make a specific, in the book, his sword is described in a very specific way as like particularly long, particularly needly and horrible. But that's difficult to film with, obviously, because he's going against someone A of Peter Claffey's size and B using an actual broadsword, and you don't want something that'll just snap every 2 seconds. But the other way, they did a really good job of showing like Dunk is just pure physical force, no finesse whatsoever. Arian's got a couple of little twirls in him, a couple of spins, and he's clearly much more skilled. But the strength is he's not dealing with the strength particularly well. He does get fought back and beaten down a few times. And Dunk is overpowering him at this point in it until Arian starts using more low blows. So he elbows him, I think, in that lance hole that he left, which has got to be fucking painful. He stabs him again and he trips him, and then Dunk stands up again. But he's really, really, really heavily bleeding at this point, and he's clearly losing some of that strength, which is kind of his only major quality in this fight. And he's sort of saved because a rider just happens to go between them, and he gets a bit of a breather because he causes a slight break in the conflict. But then Arian's back and he throws a sword at him. It's probably the most fantasy move, I think, of all of them. Throws the sword,
throwing the
stabs him
sword
through
and
the
then it
thigh.
sticks him in the leg. Yeah,
Yeah.
End him rightly, you know.
Which is honestly notable because the fight is so gritty and believable for like, as you mentioned, it's like Dunk is doing these big, wide, heavy swings at trying to use his raw strength while Arian is darting about, moving, keeping the sword hard to anticipate. And a lot of it feels very heavy and realistic, despite the fact that a lot of people have said like Dunk would probably just be outright dead from that first land strike. But notwithstanding, that throw of a sword into his leg felt very like superhero-y, okay, damn.
Yeah. Without a little bit of ungrounded conflict, and even like the being dead from the first contact thing, I think the show would argue that it's a payoff to Steely Pate's line about like I don't make helmets with frills and like fancy foreign fruits and animals. I just make helms that work, and Dunk's fucking does work because he survives quite a few big hits to the head, and also Arian in the scene then tries to stab him in the eye, and the helm saves him just about.
Yeah,
blind in one eye now, but
which I appreciate as a move, and I think at this point I was like, all right, you've earned taking the helmet off, show, I'll allow it. Like you could imagine most shows would have taken the helmet off in the first fucking tilt. They would have just, it flew off. Oh dear.
Yeah, it's all mangled, and he's just got to see and breathe.
Yeah, I think they justify it. I think this is totally fair.
Absolutely, yeah.
If there was any piece of armor that you wanted to have, the first one you would have is a helmet, because your brain is in there, and
that's where you are.
Brain is good stuff, man. Yeah, we are pro brain on EFAP.
But it was funny to be in the position of saying, because the words "why are you taking that fucking helmet off" come up so often in modern media. That this was the one time I was thinking like saying that, but at the same time thinking, no, I understand exactly why he's doing it.
Yeah, I get it.
Normally it's like, no, for fuck's sake, it's nanotech, just leave it on. But here it works.
I mean, they show this shot where it's just like I can't fucking see. It's like, so, yeah, okay, I got you. And it did save him as well.
It did save him. Saved him
like 3
multiple
times. He took like 3 or so big hits to it. Yeah.
And it's also because he kind of realizes that this is almost over now. That if he doesn't win it in the next few seconds, he's kind of done. So he takes the helmet off, and now he just starts swinging just wildly at Arian, everything he's got left. And he does manage to nearly castrate Arian, which is a narrow miss. But he keeps his balls just
the
about. He does start writhing around on the floor.
Murder stroke. Super neat. Because I didn't even catch that's what happened when I first saw this, but he does flip the sword around and then ram that side in. But there was discussion as to whether or not Arian was concerned that he had nicked at a very important artery or if he had taken out his balls. Everyone was wondering what was the concern. But why not both? Why not both?
The way it was shot, I was wondering at first if somehow Arian's fingers had been cut off, because when he reaches, then it's just the way that the gauntlet kind of looks, the protection for the hand. I was like, oh shit, when did that happen? But he didn't, so I was like, oh okay. Bad stuff either way.
And I think this is where you briefly see the Makar takes
Yes.
Lionel off his
So it's
horse.
one of the very few occasions where you do cut away from Dunk's perspective is that because there is another important thing that's going on in the background of all of this. So now Arian is for the first time looking like he is in serious danger of dying. We break from Dunk's perspective and we see from Makar's very quickly. So he knocks Lionel Baratheon off his horse and he charges against two men trying to hold him back. And he says, "My son, my boy," and that's the one.
I think it's honestly a really good moment. It's kind of endearing because you're like, oh, yeah. I mean, I'd be concerned too because this fight looks like they're both going to die at this point.
And it's important because I like what Makar could have been a way simpler and less engaging character. Because if he'd just been sort of the slightly thuggish, dumb fuck Targaryen prince who's never going to rule and is just a bit of an idiot, you could have got most of his sort of comedic lines still in. But the show isn't content to leave it at that. Like he is a deep character, and like you get the conflicting attitude toward his son. Like he knows about how shit he is and how many failures he's got, and the fact that so many of his sons seem to turn out this way. But then here, when you see one of them in danger, he is fighting against absolutely everyone without another care in the world. He just has to get to his son to save him. It's a very, very short scene, but it tells you a lot useful about Makar and that he's not completely contemptible. He's actually kind of understandably just a concerned father who happens also to be a very skilled warrior.
There's a mention there. Nice of Baelor and Lionel to hold back Makar instead of hitting him with their weapons they're holding. I mean, it's pretty straightforward for Baelor. He doesn't actually want to do significant damage to Makar. On Lionel's end, it's only pretty quick that we see that happen, and he's trying to get to Dunk, and those two are stopping him, like, briefly. But you're going to get a clip of more than that happening, fight-wise.
Yes.
Like, so... Don't worry about it.
And again, it's really, really quick, but it's important when you do see it because you see more about how Baelor is fighting versus how Makar is fighting, and that difference is very important when we get to it. But for the moment, things are not looking particularly good for Dunk because though Arian is on the floor and seemingly ready to be killed, Dunk is kind of done. Like he is kind of out of it now. He's been punctured, he's been stabbed, he's got holes where he really shouldn't have holes. And he falls over on his ass, and he just sort of sits, and he's stunned, and he's struggling. And Egg is yelling, "Get up, get up!" And the crowd start yelling, "Get up!" And Arian sort of sees this opportunity, tells him to yield. And Dunk now there's this high pitched ringing in his ears. Now you can just about hear Arian telling him to yield. But otherwise, it's just a load of blood trickling down, high-pitched ringing. His breathing is labored. You can only hear faint shouting and swords clanging in the background. He's losing it now. He's falling out of consciousness. Egg keeps telling him to get up, but he doesn't. He falls to his side and he lies down, though his eyes are open and he's not breathing. And you think, shit, he seems to be dead. And that's what Arian thinks too. He says he's dead. It's over. And the only person who doesn't think it's over is Egg. And even Egg might think it's over because he's desperately shouting, "Get up, get up!" But
it's right in the sads of just like, oh jeez, so desperate. Egg doesn't want this to happen, and neither do we.
We do not. But then it looks like it has happened, and the hornblower is ready to signal the end of the trial because it looks like Sir Duncan the Tall is dead and therefore guilty. But then we get a brief clip of Sir Alden, and he says, "Get up." And then Dunk suddenly gasps and he starts breathing and blinking, and the Egg spots it and he yells, "Wait!" Which I cannot do an impression of that because I don't know how voices work like that, but he does. And still, like, everything goes silent and still. It's really great. It just is a use of dramatic tension just to have this all coalesce in this one moment, and then Dunk coughs. And he starts getting up again. It's like, shit, he's alive. He was basically dead, and he's getting up. And the crowd are all chanting up, and the music's basically chanting up. The music's very enthusiastic about all of this, and the crowd's cheering and applauding. And Dunk lifts his sword up, and Arian sort of sees this isn't over, and he lowers his visor and just goes sort of like, "Fuck." Here we go.
Yeah, that look on his face where he's like, "Oh shit."
There's a lot to say about that expression. You wonder if he not only regrets having made all this decision with the 7-on-7, but also just maybe is thinking like, man, I'm a fucking idiot. Like all this because I was so aggressive with this stupid puppet. Like maybe if I just calmed the fuck down, I wouldn't be here right now. But
He never thought it would get anywhere near this far. The whole point
yeah.
of the Trial of Seven is that it wouldn't ever get this far, and he somehow ended up in the one-on-one conflict he was trying to avoid by calling for the Trial of Seven in the first place.
But I just think more importantly, something I am very much an advocate for, especially in our modern day and age. The fact is, most media that gets the most attention is the new stuff that arrives, so everyone can communally enjoy and engage with it. And so I'm hoping for more, not only really good stuff, but also really inspiring stuff. And this little moment here, I was like, oh, that's great. This is exactly what
Oh,
I hope
man,
for
yeah.
more of. Just
The Arlen flashback where he says "get up" and then it cuts to Dunk opening his eyes. Oh, perfect.
it's
How
just
instant the effect is on him as well.
it's so inspiring, so awesome. Everyone's behind this character. Everyone's watching this together, and it's just good shit. It's again, with what we were talking about at the beginning of the stream, I would prefer a time where we got lots of these all at once, and then lots of stories that add different things to these ideas being presented. But there's been such a dearth of these sorts of things that I appreciate the hell out of this one existing at least.
Absolutely, and it's not even at this point, because you could be too uncomplicated about this. You could have Dunk stand up and Arian think, "Oh shit," and then Dunk start wailing on him and win. And that would be the simple payoff. It's a heroic moment, but even then, the show it's aware that Dunk is in an extremely vulnerable place. He has no helmet. He is still severely wounded. And so when the fight recommences, like several times you see Arian nearly get him in the head, and the camera is sure to show you that he is basically still inches away from being killed forever. This is still a serious fight. This is not just him gaining the upper hand and winning now. This is the final gambit for both of them. But he does eventually. He gets the upper hand. He gets on top of Arian, and he starts slamming Arian's own shield into his head until the visor breaks, and then he starts pummeling him in the face, not trying to kill him even, because he could be using the shield, he could be using other weapons, but he's punching him in the face until he yields. And Dunk stands up and he looks around. His teeth survive for the most part, I think.
It's just the way that they just shaped all pointy and weird looking.
And it's the reason why I'd recommend reading the book as well as enjoying the show. Is you get little bits that are difficult to get in here. But like part of the monologue for Dunk when he does this in the book is that you defeated Dunk and the Tall, but you can't defeat Dunk of Flea Bottom, which is it's just very very satisfying to hear him say. Along with, of course, his inner monologue of "I could kill him right now, but I don't know if that would be nightly." He's always thinking about it. And so
even in this moment where you'd expect him not to be thinking of anything, it's that's still, he still has to live up to what he believes knights should live up to. And so he doesn't kill him. He stands up and he looks around. He sees the rest of the melee, all these people who've been fighting because of him. And you see Maekar still struggling towards him. And this is the very, very quick and yet probably the most consequential little cutaway in arguably the show, if from the world's perspective. There's two different things going on with these two fighters, Maekar versus Baelor, because Baelor is trying not to do much damage. Like, he's prodding at Maekar just to keep him away long enough for the fight to end. But Maekar doesn't understand what's going on. He sees his son is basically been defeated, and as far as he's concerned, he's going to be killed, because this is what happens in Trials of Seven. So he's fighting for his son's life, whereas Baelor is not. And so while Baelor is holding back, Maekar doesn't. He wildly swings his own chain mace around, and you see it catch Baelor in the head. And then it's very quick. You think nothing of it unless you know where it's going.
You might be convinced that's just fighting that's happening there. Don't worry about it.
They're just fighting.
So then we're back with Dunk again. He drags Arian towards the dais, toward the royal box, and he demands that he yield again audibly for everyone to say, to hear even, and Arian says, "I withdraw my accusation." And then the crowd cheers, and the horn blows, and that's it. The trial's over. You get Egg and Steely Pate and Raymond Fossaway, and they all rush to Dunk. And it's done. Like, Dunk is still basically fucked. He's almost died several times over, but he has won the day. End of an excellent fight scene. More scenes like that, please, would be great for any fantasy show.
Even with conceding the small pieces that are like, and probably that Dunk probably died twice in this whole sequence, but
it's a bit much.
Yeah,
he takes one hell of a beating. Like, not impossible for him to survive by any measure. Just wow, that was a lot.
I think the fact that he is so big physically, and the fact that after this he is so injured and he has to recuperate for such a long time definitely helps to sort of sell it better than a lot of other shows and stuff would sell it
Yeah.
because
It's not
they're
rubbing it in
huge.
your face, right?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, he's fucked up. He is not fighting capable. He's gonna be limping around. His face is gonna look all, bruised and everything, and he's out of commission for a while. Whereas other shows, they just pop right back up and be like, "Woohoo, I'm fine."
Yeah,
I
we're
mean,
fine. It's just like
we
straight
gotta bring
afterwards. One of the
another.
things I like about this is that everyone you see who was involved in this is like hobbling. They're clearly in pain in every single scene. You
Yeah.
can just forget about
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
And for some reason, now my mind just reminded me that Galadriel fell 300 feet off a cliff and then got up. So
I
at least we
Oh,
didn't
is
remember
that
do
what you
that.
thought? I was I was thinking of Ahsoka, where what's her face gets stabbed by the
Of
Sabine gets
course.
stabbed by the light. Not
Ah,
Sabine, it's oh, was
yes,
it?
It is
No,
Sabine.
yeah,
Yeah, it
Sabine,
is
Sabine.
Sabine.
Yeah, she gets stabbed through with the lightsaber. The next day she's fine and
She
she gets
gets
to
stabbed
leave, and there are
through
no
the lightsaber.
repercussions. Yes, right through it.
But no, yeah, that's part of the Disney-ification of sabers being turned into baseball bats for some reason, and that one's just, oh god, such a mess.
Yep.
You wouldn't have thought that lightsabers are the most iconic prop in movie history at this point. They're kind of a goofball key jangle, if not lame.
How do you
These are
ruin
kinda
lightsabers?
stupid.
Jesus Christ. This is like impossible to do, and yet they've done it. Yeah. We don't need to talk about Ahsoka because we've got season 2 coming up, and we'll have plenty of time to talk about Ahsoka. Fuck that show.
Theo's gonna get dragged into that.
Come on, man.
Riva.
So we pick up after the fight, and Dunk is kind of out of it. He's slumped against a wall, and they have to try and get his mail off. And Steely Pate says, "I'm going to have to cut the mail off him because it's been like literally that lance that went through him has beaten the chains into his flesh." But Dunk is concerned for others. The first thing he says is the others. Has anyone died? And we learn that Lord Beesbury, or Sir Beesbury even, and Sir Harding, they both died in the first charge.
Yeah, man.
So,
Both
sucks for
both
them.
Humphreys killed in the first charge, and Dunk, basically almost knocked out of the fight in that first charge. What a catastrophically bad first charge for Team Good Guys.
Yeah.
But again,
True.
what we would have assumed now as the results is that as bad as that was, Baelor gradually knocked all three Kingsguard out of the fight, and then he and Lionel tried to keep Maekar at bay while the two apples fought each other.
And it's I think a good sign for a show that I just want to have seen all of that, but I'm quite glad that we didn't.
I totally understand why they made this choice. You're in Dunk's head throughout this whole experience. You get the full feeling of what it was, but on a wider scale, it's like, yeah, of course I'd love to see the Laughing Storm fighting Maekar Targaryen. That would be awesome. It's about what story we're telling, I suppose.
But for the moment, we are trying to save Dunk's life, and Steely Pate nearly gets him killed because he's not a maester. He's Steely Pate. He's a blacksmith. He suggests that what we'll have to do is get him drunk and then pour boiling oil on the wound. That's how the maesters do it. Luckily, this does not happen because Prince Baelor enters at this moment, and he correctly says, "No, wine, not oil. Oil will kill him." He says, "I'll send Maester Yormwell to have a look at him when he's done tending to my brother." And Dunk is kind of bowled over by this. Baelor is the man who's kind of saved him. He's the reason he's alive. And he gets down on his knees, wounded as he is, and he says, "Your Grace, I am your man. Please, your man." And Baelor says, "I need good men, Sir Duncan, the realm." But Baelor does not seem himself to be completely well. And you might think, well, he's been in a long fight. Maybe he's just tired. But he does seem to be swaying just a little bit. And he's slightly slurring his words just a little bit. But maybe he's just tired. And he asks now Sir Raymond Fossaway to get his helm off him, if he would be so kind. So Raymond goes to do it. And Baelor says the visor's cracked. But as everyone can see, the helm, it doesn't have a visor. So this is a strange thing for Baelor to have said. And Baelor says, "My fingers, they feel like wood." And Raymond is struggling to get the helm off him, and he asks Steely Pate to help, and they both notice that the helmet's been crushed down at the back, probably, you would be thinking, from that quick shot of Maekar hitting him with his steel mace. And Baelor says, "Yeah, my brother's mace, most like. He is strong." And he laughs. And then they finally get the helm off, and you hear this kind of sickening squelchy noise. And then Baelor puts a hand to the back of his head.
Good.
And it comes back and there's blood on it, and then he turns around and you see that the back of his skull is basically just gone. And then he falls into Dunk's arms. And Dunk is then reduced to the position almost of Egg earlier. He's just saying, no, get up, sir, get up. No, get up. And he's apologizing. He's saying, I'm sorry, get up, I'm sorry. And he does not. That is the end of episode 5. And Baelor Targaryen is dead.
Which is such an enormous narrative twist of fate that is just kind of horrible to see play out, but simultaneously like, oh, fuck. That was always a huge risk. Could have happened. And there it is. And not before saving Dunk's life again, by the way. This is why people like Baelor Targaryen a lot. Yeah, he's pretty cool.
We get very
this
little...
is just great drama.
How many minutes do we get with Baelor? It's
less
under
than 10. Yeah, it's less than 10.
Yeah, in under 10 minutes, this guy has completely endeared himself to, like, even me, and I don't know much about, A Song of Ice and Fire and the sort of lore and a lot of the stuff to it, but in under 10 minutes, this guy's a crowd favorite. He's a hero. You really, really like him. Do you know so much about him and the way he must be? You can extrapolate what he must do on the day when he's, out and about taking care of business. Such little time, and yet you feel like you know him so well.
This is just really great drama, and it's a really great way to end this story, because you think about the chain of events. Dunk essentially did what a knight is supposed to do. He defended the innocent, but the consequences for this are very dire. And Baelor, who up to that point had demonstrated himself as being just a really great guy, then actively sort of tries to help Dunk get into a position where he can save his life. Everything kind of spirals dramatically out of his control to where it looks like Dunk is going to be doomed. He manages to get, his 6 knights, or rather the 5 and then him, and then it goes down to 4, then he gets 1 more, makes his desperate plea for, are there any true knights among you? And then in the final moment, Baelor shows up against his own family to stand for the values that he sees that Dunk embodies, defending the innocent, as all knights should. And, also saying, like, well, let the gods decide, if he's right in doing so. Then he fights for him, protects him several times, and dies for him. It's like, oh, shit. This man who was, next in line to become the king of the 7 kingdoms, who looked to be possibly a great king, maybe the best king, has died to save this lowly hedge knight. And obviously all of that is going to be weighing on him. Of course it will. Of course Dunk is going to feel like this is all his fault.
Well,
it's just a great inspired choice for a bit of drama here. A bit of drama. I mean, this is perhaps one of the most consequential things to happen in Westeros, all stemming from such a simple aspiration, a simple dream that all went so horribly wrong.
It's so tragic to listen, like, almost begging and saying, I'm sorry, what he's done. Is the whole point, you've done nothing wrong. Like, but
no.
Unfortunately,
but
that's
nevertheless,
still feeling the need to apologize.
Nevertheless, he'll feel the guilt because, I mean, the cause and effect is there. You didn't do anything wrong, but he wouldn't be dead if you hadn't. And then, of course, that you could take it even further, right? Because there have been plenty of lines about maybe, you shouldn't be here. What are you doing? Like, why are you trying to, what? Are you an imposter? Is this some place that you don't belong? You do have to wonder if there is some thinking about something that I suppose we'll probably talk about more conclusively, which is he a knight? Like, is he, of course he is a knight in terms of embodying the values, that is the point of the show, and I wholesale agree with that. But is he a knight technically? Which is something that clearly bothers him if he's not. And is this a consequence of him essentially trying to role play as something that he thinks that he's not or doesn't deserve to be? Just sort of accentuates the tragedy of it. That he may have died for a knight who doesn't even believe that he's a knight.
Well, and then, of course, referencing back to the dream, he's got a dragon that's dying on top of him, and its wings spread across, like, the whole kingdom, so to speak. There's a lot of things that match, and there's a lot of meaning there, but the dragon, in this case, yes, protected him and died for him, and the consequences of which will be, you could say catastrophic.
It's just hard to see. Well, yeah, it's at this point, it's like, it's hard to see how this could possibly be ultimately good as a calculus. It just seems so unlikely because of how significant Baelor could have been as a king compared to, at this point, what it seems like Dunk could ever hope to achieve as a knight. But again, that is something that will be explored later. And I guess it could be left until later, but it might be worth adding now, right? If there is this stock that's being placed in the gods actually sort of intervening in these sorts of events, and that the outcomes are meant to be reflecting of the gods' will, what does it mean that Baelor was allowed to die? What does that leave them to conclude?
It makes you wonder as well about the fate of the Targaryen family, because we know, and I sometimes think they play with this. It's like we know where they're at the beginning of Game of Thrones, and this is set 100 years before, so we're closing in on the generations right now. Like, it's close, and the idea that like we're brought to a point where they're wiped out soon. You know, it's like, would that have happened if Baelor was still?
Maybe that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
But I mean, he did what a knight should do: defend the innocent, and this is what happened.
Yeah.
In a sense, he shouldn't feel bad. He shouldn't feel responsible, rather. But of course, he does.
Well, this is why I was, it was said that like this show breaks tradition with George's other writing as well as the current state of media, because it gave us a good, strong, honorable knight character, and his sort of principles win out ultimately. It was on Open Bar that I said this. I was like, well, if you want a more cynical view, it would be that the world is punished harshly by taking one of its like potentially greatest leaders in the choice to defend, a noble knight. But the way I see it with a lot of George's writing is that there's tragedy everywhere, but we're supposed to draw inspiration from like the choices these characters make, not necessarily the unfortunate consequences that sometimes are linked with them.
Because that's meant to be the idea in Game of Thrones, right? That even though Ned Stark dies, his honorable nature essentially inspires many people afterward to like sort of fight for his values in some way, shape, or form.
Also, just for clarification, someone's asking in chat, Egg is not the Mad King, no.
Nope, that is Aerys the First. He's Egg's son, I think, right? Yeah, because
Yes.
Egg, in his later life, starts crossing paths with a lot of people that you do meet in Game of Thrones. Like Tywin is his cupbearer, and I think Egg is the one who
I hope they show that.
Barristan into the King's Guard. I think that would be cool, little Tywin running around.
Yeah.
So Egg is one of the last of the really significant Targaryens before, they're basically gone for good. So we are getting close, but like, at the moment in this part of the story, he's not expected to inherit the throne. Like he's way down the line of succession. Because a load of other stuff wrong. It complicates matters slightly once you get to the premise for the Spawn Sword is what happens with the spring sickness and things like that. Because like whether Baelor would have been as significant as his character almost demands that he would have been, given just the world itself just does not pay much attention to what people should be given or shouldn't be given. It leaves it sort of open to question, because at this particular moment, though, you'd look at it as uncomplicatedly as a tragedy. Such an obviously good man, such an obviously wise man, so obviously very good at his job and noble and well-intentioned. Had he become king and had nothing ill befallen him when he was king, would have been a very good king. But the Targaryens as a whole, kind of cursed, and you kind of wonder whether if the gods do have a stake in all of this, no Targaryen is meant to rule in Westeros, because uncommonly unlucky as a family. Some of which they bring on themselves, obviously, but
I like
some of which they don't.
The theory videos about like just how much the Maesters are trying to sabotage the Targaryens entirely.
Oh, yeah.
It was a long-running plan to destroy this awful family. It's taken time, but they're getting there.
We are, but on to episode 6, I suppose, and you might be wondering.
Actually, it's probably worth because we mentioned that we'd probably talk about at the end, right? The flashbacks, purpose in the story, and how well executed that was as a choice is probably worth delving into.
I mean, we did go over a couple of alternatives as we reached the end of the fight. That's at least what I was trying to do. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add to it. Like,
I mean, I would just say that as much as I would understand the trepidation towards it, like at the beginning when it's unclear what direction they're going in, I just do not understand the frustration with it by the end of it.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
I feel like it's kind of inextricable from the story. If you lose it, you kind of lose the core for Dunk.
I understood.
You lose a really important bit of information for Arlen, right? Like, this is kind of the essential element to understand who Arlen is enough to understand why he was such an inspiration to Dunk.
There's two big moments for me which, sealed the deal, so to speak, is when Sir Alan burst out of the door. I was just like, oh
Yes.
shit, like, and all of it was starting to fit, and then the get up stuff, and
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, no, I kind of think this
You
is
can't lose that.
this is all perfect.
You can't.
And I've heard the criticism reduced down to could we at least do it faster? And it's just like, I don't know, maybe if we get into that
It's
level of
pretty lean,
minutia,
though.
like if
You start
well,
like nickel and diming, right?
yeah, what I'm saying is like, yeah, it could be shorter, longer in every aspect throughout the show. I just feel like have we not moved on then from? Can we all admit that like it was a good storytelling choice at that point to take the time to understand who he was, where he was, and then how it all changed completely, and how it contextualizes his view of Sir Alan, and how Sir Alan's words have kept him on a great path up to this point and further, and keeping him alive when. Almost the irony is that Sir Alan wasn't a particularly special knight. He was kind of normal, and he did some normal things that are inspired by like knowing what his situation was in life. A drunken, almost crazy guy, but with the right things at the right time and the right aspects. As Platoon went over with like the idealization of heroes and or hero worship, it's like it's done what it needed to do at the right place, the right time to create what could now be one of the most important knights in the history of this world, which I find to be very inspiring and kind of weirdly realistic. Like that sort of transition of inspiration can happen. And then, of course, it's like, well, yeah, but I wanted more fight. And it's like, I totally understand. I could always go for more great action. I got out of the action what I needed. I did
as well, because it's a tricky thing, because you understand the temptation, because what you did see is so high octane and so engaging that it's natural to say, well, I want more of that. But I guess the two responses are, you probably get slightly less out of that than you get out of the flashback. The flashback's more important generally for the character.
Yeah,
It tells
for
you
the
so much
story,
about everything we've seen and done so far, tells you so much about Dunk, tells you, importantly, what you need and need not know about Sir Alan. Like, all of that stuff is more narratively heavy. And then the second part is that I think a lot of the enjoyment of the fight comes precisely because of how brief it actually is. It's often a problem with wanting too much of a good thing, is that if you elongate it, obviously the law of diminishing returns comes into effect. Could it, if they'd crafted every microsecond as carefully as the rest, maybe not. But you sort of go back to the Anakin Obi-Wan fight in Revenge of the Sith, which is amazing for 5 minutes, and then okay for 10 minutes, and then it's still going for 20 minutes and 30 minutes and 40 minutes. And even the people who created it said, how do we keep making this interesting, given that it's been on screen for so long? It might have been better to make it shorter than that.
But you might cite The Long Night, its name, and
Oh,
also marketed as it's going to beat out Helm's Deep for overall time, and oh my god, you guys are going to love it, and then it's just an embarrassing catastrophe throughout the whole thing.
That's the first episode of Game of Thrones I've ever seen. Was when you showed me that. Yeah,
Oh god.
that's the first actual full episode. Is when it happened. Smaller was like, listen, you need to see this shit. Okay, he was so
The whole
angry.
world wasn't ready for that. They fucked up so hard. You almost have to remind people sometimes, because we're so far past it now. 2019, right? Jesus.
Yeah.
So
Like, even I know, like, all of it. I've never seen an episode of Game of Thrones. I just never got it. I was not a show that I watched. Just if I know so much about it based off of everyone talking about it, it just goes to show that Game of Thrones was so big culturally that people who didn't watch the show feel like they watched the show.
So notably bad, it managed to destroy so many years of good faith and goodwill.
In the blink of an eye is what's so impressive about it. Just overnight, once like the dust had settled on just how bad season 8 was, it was gone. There was no such thing as a Game of Thrones in like popular culture anymore. There's just no reason to talk about it.
And that's
or if there was, it's just known as the worst ending in television history. It's like almost impressively every single scene of episode 8 that I can remember does something. It does make it like every decision available to them in every given scene, the wrong one was taken. The worst one was taken, in fact, not just the wrong one.
Honestly, impressive to thread the needle in that regard.
Yeah, like, wow, you did it. That was taking a lot of effort.
Try to thread the needle and you hit every artery and kill yourself.
Well, and that's why it's really notable that, and I would include myself here somewhat, that a lot of people are starting to get back into knowing and remembering how this universe works thanks to this one season. They're like, oh yeah, these families, and this goes here, and he would end up here, and if they do this right, it would be this, and it would inform this. Then everyone's like, hey, if House of the Dragon Season 3 is really good, and this manages to maintain quality, and we get an Aegon the Conqueror movie that's good, and then hey, what about Robert's Rebellion TV show? Man, this could be great, and they could remake Game of Thrones, and like this unironic hopium, like
Yeah.
all you need is just to inspire people enough to be like, oh, I remember liking this universe. It's like, yeah, you do.
That's the tragic thing. There is so much to like in it. And at the moment,
really
it
is.
all ends in season 8. It's the Star Wars sequel problem, but over a longer period of time. You could do so much that's good, but unless you are ultimately prepared either to ignore where the TV show goes or eventually to redo the TV show, then it's kind of like you can take your enjoyment where you can and then just pretend it's part of a very different universe.
It's become such a commonplace thing to say, oh yeah, watch Game of Thrones and stop at like season 4, that's just kind of becoming the culturally accepted show, is the first 4 or 5 seasons, and after that you don't watch those.
Yeah.
Problem is, it's just kind of it's a hard thing to say, like, yeah, just stop, like, when the story's nowhere near done.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
obviously nowhere
do.
near done.
Well,
Stopping a Return of the Jedi is piss easy, because that is the end of the story. Whereas stopping when a whole bunch of plates are still spinning, it's like, damn, I don't really want to, though.
Yeah, I want to
know
see
that
more.
you're telling me
And
to, but I don't want
it's
to.
almost worse that season 5, 6, 7, 8, the way it goes is like you still have good scenes. They just get less and less common as you go. So it's like, so I can still stay for some good stuff, right? There's still some good stuff in there. It's like, I'm sorry, you might be cursed. You're going to go through the whole thing and you're going to be just as sad as everyone else. But I guess it's worth saying that, like, there was this like notion, I can't remember if it was a tweet or something else, but someone said, it's like it kind of makes more sense that Game of Thrones couldn't have just been erased culturally because it was so big. It went dormant. Like, the damage they did, it just put it into like hibernation, and that it was always able to come back if something like this could happen, but maybe a couple of times over. Like, Game of Thrones could take
it'll
back
take
over
this
its
and more.
influence if they can do a few more of these.
Yeah, I mean, if this did a lot of work for it, if House of the Dragon season 3 comes out and it's let's say that realistically, because I don't want to go too far, let's say realistically it's generally accepted as a pretty darn good show, or pretty good show overall. Then you get the second season of this, and let's say that it's of the same quality. Then I think it'll probably be back after that.
I think, I'm judging by the viewing figures of this has just been more and more popular with every episode, which is
It's been
kind of
growing.
gold mine for TV executives. It's not just initial popularity; it's the fact they got so much more popular. I vaguely remember that being sort of the thing with House of the Dragon too, because House of the Dragon was probably the most difficult job they had, because that's the first thing they do after season 8, and it's like, does anybody still give a fuck? House of the Dragon comes out, and it's like, hang on, this seems to be kind of good, but almost disbelieving that it's almost kind of good.
They also don't get George's dialogue for House of the Dragon built in. Like, they're not adapting. No. Like, this is very close to the book. Like, happily close to the book.
So,
a lot of the best lines. I'll get there, Dory. A lot of the best lines in this are taken directly from the book, to the point where, as we mentioned, there's one that didn't make it in that everyone was like, why didn't you put that in? You fools! But a lot of the best stuff is stuff that, like, book readers were anticipating to listen to in this context, and they hit just as hard as we were hoping for. When watching Game of Thrones, some of my favorite lines from the first season when I was watching it, for example, when Tyrion said, use what people shit on you for as armor and you can never hurt you. He says something like that. He says that books are like a whetstone to the sword, but for the mind. He has all these little comments that I was just like, I like these lines. It's like, yeah, they're all from the book. George is really fucking good at his best at writing dialogue, and House of the Dragon is adapting a history rather than stories.
So occasionally there are quoted sections of dialogue, but the basic premise is that you have a maester who is actually named George R.R. Martin, who is collecting the stories and tales told of these various events by other maesters who were alive at the time or around or commenting on the events that happened. So the only straight dialogue you see is a maester's recitation of a maester's notation of dialogue that may or may not have happened in any given scene. So obviously it's not, you lose the interplay, it's not actually a person speaking. Half of it might never have been said, or may have been said in a different way. So it's it's just not comparable as a creative endeavor. You have to do so much more narrativizing and creative work in House of the Dragon. So way more responsibility on the showrunners. And season 1, that worked really, really well. Season 2, not quite so much.
Well, yeah,
So-
season 1, it improved people's perception of Viserys. Like, people way prefer the character in the show to what they knew of him from the books. And
I mean, it's one of the most like huge, massive difference between like source material and adaptation you can find. If anyone wants to say, "Oh, but you deviated from the source and therefore it's bad," it's like, no, Viserys in the book is a drunken idiot, and that's kind of it. He's just kind of fat, and he sits on the throne and gets cut, and then he dies. It's that he's not a character. He's someone that people talk about because he was a king. Viserys in the show is basically all the show's creation, all of his values, his conflict between doing what is right for the realm and right for the family, his willful blindness toward the antics of his daughter. Is like all of that is the show's creation for the most part, anyway. And it does an excellent job of that. He's such a brilliant character in the show. That's basically the responsibility of the showrunners and the writers for the show. And George R.R. Martin, if he gave input, obviously would have been a beneficiary of that. But it's not the book's creation by any means.
And that means that we really don't know what's going to happen with season 3. We can't even say that, but we're in some trouble after season 2, of course.
We are fingers crossed for it. It would be
Season two
nice. if we
really
got back to this place.
has like a poor legacy considering its overall quality, just because of how poorly it ended.
Yeah.
I mean,
Have to,
it's the ending's super important. It's why Return of the Jedi gets so much, good, responses to it because it ends so, amazingly well.
Yeah, it's the most fitting end to that part of the story. You can it's good enough that you can then just ignore the Ewoks and all of the other stuff that's maybe not quite so good. But
Yeah, everything
speaking,
they landed. Yeah.
yes, all the important stuff. But speaking of endings and landing important things, we are on episode 6, and obviously the big question is after that huge bathos of the end of episode 5, how do you pick up? How seriously do you take this? What tone will you strike in the aftermath of such a huge tragedy? And what you wouldn't maybe expect is to hear some nice soft jazz music playing before you even see your first visual.
No.
And yet it's what we get, and it's a really interesting creative choice. And I actually surprisingly find myself kind of liking it because I didn't expect
like
that I
it.
would.
I don't know if
like
we can do any better than the broad conversation on this, and I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, but it seems to be everyone just says either they like it or don't. It's just like,
Yeah.
Well,
I
yeah,
think
because the
that
problem
makes
is that
sense,
can you make a definitive argument that like a medieval fantasy series must be bound by the musical instruments and general music choices of the time? Because number one, that ain't the case in
gonna
a
run
lot
into
of things
trouble.
that people like.
yeah.
And number two,
The-
it seems like an arbitrary way to define it. Like, so you can't have rock music in like a medieval story, but just for some reason, like I don't know. That doesn't really make sense to me.
Well, there's gotta be
I,
context. We have to allow metal to enter fantasy stuff, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the point. Is that if somebody's just like, yeah, but I don't really vibe with it, it's like that's cool, but let's not say that like you can't do it. I don't think
Well-
that that's a standard that can be consistently enforced.
It is very important to probably note because if we're talking about that, then we're talking about let's kind of bring it back. I don't know where the origin point is, but 1981's Excalibur was an extremely influential movie when it came out in terms of how it set the tone and a lot of the aesthetics and the mood of these sort of dark, mystical, Arthurian sort of fantasy stories. And that was, I mean, that obviously didn't use contemporary music. It used what Gotterdammerung and that sort of thing. This stuff that came way after. We look at the Lord of the Rings and Howard Shore, like obviously all of that is modern instruments and orchestras and classical kinds of stuff. So it's never been a standard to have this. It's just jazz music is so contemporary to us relatively. If anything, it might be that jazz music is closer to how would I phrase this? Point being, it's never been a standard for fantasy. Though obviously the jazz music is quite contemporary compared to what we associate classical and opera to, Arthurian stories and fantasy stories. But I think it works really well. And I am glad that they took a risk, and I think the risk worked. I think it paid off. I was totally in sync with the mood that they wanted me to feel with this, and I feel like they earned it, and I think that it was shot really appropriately. And the tone of the jazz music, it is somber, it is slow, it is, almost, you wake up from a really hard night and bad things have happened, but the world does go on and you have to kind of deal with whatever it is that did happen. It definitely has that, you've got the blues kind of feeling. I think that a different jazz song could have completely fucked up the tone and ruined the mood, but
There is
whatever they used here, it definitely worked, I feel.
There's a sense of all of that was horrible, and now life goes on. So what does it look like?
Life goes on.
And
Which is very important for the. I mean, that is kind of the tone for much of the first half of episode 6. It's like, for all that this hugely massive, probably one of the most consequential deaths in the history of Westeros has just occurred. For most normal people, this is just like packing up after a music festival and going home. That's kind of it. From the small folks' perspective, it's like, I guess one of the lords died, but got to pack this tent up and move. And it's showing that as significant as we understand it to be narratively, the world itself doesn't actually invest much in its own narrative significance. Like, the world will just keep on doing what it does, and jazz music's quite good at conveying a certain carefree attitude. And what it allows, I think, is for a greater focus on this juxtaposition between Dunk, who is still dwelling on the huge significance of everything he's been a part of, and Sir Lionel Baratheon, who's also in the scene. Another interesting choice, because you wouldn't expect light-hearted comedy immediately after what you just saw. But it's important to tell the audience that actually this is how varied the world's perspective is. That imbues everything in the way that this show is told. All of the humor, which, if done badly, would have seemed really discordant, is actually deliberately discordant. Like, most of the jokes and the tone of the comedy is all from the perspective of the character who happens to be around Dunk. So when you get Sir Lionel in the scene, Sir Lionel doesn't actually give too much of a shit about Targaryens. That's why he has that sort of snide, almost dismissive remark about being the favorite son of the mother in the previous episode. Like, this is almost Lionel Baratheon's scene more than it is Dunk's. And the jazz just suits his own attitude. It is very lackadaisical. It's just like, well, that happened. On to the next exciting thing. Time to go home. Oh, home's boring. Let's go fight a war instead. And I think that makes it work. And in a way that other shows that try and inject comedy after very serious things don't, because they don't understand that grounding it in a character's perspective is the thing to do. This show really does. And jazz is just the accompaniment you would expect.
Our complaints, I think, about there was a pop song at the end of one of the
Acolyte.
Yeah, the Acolyte. Yeah, that was painful.
Yeah, but like if we were to do like some kind of large breakdown on why it's not working, I would personally focus on tone before genre, right? Like, not that there's no argument to be made for genre, that there absolutely is, and there's interesting things to say about it. It's just that tone's got to be the much more important aspect, and with everything Platoon just said, is like, I feel like they have earned using some jazz here. Whether or not it works for you, I'm not going to take away from anybody. It did not get in the way of me at all.
I think it is worth your while. It is worth your while to be reticent to impugn a show for like trying to have its own distinct audiovisual identity. Like, if it's like close, you probably want to give them some leeway as to avoid like homogeneity, because I don't know if I really want a Song of Ice and Fire thing, or even every fantasy thing forevermore, to look and sound like Game of Thrones.
What's interesting about that is that I was slightly like, when we found out the music for the intro of House of the Dragon was going to be the same theme, it was like, okay. It's like, I was willing for you to strike out and find your own thing, whatever it was going to be,
I still do have that impression of it as well. Unlike in this show, where it's, as we mentioned earlier, like, it's been made sort of a narrative tool, and either you interrupt it to tell a point or you use it to tell a point. House of the Dragon just uses it because it's the Game of Thrones music, and it's like, you could have come up with something better, I think. Make it much more distinctive. But this is certainly distinctive, and I normally detest jazz, and so I normally don't like this kind of weirdly like non-diegetic tonal breaking music. So the fact that I found myself kind of liking jazz used in this way surprised me in a very nice, happy way. As does Sir Lionel, because Sir Lionel steals every scene he's in.
Yeah.
And Dunk is despondent, obviously, very sad, very depressed, grappling with everything he's just done. But Sir Lionel, he's not. He's brought a maester with him, and they're standing over Dunk, and Sir Lionel sits down next to him, and the heat is just sort of wafting smoke vaguely at Dunk, which obviously is not going to do very much. And Lionel says, "It's been a wonderful tournament. Shame it's all over. Home is it's brutally dull. Hey, you could come with me." We'll hunt and hawk and sail, make merry. I'll sharpen that iron of yours so you don't make such a grand fool of yourself next time. Have you ever been to Tarth? And it's just like, this is just Sir Lionel. It's like nothing that just happened really matters to him. It does matter to Dunk, but it was just a tournament. It's done. That was fun.
Yeah, moving on.
It matters to him in the sense of like the scale of the event as like a thing that he was a participant in, rather than like there's no principled understanding of why he should care about anything that just transpired here. That's just his nature as a person. He embodies the night as this storm of bravado rather than any other aspect, like intense principality or whatever.
Yeah, he came, he got his glory. That's done. Like, what else are you supposed to do at a tournament? Feel for people? No, fuck that. And he just carries on as well, because the Maester says his wounds, they've mortified, it's beyond my abilities. And Lionel says, oh, the others fucking gelled me. You're an itchy arsehole is beyond your abilities, my friend. Be gone, witch. Fuck off with you. It's
honestly,
it's very funny.
again, I'm just so happy with their choice of casting. His delivery is funny as fuck. The begone witch, fuck off. Just like as he's
Yes,
calming
my
down,
loaded one.
just his love of the use of the word cunt as well. He's just like cunt this.
It's fine,
just like
you're
saying it
fine.
all the
He's a
time.
terrible
Yeah.
Maester.
he's fine. You're fine. All
And he
this
just
while
gets straight
Dunk's
back
just
to his
laying there
pitch.
staring into space.
There's something
Yeah.
so funny
Yeah.
about begone witch.
Be gone, witch. Be gone, witch.
And then he just gets right back on with his pitch. He just come with me to Storm's End, and I will love you like a brother. Oh, cunt. And if not, and then he gets up and he puts his hand. Like he uses Dunk, very badly injured Dunk, as leverage to push himself up so
Yeah.
he can go and take a piss. And he says, if not, well, fuck you. I'll hate you like a brother. And then he goes and takes his piss. And Dunk is like, well, how do you even respond to any of this, given that he's grappling with so much inner torment? But he's, he is Dunk as well, and he appreciates a nice, fine offer, and he says it's a fine offer, Lionel, but all I do is bring pain and suffering to those around me. And Lionel says, you've done the realm a kindness, you'll see that one day. The only good dragon is a dead dragon. Which offends Dunk, because it's Baelor Targaryen. This is not just some random monarch that died. And he says, fucking Baelor fought for me. He gave his fucking life. Can you speak of him with a little respect, please? This is Dunk. This is Dunk's character through and through. Doesn't actually have much regard for people's station. What he has regard for is whether or not they're good. And Baelor Targaryen was, and Lionel Baratheon doesn't seem to see or appreciate that. But it's just a useful, I think, narrative thing to have. Again, it's a great way of getting out of potentially a really tricky situation, which is how do you pick up from such high tragedy of the previous episode, is just have a character who doesn't care about it. And it doesn't come out of the blue either, because everything you've seen about Lionel before now makes you know he doesn't care about any of this. And it allows that contrast between, what Dunk's morals are and what everybody else's are to come out. And Lionel says, it's like, fuck that. I fought for you. I, Harding Beesbury, the fucking apple boy, we fought for you. Your prince fought for you against men sworn to protect him. He risked nothing, and the gods don't favor a fraud. And Dunk says, then why have they favored me?
I mean, he raises a point. He's not completely wrong in what he said there. Obviously, it's like, yeah, but Baelor was based, though, so, like, you shouldn't be besmirching him. But he is right that he was the person who was least at risk compared to basically everybody else.
There's also personal offense there, because he goes against what Lionel stands for as a knight, right? Which would be bravado and that sort of like sense of what it means to be a knight. Meanwhile, here's Baelor reaping all of the praises while, risking the least out of all of them in order to do what they did.
I saw this pointed out on Twitter because I didn't catch it when I was watching it. But if you want to, Caster Rooney, I'll play the audio briefly here if I don't get caught with anything. But the way he delivers this line, it's in the subtitles and you can see it, but it's just an interesting little nuance.
I fought for you. Harding Beesbury, I fought for you. Harding Beesbury.
Like, so he's about to lay out like all the reasons of what he's talking about, but the fact that he says, I fought for you, Harding Beesbury, like he cuts himself off from talking more about himself because he obviously personally feels like he really put a fucking lot on the line, and it doesn't seem to be getting as much appreciation as he thinks he should get. And I just that's some, I don't know if that happened at the script level or the actor, or both, but just good job. That's a really
Something
nice small
came
thing.
together.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is nice.
You speak.
And Dunk says, "Why have they favored me?" And Lionel says, "It's not favor. This is mockery. There's a war coming. We could be a force, you and I. You'll consider it good. Caravan departs after the roast." And
Huh.
and then you immediately cut to Baelor's funeral where he's burning on the pyre, and that's the roast he was referring to.
Just to clarify,
Funny and also bleak.
in some favor of Lionel's position, I think a lot of people would intuitively be like, "What a retard! He died. Of course he risked something." It's like his point is kind of that he somewhat didn't at all compared to everyone else. Obviously, he died. That was really unfortunate. Lionel wouldn't probably think so, but that when it comes to like the actual, the way that the weight of the battle was scaled, it's like Baelor is the one that's risking the least out of all of them, if anything at all, because he's kind of immune. It's like, of the entire team, no one's gonna kill Baelor. That would be insane. But they did. Like it's like really unfortunate that happened. That's kind of what point he's making, which I don't think he's wrong. He's
Even if we want to talk in terms of like standing, Baelor doesn't stand to lose a lot here because he is still a Targaryen, and he is still Hand of the King. He's somewhere in line
Hand
to
of
be
the
He's
King,
Hand of the King, yeah.
Like,
yeah, next in line.
he does not stand to lose a lot in terms of standing for siding with the Hedge Knight, as compared to all of these other non-Targaryen, sometimes like lower born or lesser nobility people.
I appreciate him having his rant. I enjoy it. Fair, but simultaneously different, as a POV.
It is, and now we must say goodbye to him because Sir Lionel's he's off now, and Dunk is not going to go with him. Pretty obvious from just Dunk's attitude toward the offer, really. But it's a shame. I want to see so much more of him, and we're not going to, not for a while anyway, unless George writes another book. So we cut then after his mention of the roast to Baelor's funeral. He is being roasted on the pyre. And we see Maekor, who is just barely holding things together because he knows what has probably happened.
I love you, but you called him Maekor throughout this whole thing. It's Maekar.
Did I? Oh, shit. Oh, do you know why? Because somewhere in my mind it's Baelor and Maekar.
Yeah. Well,
at some point it's been mixed
I
around
did
to
it.
Baelor and Maekor.
I did it for a little
Sacred
bit. I
something.
think by the time I hit episode 4, I started getting it right. But that's the
Well,
fucking
I
curse
think I
of
said House of the Kingdom, right? Or
This-
a
this-
Dragon of the Seven.
this universe. George has cursed all of its fans to like struggle and stumble over everyone's names because they're all so similar. Because Maekor and Maegor are like actual names in universe, I'm pretty
That's
sure.
the one, because I'm rereading Fire and Blood at the moment.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, that's probably what's happened.
Maekor,
Although nobody
Maegor,
deserves to
Maegor,
be
it's-
associated with Maegor, because Maegor is an awful person. But so yes, Maekor, no, Maekar, Baelor, that's the one. I'll get it right before the end of this episode, maybe. But he is barely holding it together because he knows that it's probably his mace that did the thing. So not only has his brother died, which is terrible, the brother that he looked up to and the one that he recognizes was so much better suited to power and authority than him, but he's probably the one who did it. Which is and all of that's conveyed in just singly wordless shot. Just that look on his face, haunted and distraught. And the Scepter of Ashford says, Baelor of House Targaryen, Prince of Dragonstone, heir apparent to the Iron Throne, hand of the King of Dare and the Good, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, protected the realm, may the gods keep him. And we see Dunk, who is also at this funeral, and he hobbles over to a Prince Valar, Baelor's son, who was sitting disconsolately. And this is, I think, is the first time, right, that you see him from his correct angle.
You get
see
a
the white
very
streak
good
through his
shot
head.
of the streak
Yeah.
this time, yeah. Which again, it's just funny in retrospect. It's like if you've done, I think a lot of people might not even know who this was when they saw him here. Like,
But you have seen him before. That's
Yeah.
right. You have briefly.
You have, and I was quite impressed actually because I actually think the actor, I don't know the actor's name, does quite a good job of. He doesn't entirely mirror Baelor's mannerisms, but he does enough of them to make it quite clear just from his performance that this is his son. There's quite a similar sort of style of delivery, kind of level gaze, not overly emotional even in this particular moment. And even though he's sitting talking to the man who killed his father, he's not like raging about any of this. He's quite matter of fact. Says, he died in my armor. Plenty of sons have died in their father's armor. How many fathers have died in their sons? And Dunk says, I could not say. And Valar he sniffs, but he's still holding it together. He's emotionally restrained. Says he was still young, had it in him to be a great king, the greatest since Aegon the Dragon. Why would the gods take him and leave you? And
Man.
Dunk says, I've wondered the same.
Jesus.
And it's almost more cutting, I think, for the manner of like the way he delivers it. It's not even like rageful.
It's like he's genuinely asking, why would they do that? And then, of course, the sort of the subtext there is like, there's no way it's a worthwhile trade. You are lesser than him. You are not as worthwhile as him. You know, it's just it's kind of brutal, and I don't even know that he intended it to be as brutal as it actually is, because it's like it's as was mentioned, it seems like he's genuinely asking.
It is, and Dunk says, I've wanted the same thing. And Valar says, be gone with you, Sir Duncan. But again, doesn't even say it angrily. It's just, what else have we got to say to each other at this point?
Yeah.
Be gone. And so Dunk is indeed be gone. He hobbles back through the camp, and just as the arrival at Ashford Meadow shows everything being set up, so we see everything being packed up. Everything's being taken down. All the people are leaving. They're making ready for home. And everything just seems so bizarrely normal, because that, of course, is the point. All of that high tragedy is met by total normality as everybody gets about their day jobs. And it's just nice. I think it's nice to have had those shots in. We didn't need them necessarily, but it's adds to the end of the festival vibe. But Raymond Fossaway, who's now Sir Raymond Fossaway, bumps into Dunk as he's wandering through the camp and says, I looked for you, but I couldn't find you. I started getting worried. You've come from Baelor's funeral. I can't believe you went. And Dunk says, I thought I owed it to him. Everybody blames me for his death, don't they? And Raymond says, I don't. But with Raymond, you know that may be because he just doesn't think his death's important because he hates the Targaryens. So it's not even as though they are quite on a level when they're talking about Baelor's death here. But they have a hug, and Raymond makes it sort of long and awkward, and it's just a nice, funny moment. It doesn't mean too much, but it's just slightly longer than it needs to be. And Dunk sort of says, okay, and then pushes him away. And we just sort of start picking up the rest of the threads of the big battle. So Stefan's gone, and he took Raymond's tent and said he betrayed the family by abandoning him, and so just left him behind. And Dunk says, I'm sorry, Raymond. And Raymond says, don't be. He's just mad that he lost. First trial of 7 in 100 years, and Lord Stefan Fossaway got beaten by his little cousin. And then he shows the repainted shield that he's got, because the sigil of House Fossaway is a red apple, and he has repainted his, so it's now green. And he says it's better to be an unripe green apple than a wormy red one.
Yeah,
I like the detail of the metal rim on the shield still kind of hanging off on the bottom side. I forget it's the left to right, but it's just sort of dangling off there still a bit. Hasn't been fully repaired yet.
Well, it's cool too. This is the birth of 2 branches of the family tree. That'll go on to this will have consequences in future, sort of thing. It's just get to see how it happens, sort of thing. The Fossaways, the green apples and the red apples.
You do indeed, and Raymond brags that he broke one of his cousin's ribs. He's still quite taken with his own performance, and that's understandable because he's gained some renown from his performance in that fight, and he's gained more than just renown because he's also gained a wife, as it turns out. And we see Red the Prozzer, who we met a few episodes ago, emerges from his tent. Her real name is Rowan. She is now going by the name Rowan. And it turns out they are now together. She is now going to become Miss Lady Rowan Fossaway. And she bids Dunk good morning, and obviously he recognizes her. And Raymond says, this is Rowan of the Green Apple Fossaways. And Dunk is surprised by this, because obviously he knows who Red is. But now they're going to get married, and she's going to be Raymond's wife. And she acts as though they've never met before. She says, pleased to meet you, Sir Duncan. And Dunk is slow on the uptake, but he just about gets there in time. Says, oh, yeah, absolutely. Pleased to meet you, Lady Rowan. And Raymond's bragging about how his performance impressed her so much, and she said he fought like a wild bull, and with all the grace of one. And because he had no squire to see to his wound, she came and tended him. And then it turned out that, well, she told him that he got her with child now, even though she's quite clearly been with child for some time. But Raymond's an idiot, so he figures he did that. So he says, I figured we ought to get married. And she says, it feels like a boy. And there's this interesting moment of tension where you think, well, is Dunk going to go along with this, given what we know about him? Because Dunk is honorable. Dunk doesn't like lies. He doesn't like lords being unlordly or knights being unknightly. And he says, that's... But he doesn't get a chance to commit one way or the other, because then he's interrupted, because some riders from House Targaryen have arrived to summon him to meet with Maekor. So I'm kind of interested to know what would have happened had they not arrived. Like, what would Dunk have done in that situation? Would he have gone along with it or dispelled the lie because it's dishonorable to keep it going?
I wasn't even sure of what this, if it was that she actually was pregnant and she's now telling him that the baby's his when it's obviously not, or that she wasn't pregnant at all. She's just doing that to sort of anchor herself to him. And
Yeah, I
assumes
couldn't quite tell because it's quick.
I couldn't tell if she was. So that's what I'm asking. Is like, is she pregnant? I can't tell because the shots are not very clear about it.
My read was that she was, but I may have just headcanoned that into existence. I figured
feel like-
because of her profession and how many people she's been.
Oh yeah, on that front, I figure she knows how to not get pregnant, if you know what I mean. But that she saw this opportunity to be like, this guy's kind of impressionable and a bit naive. You've gotten me pregnant. I'll be your wife. It'll be great, when she's not pregnant at all, because she will eventually get pregnant, probably. Like, if she...
Surely he would know that, like, yeah, obviously it doesn't take one night for someone to look pregnant. Surely he'd know that.
But
So that couldn't be a
didn't,
lie that you
I
could
thought that
actually
was
pull
part of
off.
the joke. But again, this might be because I incorrectly headcanoned the pregnancy in. But I thought the joke was that he's young. He's like he was until recently just a squire, and he was probably a virgin who doesn't know the way of the world. Because why would he get many ladies interested in him when he's underneath Sir Stefan, who everyone is more interested in? So I kind of read it as a joke about him being just not wise to the ways of the world, but that might all be the result of me assuming something that the show doesn't support.
Yeah. I mean, either way, it's because that would then mean it's most likely the guy who was trying to get to vouch for Sir Arlen, right? The Dundarian guy. It could be his kid.
Yeah.
So, which you know what, the red hair would be accounted for by hers, I guess, for old Raymond. But no, yeah, like I said, I was a little bit confused. I wasn't sure exactly what story she was selling versus what the truth was.
Probably easier to go back to episode, what was it, 1?
Once see if she's looking, because I think she's standing in a couple of scenes. She's wearing very sort of baggy and flowing clothes. Those just kind of, it's just hard to tell, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think she was. I feel like I would have noticed that sort of thing.
I would have thought I would have noticed it, but it could be. I mean, should we just get someone on the show who can confirm, like behind the scenes?
Yeah.
Is there anybody who can just tell us?
She doesn't look so.
Well, maybe we'll find out.
Who knows?
In a future season.
Maybe. That's right.
But for now, though, Sir Duncan has been summoned to see Prince Maekar, and he demands a word with him. So he's taken to go see him, and it's Raymond almost steps in to stop them here because he's quite protective of Duncan. He does not like House Targaryen, as has been well established. But Duncan says it's fine, I'll be fine, and he congratulates them and he leaves. So he goes in and he finds Prince Maekar is brooding. He's still extremely unhappy, obviously,
probably
given the circumstances.
I'll mention just for the sake of it. I'm sure there's someone listening who will appreciate this. But funnily enough, in season 1 of Game of Thrones, when Aemon talks about his family tree and mentions Maekar, the way he pronounces it is Micah, which is apparently another very common way of saying his name in other like examples. I think some of the audiobooks even have it that way. And then the dude who announced his arrival says Maekar. So it's like Maekar, Micah. I feel like I don't even think the universe knows anymore.
It does seem not because there's the weird contraction because AE is the Latinized thing, but it tends to come from the Greek, which is pronounced AI, and then when it was Romanized, it became AE, and so like the pronunciation changed. But there not being any Greeks or Romans in this world, I don't think they've maybe settled on what the rules of the pronunciation are. We'll carry on calling him Maekar until I mispronounce it as Maekor again, and then something else, and then something else. But he tells Dunk that he's sending Aerion to the east. He figures that a few years in the Free Cities might change him for the better. And then he sort of pauses and changes the subject and says, "Some men will say I meant to kill my brother. The gods know it's a lie, but I will hear the whispers till the day I die." And Dunk says, "Well, you swung the mace, but it was for me that Prince Baelor died. Brent Baelor died." Damn, it's going to get worse now. You pointed it out. God
I'm
damn
so
it.
sorry.
I think it is actually.
You
Yeah.
shouldn't have said
It's
anything. Just let him.
your mind. Now you're going to be so self-conscious about it. That I believe in you.
You could do it.
I
Yeah.
don't, but yeah, we'll do our best. And Makar says that you will hear them. Jesus Christ. Anyway, he says you'll hear them whisper it as well. The king is old. When he dies, each time a battle is lost or a crop fails, the fools will say Baelor would not have let it happen. The hedge knight killed him. And Dunk is obviously he's aware of all of this stuff. These are the momentous consequences of his minor act of chivalry has left him in a position where, for all he knows, the entire world will curse him forevermore. This is all him beginning to still grappling with all of that stuff.
I was very fond of this sequence in the book, and I was looking forward to hearing it, and I was very happy the actor does such a good job. He's capturing a very specific sort of expression with all of this like deep frustration, anger, with how everything has turned out, but also this obvious, subtle, like, just tragedy in the way that he's saying all of this. Like, it's so unfair. None of this should have happened. This is insane. Like, the sadness, but also this, like, Makar's got a bit of strength to him. So it's a lot for the actor to capture, and I think he does a great job.
He does. He does a very good job. And then they both do all the way through this scene. Dunk says, if I'd not fought, you would have had my hand and foot. I sat under the tree this morning and I asked, could I have spared one? How can a foot be worth a prince's life? And Makar says, what answer does your tree give you? And Dunk says, every day at evenfall, Sir Arden would say, I wonder what the morrow will bring. Mightn't it be that some morrow will come when I'll have need of that foot, when the realm will need that foot, more even than a prince's life? And Makar says, not bloody likely.
Which, to be fair, it's like
it's true, absolutely true.
Yeah.
But
I love the way that he delivers that line too when he says "not bloody likely" as he's got his eyes over.
It's just the most normal reaction to that, I think, question, right? In this scenario, is like, of course, it's like, what the no, but this is a story. It's written, and I imagine there may come a time where Dunk will likely need to kick something at some point, and that's going to be a big old. I'm not referring to something that's happened in like written. What I'm saying is like that sounds like the kind of thing George would have happen in like his later years, and almost casually, not drawing a lot of attention to it to make this conversation that much more meaningful to go back to.
Yeah, saves Egg's life with a kick or something like that would be
something like that.
Payoff. But it's good. I mean, the matter of fact delivery has been pointed out, but it is good because Makar is struggling not only with grief, but to suppress it. And so like he's still the same man he was before, brusque and pointed, and he doesn't really suffer any fools. So that not bloody likely is just the best perfect response. And he points out the realm has as many hedge knights as hedges. But then he switches tack again, because his sons are on his mind. Obviously, he's sending Arian away. But Egg is still a problem. What becomes of Egg? And he says, my youngest son seems to have grown fond of you, sir. It's time he was a squire. But he tells me he will serve no knight but you. He is an unruly boy, as you will have noticed. And Dunk defends him again, instinctively, as he always does. Says he's a good lad, just needs a stern hand is all. And Makar says, will you have him? And Dunk is surprised, as you would expect. Me? The offer is that Makar will take them both to Summerhall, which is his seat, where there will be a place for them. And if Dunk swears his sword to Makar, Aegon could squire for him. And then while he trains Aegon, Makar's Master of Arms will finish Dunk's training. And he says, quite nicely, I think, for Makar, because he could have been slightly more of a dick about it, but he says, your Sir Arlen did all he could for you, I have no doubt, but you still have much to learn.
Yeah. A really pleasant line to come at this point. It's like, oh, that's nice.
He didn't have to say that.
No. And maybe part of it is that like, obviously he's making an offer, and so he can't be too offensive. But then, given the circumstances, you could understand him being way more offensive than he has been. But Dunk, he declines in this moment. He says, I beg your pardon, my lord, I do, but I think I'm done with princes. Yeah. And that's it. Seemingly the end of the story, the end of his intersect with House Targaryen. But Egg has been eavesdropping from outside. And so when Dunk goes to leave and hobbles out of the room and down the tower stairs, he bumps into Egg. And then they have a sit down and a little chat. And he asks Egg if he was spying. And Egg says no, which is a lie. But, this is what Egg does. Then he asks if Dunk is in a lot of pain. And they both know that they're kind of not talking about what the subject of the conversation is. They're both kind of beating around the bush. So Dunk doesn't answer that question. He just says, I can't, Egg, I'm sorry. And Egg says, maybe you're not the knight I thought you were. And then he gets up and stomps out of the room because he's very unhappy. He wanted to be Sir Dunk's squire. But Dunk has said no. He's refusing the call for the next adventure. And again, great acting from both of them generally, but I think from Dexter Solancel is Egg's actor who does like the subtle emotions. He knows when to tear up and can tear up. Knows how to convey that minute note of disappointment and anger, but keeping it quite restrained. He doesn't overact the scene at all. He just sort of keeps it within himself and then leaves.
On that note as well, acting, that whole sequence when he's delivering the offer, Makar's got this combination of like the sternness you're talking about with the strength and the grief of the situation, but also it just feels like some level of, I don't know if you'd call it like regret that he's having to accept and move with his son, his youngest, basically only being on board with being with Dunk, the man who, contextually with all of this, it's just such a extremely depressing situation, but the will you have him, like said regrettably, but simultaneously understanding the truth of it, which I would say is that Egg is in trouble in a way, the way he's being raised, and what's going to happen next. We can talk a bit more about it in the second Makar conversation, to be honest, but it's just so much in these scenes, and it's just such a great move as an aftermath episode, so to speak, to take us to what's going to happen next.
It is, and what happens next in the episode is another flashback, though. So after Egg leaves, we get a flashback, and we are with Sir Arden under the tree, and it's very deliberately framed. Obviously, it's the same tree from episode 1. Many of the same shots are used from episode 1, and that obviously implies something quite significant, which is that maybe this flashback is toward the end of Sir Arden's time on this earth. But he says he's telling a story now, and he's sort of sitting there. He seems sort of semi-out of it. He's not quite all focused, but maybe he's just drunk. This is Sir Arden. And he asks he asks Dunk, have you heard this story before? And Dunk says, many times. And Arden says, from where? And Dunk says, from you. And Arden says, oh. And Dunk starts to ask a question. He says, may I ask you, sir? But then Sir Arden just starts telling his story again, because this is what Sir Arden does. He's not really listening to Dunk and never probably has. But the story is, as told by Sir Arden, that when a lord calls his banners and sends us boys off to war, it's a custom for each to nail a penny to the oak in the square, and if we return, to take it down. It's a great oak tree, and yet it's often hard to find a spare bit to nail the new penny. Then you hear thunder rolling, and the rain starts, and obviously, as we remember from episode 1, it was dark and overcast and rainy, and Sir Arden sighs. And Dunk says, why did you never knight me? Did you think I'd leave you? I wouldn't have, or was it something else? Sir? And then he looks over, and we see that Sir Arden is still. His eyes are open, and he's not breathing, and we know from episode 1 what happens to him. Is this it? Is he dead? Seems to be it. And Dunk starts crying as the rain falls. And then, because it's Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, and it knows how to do this kind of thing really well, Sir Arden then gasps awake again and says, that's why they call it the penny tree. A true knight always finishes a story, George.
Yeah, he said that. He
Everybody
said George
thought
at
of
the
George.
end.
Everybody.
Yeah, everyone thought of it.
I mean, I feel like every single person who watched this was like, fucking George.
Yeah.
It is insane that you have Game of Thrones went off the rails because the source was not finished. House of the Dragon seems to be going off the rails. It doesn't have enough source material to work with in the first place. And then Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is like, should I get invested in this? It's like, well, only 25% of it is currently written. So it's just like, George.
Yeah, at your own peril.
It's going to be maybe not one to put on the headstone for George R.R. Martin if he does cark it before finishing anything. Maybe he's just not the true knight. But that is the end of the flashback. So that's sort of, I think, less ambiguous than the book. From what I remember of the book anyway, it's always kind of ambiguous as to whether or not Dunk is properly a knight. And Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, the show, sort of leans on the side that he's possibly not. And Serana never did get around to knighting him.
I think it's very reasonable to conclude he was not, either, like at maximum, he was not knighted in the most conventional and efficient and technical way, but it's probably likely he wasn't knighted at all. That would be my assumption of the events that have happened between those two. I don't need to see the scene to confirm it ever. That's fine with me. But that like it seems the most appropriate with what the show is all about that he would not be a knight because he's the most knighty knight in this whole universe, and yet he's not actually officially a knight. That just seems to be like, yeah, that would make sense. It's like a really meaningful thing.
Definitely, and it tracks with all of the other sort of storytelling around it. I think the play about the fool pretending to be a knight, and there's lots of other sort of hints at the secret identity being way less impressive than the presented identity is, to the point where actually presenting the identity as being like the true identity would be a risk to you. So it's like, but I agree that you don't. It works perfectly well, just sort of leaning in one direction without clarifying, without any uncertainty whatsoever, what the case may be. So Sir Duncan may not, in fact, be a Sir Duncan, but he's proven himself worthy of that title, and everyone will forevermore call him Sir Duncan because of how he has behaved, as opposed to whether some chap put a sword on his shoulder. So that does it for the flashback, and we are back to the tourney, and they're at the bar tent having a last drink before everybody leaves. And there is a coffin in the bar tent, and it's surrounded by bees, real Lord Bees, because in that coffin is Lord Beesbury. Because he really is committed to the bit.
Yeah.
And
No, we need more commitment. It's like Batman. We need more themed gangs. We need more themed families. Stick to the bit and commit. It's good
commit
shit.
to the bit.
Commit to the bit.
That's the saying. And Raymond he's like, how do they get the bees to swarm like that? Is it some sort of magic? And everyone else is kind of nonplussed by this question. And Rowan says, well, they put the queen in Beesbury's coffin. Fucking bee magic, my poor sweet warrior. Fucking bee magic is a good line. I think that could be used in many contexts.
Bee magic.
And so they're just having a chat. But Dunk looks over and he spots that Darren is here. And he's getting drunk again. This is what he does with all of his free time. And he demands that a serving boy bring him his cup. So Dunk gets up and limps over and accosts him. Says, have you no shame coming here? Those men are dead because of you. And Darren does not answer that point. He just asks Dunk, will you take Egg to Squire? And Dunk says, I told your father he's not my concern. And this is where Darren becomes, as Darren occasionally does, a little bit more human. He is pathetic, but like sometimes he's capable of speaking to people on a human level in a way that other princes are not. And he points out that he says, my brother was not always such a little monster. And Dunk assumes he's talking about Egg and defends him again. Egg is no monster, he's just a boy. And Darren says, I didn't mean Egg, but no doubt we'll make a man of him too. Perhaps the seeds of madness are sown in the womb, as the maesters say, but Arion was quite the glad child once. He liked fishing. Which on its own is a nice little scene, because obviously this is now telling Dunk something kind of important, which he's going to be using against Maekar later as an argument. But it's also, you get the scene transition, as he says he liked fishing, and then the camera cuts to a rotting fish on a table with a knife sticking out of it, in a bedroom, in Egg's bedroom, no less. And Egg is sitting on the bed, sort of contemplating, and then he gets up, and he goes to look at himself in the mirror, and the music takes a weird, discordant, unsettling turn as he looks himself in the mirror and he sees his hair growing back. And then when we see the plate again, we see that the knife is gone.
Don't you just love stories?
I know.
This is all great, because it's just like, what do you think all of this means? It's like, oh, I don't know, the fact that Targaryens are all wacky, insane, asshole monsters, yet there's one right now that's left that's clearly not, but he's pretty young, and yet to live the same life that perhaps others did that led them to where they are, and shares a couple of traits that maybe some of the others did when they were younger, and that he's trying to hide that identity through having cut his hair off and it's growing back, signaling something, and that, I don't know, man, you just...
Still a Targaryen.
There's just good shit in here of exactly what it seems everyone understands, but no one wants to say explicitly, which is, I don't think he should grow up with the Targaryens right now. They're not great.
Nah, that would probably be detrimental to his character development.
Yeah, Baelor seems to be the fluke, you know.
A little bit.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, and well, obviously it's too early to say for Prince Valar whether he's inherited that side of his father. I wonder how long we'll get to see him in the next one. But we cut and we get Egg entering another bedroom. It's Aerian's bedroom, and Aerian is asleep and recovering from his wounds. And we see that Egg has the knife in his hand, and he walks very slowly toward the bed. And music's still doing its thing, and you think, oh shit, he's gonna do something that he cannot come back from. He probably needs an intervention. And as luck would have it, there is one. Because he hears a creak from beside him, and he looks over, and he sees Maekar is sitting there, and he's watching him. And then he walks over silently and puts his hand on Egg's shoulder, and Egg drops the knife. And there's no words in this scene, and it tells you so much.
Yeah, this performance is excellent. This kid is really good at acting. This is very impressive. There is so much to read in his expression.
And in Maekar's as well, because it's not like, you know, in a different situation, one of your sons goes to try and stab your other son, you would think, well, that's an excuse to crash out if ever there was one. But Maekar does not crash out.
Well, again, there's his there's almost like a sigh of when he reaches him of Maekar's probably thinking a lot right now of the whole family. Mm-hmm. This is a fucking mess. And it's so sad that it is, because he obviously loves his kids.
Yeah, and he also understands what they are. So that's the reason he does not get big mad. He's like, he understands what Aerion is. He needs to send him away, but he understands what he is to Egg, and he understands Egg, and he understands Egg's attitude toward Aerion, and there's a huge amount of very complex stuff going on here, which you can all convey wordlessly, and it's all in the expressions. It's in Egg's expression, and that sort of, it's almost like resigned despair when he drops the knife. It's not like a relief at all. It's just like it's semi-relief in the sense that he doesn't really want to go through with it, but it's also resignation in that he does want to go through with it, and now he can't.
And it's like the inevitability of, am I going to become him who I despise, who I loathe, who I absolutely hate? You know, there's almost something like fundamentally wrong with everybody who belongs to this family. It's like a temporary pause on the horrible situation, not a resolution. The resolution still awaits, potentially, you know, the potential resolution, the potential fix to this problem.
It does. A fix, however, it's about to walk through the door. Sorry, but will you carry on?
Oh, well, it was going to be, because I guess it ties into exactly what's to come next, because we've seen 3 of Maekar's sons, right, in this show, and 2 of them can kind of write off for their own reasons, but Egg is, you know, not yet, right? He's not
got a chance.
Well,
he's got potential. He's got a shot at becoming a great man.
Might seem mean, but you can write off 3 of them technically. One of them because he's drunk, one of them because he's fucking horrible, and then the third because he's in the Citadel, and if he's going to become a maester, then that's that. Like, you know, that's his life path.
That's that. What do you mean?
He's not. Well, I say this to be fair. It's not. So a maester may or may not. If his pathway is he's going to become a maester, and then he's going to go to the wall, and he's going to choose to serve instead of basically like Maekar's probably not thinking about turning him into his true heir, so to speak.
Okay, I get what you mean. Like, not that he's going to be just like a worthless piece of shit, but just that he can't further the legacy of the family.
Not really.
He's living a monastic life. That's the point of equivalency there. It's like he's no longer of use to you in a political sense, which is a callous way to put it. But
yeah, then you do get the bonus context if you've seen Game of Thrones that Aemon does say that he's offered the life back, so to speak, and he said no. So like it's.
Because he's in Game of Thrones, right? He was in that Watchers on the Wall episode. I saw that, by the way, guys. The Watchers on the That was a cool fucking episode.
That's the best episode of Game of Thrones.
Cool. I think they're awesome. That part where they're in the tunnel and the giant is charging towards them and they're doing their little their little speech as they're hyping themselves up. It's like, man, that's cool. This is cool.
That
This
whole
show
episode
seems
is-
really cool. I don't like that I keep putting it off because I know that it's going to end horribly watching it fully.
Just for context, right? Because I think some of chat know, but Nick Diorio's been going through Game of Thrones, and he was just like, "Hey, I'm about to hit where it goes horrible," and then I was like, "That is also coincidentally right next to like several of the best episodes," and he was like, "Oh, you want to watch them as well?" And we were like, "Yeah, sure," and just threw him on, and then
that Oberyn, that guy's cool as shit. It's really unfortunate his demise.
But yeah, no, Watches on the Wall is season 4, episode 9, I think, is fucking great. So bitchin'. And Neil Marshall directed that as well, by the way,
Yeah.
Descent guy.
Yeah.
Hey,
He
I didn't know
directed
that. That's cool.
And the one in season 2, right? The Battle of Blackwater.
Yes, which is another episode that a lot of people love the shit out of.
Well, I've seen the Tyrion speech in that. That's pretty cool.
Yep, there's so much good shit in Game of Thrones, but as soon as we finished, I was like, Nick, that's it. That's
all right, new show.
It's over. Because if you're unaware, chat, I pick season 4, episode 10 as the death of the show, not season 5's beginning. It's,
which is coincidentally the demise of Tywin, right?
It is, and there's nothing. Tywin is undamaged in that episode. Tyrion is the one that takes a heavy hit, unfortunately, because of the.
And then basically any character who hasn't died by that point is to be ruined in some way, shape, or form, right?
Unequivocally and horrifically.
After them.
There's so few people that can escape the horrors of the ending of their stories. The best you can get is that they're horribly killed unfairly by some random person, but even then it kind of ruins them because it means they were like stupid enough to fall for it or something.
Varys, right? He's the. I know that.
Yeah, that's the problem, because even if they're horribly killed unfairly, they've normally been really retarded to get themselves into that
He's
position.
like coughing on a beach now. As far as
Name
I'm
anybody. Every time, this is what I mean. That this show was doing this. It was like, oh yeah, I remember this character or this family. It leads to this. It goes to this, and it ends up with this. And for example, there was a discussion on one of Nerdrotic streams where we were talking about the best swordsman, right? And then someone asked like, oh, would Peak Dunk versus like how do you do against someone like the Hound or the Mountain? And then we started talking about the best, and it was like Arthur Dane and Barristan Selmy, and then it was like, oh yeah, Barristan, who just got knifed by a bunch of randies in an alley. That was the end of his story. It's the most annoying
Is it true
shit.
that he started complaining that his character wasn't being given any of the scenes from the books, and so they killed him?
That's a theory.
I feel like I've seen an interview with the actor, I feel like, where he talked about something along those lines about like, you know, the fate of his character, and then it wasn't like what he was expecting, that's gotta suck.
He was very invested in
the books. Like, he's
portraying
still alive
Barristan
all the way through to the end. Like, he's still going, as far as I can recall. By the time of Dance of Dragons, so like he's quite important. He does a huge amount of very important stuff. Then you start to wonder when the actor for Varys says, when he was written off, I started to understand why some other people who left the show, how they felt, and like maybe that's who he had in mind, is other people who've just been wrecked by D&D.
Varys self-retards, like he just dies out with being extremely stupid, and it's boring and lame, and that's the beginning of season 8, episode 5, I believe he's killed. The Bells. The Bells is one of the worst things that ever happened to storytelling.
You know, it feels like, because I think I am on the precipice of actually getting like fully immersed into, you know, this world. And it feels like I'm presented with two pretty undesirable choices, which is I can watch a show that I know has a bad ending, or I can read the books that don't have an ending at all. It's really, so it feels like it's a grim prospect either way, you know.
That's what it is. You catch up with the misery that everyone else is experiencing. It's like, yeah, welcome.
I don't know if I want to do that to myself.
It's so annoying because
I did it though. It's like because I started reading all of it chronologically, just because like everyone seems to be really pissed off at George R.R. Martin, and I want to understand why. So I committed basically an entire year worth of reading all of it, and then got there and said, yeah, I kind of understand why. Although, to be fair, A Feast for Crows is a fucking chore, and he clearly didn't want to write the next one. But then on the other hand, you gain way more appreciation and love for the good stuff that there is. I think I appreciate this show maybe slightly more because I got way more invested in the world. And you know, there's going to be 2 more seasons of this before it runs out of source material. And House of the Dragon.
I think I lean towards reading the books because I've watched a few videos that talk about like the world, and it sounds way more fantasy than the impression I've gotten from Game of Thrones. Like way more fantasy, which is kind of more appealing to me.
Conventional wisdom might say, read all that's available and watch up to season 4's near ending. That's,
I guess
honestly.
so, right? Yeah, I guess that's one way to do it, because it's like, well, I know the broad beats of this ending. I know I know the fate generally of a lot of these characters, and it's basically not canon, right? Like, to anybody. So
Yeah, no, just
you know.
ignore it. Pretend it didn't happen. The only thing about reading the books is that you will have to put up with George R. R. Martin's descriptions of sex scenes, which are worse than watching sex scenes in the show. Because, like, I never wanted to hear a vagina described as a swamp, but I have now.
Yeah, George is
What?
he's a bit freaky like that.
Oh, God. Jesus. Okay. Fuck
And, like,
I,
some
I
of
honestly got
them,
I personally got put off the books by his prose. Like I really quite like his dialogue, but his descriptions and prose for me, it just didn't do a lot for me. And
yeah,
though
he
the
gets
scene
better
Yeah,
in by the
okay.
time of Feast for Crows is when he decides, right, I'm going to be a writer now, and so he puts more time and effort into like describing the world. So I think the prose slightly improves, but then it's always dragged down by that kind of stuff. And also, like this is a man who confuses procrastination for masturbation, I think. So like sometimes you will get a random sex scene which has absolutely nothing to do with the plot at all. It's just there. Like Cersei will go and bang a chick for some reason, and it will take 5 pages, and then it will be like, anyway, back to the Iron Islands. Who owns the Iron? Who not the Iron Throne? The Seawood Throne, whatever the fuck it is. It's like back to high politics after random lesbian sex scene. It's like could have done without most of that, to be honest with you. There's some really interesting stuff, and obviously there's a whole bunch of stuff you won't get if you watch the show. Introduces the young Griff, obviously as a potentially rival Targaryen claimant to the throne. The Euron Greyjoy, way more important character in the books. He's just a joke character, clown creature in the show. So there's a lot of stuff that's definitely worth reading in the books. It's just that if you ever find yourself thinking, this is a sex scene, just skip it. There's no point.
Okay. Okay.
Also, if it's a
Sex
Brienne
is the
chapter,
point.
sex is the point. Not when George R. R. Martin writes it. It's not.
Oh my god.
It's
Is he a
horrific.
creepy old? Is he a creepy old man or?
Proper boner killer. Like it's just
Proper
yeah.
boner killer.
Oh my goodness. He looks like a boner killer.
I do have sympathy for him pretty clearly, I think, having lost the enthusiasm and passion for his like main work because it is clearly ballooned beyond the scope he intended for it, and it's become sort of nightmarish to get things moving places that he wants them to go. But at the same time, that sympathy is somewhat contingent on like come out and say it because people will
Well,
accept
yeah, the
that.
longer that you string people along for like 15 years, I mean, at that
That's
point, it's like,
insane.
bro, you
Yeah.
could have given people some
That's-
closure, you know? Like, if
Mhm.
you're not going to do it, you're not going to do it, and it would be nice for people to know.
But he keeps saying he's
Oh,
going
well.
to carry him on. Oh well, maybe we'll get something else from him at some point. But I suppose we should wrap up something we did actually get from him.
That's right.
So the scene is interrupted. Obviously, the word, the scene, Maker and Egg having a little moment, but there's a knock at the door, and Sir Duncan has arrived, and he's requested an audience, and he's waiting outside, and Lord Ashford's daughter pops up for I think her second speaking scene in the entire show, which is based
Yeah,
around her
very brief.
birthday.
Hell yeah.
And she says, I want you to know that I do not blame you for ruining my name day. It was a rotten thing they've done to you, and you were right in your reply. And then he says thanks, and she leaves, and that's
There's something so hilarious because we talked about this in the other stream that everything about all of this revolves around her. Like this is all
Yep.
about her, and she pops in once to say you're big and stupid, and then she pops in to say, by the way, I thought that it was mean what happened to you. It's like,
She is
Her name is-
simultaneously
Oh,
like the
thanks.
most and least important
Yeah,
person in the story, kind of at the same time.
You don't matter, even though the only reason any of this has happened is because you exist. It's a very fun dynamic.
yeah.
Her name is Gwyn, right?
Yes.
That's probably a reference to Guinevere. Fun.
No,
thing.
no. It's a reference to Lord Gwyn from Dark Souls, you idiot.
I thought
Oh,
that's
of
what. Yeah,
course.
I figured that was
When-
the case. Yeah.
Also a reference to the color white, because that's Gwyn is white in Welsh. Yes.
Oh, is
When-
it?
it. There you
I
go.
didn't know that. I learned something new every day. A lot of King Arthur and Arthurian is like derived from Welsh, like folklore,
Well, then
isn't
how-
it?
Well, then why do you guys constantly ask each other, where are you white?
Huh?
I get it.
I mean,
don't.
it's close enough, I guess.
Oh no.
Strange people. Carry on.
So Dunk enters the room and he addresses Makar, and Makar tells him to speak quickly because he's near rid of this place. And Dunk says that before your brother died, he said the realm needed good men. I will take Egg the Squire, but not at Summerhall. And Makar points out he said he was done with princes. And Dunk says Egg is no prince, not yet. Might be he's better served away from castles and servants. And Makar interrupts him and says his family. Dunk doesn't quite answer that question. He says, if you would consent, I'd bring him on the road with me. He'll learn to squire as I did. We'll sleep in inns and stables, now and again in the halls of some landed knight or lesser lordling, maybe under a tree when we must. And Makar does not like this suggestion. He says, I forbid him to live as a peasant. Aegon is blood of the dragon. He can't sleep in ditches and eat hard salt beef. And Dunk then says something very astute. He says, Darren never slept in a ditch, and all the beef Aryan ever ate was thick and rare and bloody. And then you realize what Makar's actual objection is, because he basically tells you. Is this very haunted, very powerful look as he says, he's my last son.
This might be my single favorite bit of acting. It's so good.
It's really
It
very
is
strong.
insane.
Oh man, there's so much you could say about that statement. He's my last son. Like,
While 3 of them are still living.
yeah.
4 of them are still living, even.
Oof. It feels so desperate. Because, like, you don't need to make bones about it. Like, he just said, your other 2 sons suck. And then he was basically like, yeah.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
They do. Hence, I don't want to lose my last one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you.
think about this offer from his perspective. What's to stop Egg from getting shanked by a brigand and just that's it?
Yeah.
Because he's just going to be out on the road with Dunk, and that's it, just the 2 of them. So many things could go wrong so easily.
But nevertheless, like, this is actually a really good idea, because obviously you see what the idea is that Dunk is getting at, you know? It would be worthwhile, probably, for building Egg's character to take him on the road, to see the world, to live as everybody else lives, to do some good. You know, it's like actually, it's like a brilliant idea, but at the same time, you completely understand why Makar doesn't want to go for it.
Yeah.
And yet it's because he doesn't use many of those objections, because it's sort of like that he's my last son is, he acknowledges the tragedy of his own condition. Obviously, he does love for and care for his sons, and they have all turned out like shit, and he does feel responsibility for that. And so he could say, no, I'm not letting him go because of the risk to my progeny. He might get stabbed. He might die on the road. He doesn't use any of those things. It's just it's that horrible conflict between knowing that he has to leave in order to have a chance at being good, but also that means that you are the failure as a father because he can't stay around you and be good. It's a really sad self sort of almost acknowledgement by Makar of his own place in the world and how he has failed as a father. Not for want of trying, though, because you do see him trying. It's just that everything he's tried has failed over and over again. And it's sad.
Yeah, and maybe he's sabotaged in part because, I mean, it is the thing, right, with the Targaryens, is that they're kind of just unhinged because of their weird, just everything about them. Really.
They're weird everything.
Incestuous aliens.
That's right.
But so what we don't get from this scene, of course, is confirmation. But you might take the implication that Makar has accepted. This is his last defense against the idea, as he's my last son. But you don't get the resolution in this scene, so maybe he will change his mind. I think this is a point of departure from the book as well. But obviously, we can get there with the last scene.
Yeah, we'll get there.
It's confirmed either way. But for now, we go outside and we find that Dunk is alone and he's saddling horses. And then who should trot up to him but Sweetfoot? Sweetfoot, the horse that he sold all that way back. And Sir Raymond has bought him, and Dunk's overjoyed to see his Sweetfoot back. And he asks, what are you doing here? And he's just overjoyed to see her again. And Sir Lionel says, Raymond says, sorry, Sir Lionel wants you for a stag. Storm's End's a sad place. I figured an old friend might brighten it up for you. And Dunk, he's taken aback that you bought me a horse. And then he tells him that he's not going to be going with Sir Lionel. And Raymond says, well, what will you do then? And Dunk says, what I should have been doing all along, ride her in the other direction. What about you? And Raymond says he doesn't know. Maybe his father wants to build up his cider business and opening up a new barreling outfit. Maybe he'll do that. And when Dunk hears this, he changes his mind again. He's so as overjoyed as he is to see Sweetfoot back, and just as he was saying he was going to take her in the other direction, he hears this and has an idea. And he says, you should have Sweetfoot back because it's she's not mine anymore, and I think an orchard might suit her better. And it's just like you get just a lovely, lovely little Dunk moment. This is just who he is as a person. And it's a nice payoff for Sweetfoot as well, having gone through all of this long journey with all of them, from Sir Arden to Dunk, and then having been given away and then bought back, now probably deserves a nice, quiet life on an orchard. Happy life for a horse.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that this horse has got a happy ending, as well as the fact that Raymond, it's just like, what a fucking lad.
Yeah.
And now he gets to sort of. I mean, it is kind of the thing of, obviously, he's young to essentially be in a position of like, the adventure's kind of over and he's going to settle down. But he came through in a big way, like he just, without any expectation that he was going to be putting his life on the line, immediately jumped in to help his friend and did it, came through big time. And now he's got this horse and he's going to live a nice, cozy life, on his, making cider. It's
not everyone
very great.
is necessarily so aspirational that an event like that isn't the most impactful thing they ever do in their life, or the most like noteworthy, I suppose.
The
people
reason
aim
why
a lot lower, and that's fine.
The reason why people call him the Apple Chad.
Apple Chad, I like it. I
mean, he came, he saw, he conquered. Like he just he made it through.
He did, and then so that's the end of almost the end of Sweetfoot's story. Dunk though, he goes back to his tree one last time, and he prizes the penny out of the hilt of Sir Arden's sword, and he nails it to that tree, and then he takes his 2 remaining horses, and off he hobbles. Hobbles. That's the word.
Hobbles. Yeah, hobbles. Yeah, he's hobbling.
He hobbles telescopes.
Oh, he hobbles telescopes.
He's a hobbler.
And he's talking to Chestnut now. Obviously, he always talks to his horses. He says to Chestnut, I don't know, stop asking me, where would the old man go? But before we find out where the old man would go, Egg runs up to him. Egg is dressed for traveling. So you might assume from this, so that means Maekar said, okay, yeah, Egg can go with him. Egg says to Duncan, my lord father says I'm to serve you. And Duncan says, serve you, sir. Chestnut's yours, treat her kindly, and I don't want to find you on Thunder unless I put you there. And that's kind of it. It's like you could have made this a way bigger, more impactful scene, but actually they understand the understated nature of the thing. It's just matter of fact, off we go, you're my squire now, so you do what you're told. And Egg asks where we're going, and Dunk says, I don't know, I suppose we could go anywhere in the 7 kingdoms. Though I've never been to, he's about to say Dawn, and then Egg interrupts him and says 9. And Dunk says,
by the way,
says, 9.
Just before, because like this, before you even get to this, just the notion of these 2 going somewhere is more exciting and interesting than borderline like any setup to like some major battle with major armies, like what you're achieving
1,000
here.
Star Destroyers?
Well, yeah. I mean, this is just a case of like the idea of going bigger means that people are going to get more invested. Is kind of just like a stupid way of thinking about storytelling. At the end of the day, you got to get people invested in the characters and their lives and their story and what they're seeking and the theme that you're going to be exploring in that story. And then, yes, you're at a point where, this knight and his squire just sort of going anywhere, who knows where, is way more interesting than whatever the conflict is going to be in the next fucking Marvel movie.
It's they've achieved a lot, and this is the fundamentals you have to get right before you evolve further and further. And I would say, like, this is what Game of Thrones did, like season 1 moving forward. Like, it got you all the people first, understood and cared about them, and then the events started getting bigger and bigger, which had its unfortunate end. But they've got this here to the point where I'm more than happy to watch episodes of them on the road, meeting random people, encountering random, difficulties that are all very low level, and it's just like, good job. Because that's
and I guess what's funny is I figured that's what the show was going to be. Then it didn't become that, and if it was to become that again, I'd be fine with it as well. I'm kind of just on board with whatever this story is going to be. It has thoroughly crossed that sort of threshold of just a confidence in the storytellers that they have like the right instincts. They know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because it means lots of nice Dunk and Egg interactions, much like this one. Again, just like very short, quick, funny lines. And Egg says there's 9 kingdoms in the realm. And Dunk says, are you mad? And Egg says, is that relevant? And it's just, it's so small, but so nice. I like that line a lot. And Dunk insists there's 7 kingdoms of the realm. And Egg says, well, then everyone is wrong. He says the Crownlands, Westlands, Stormlands, Riverlands, Iron Islands, North, Reach, Vale of Arryn, and Dawn. And Dunk is... he suddenly realizes, wait, shit, no, that's true. Like, he tries to deny it, but then he can't deny it because obviously there are 9. It's his world has
Why
been
are they called
shattered.
the Seven Kingdoms then?
Because there was
why
yeah,
are they
7.
called
what's
that?
up?
Well,
There was 7 when Aegon invaded, and then
yes.
there's still debate over whether or not they count as kingdoms or regions. It's
Okay.
like that's why it's like this is seen as somewhat Reddity from Egg, but like
So
it depends.
would him being a Targaryen and like a prince influence his view on that? Like they would view them as kingdoms, or is
So
that
he's
like an
probably,
individual
I get the
thing?
sense with Egg, like he's read it in a history book and it impressed him, and not many people know it, so he's retained the knowledge and now uses it, much like people on Reddit do. Though I think it
God,
is
Egg's a
technically
Redditor.
incorrect because so it is the kingdoms regions distinction because I think 2 of those are carved out of older kingdoms. So 7 kingdoms is more or less when Aegon conquers, although he never actually conquers Dawn. So technically there were only 6, but it's technically 7. And then of those 7, there were additional 2 created, but they probably wouldn't be kingdoms because they never had a king. So they're not historic kingdoms in any sense.
Okay.
It really depends on exactly how the relationship / agreement between the King of the Seven Kingdoms and the various kings of the Seven Kingdoms works. Because the closest historical analog, I suppose, we have to that would be the Holy Roman Empire. And that was a clusterfuck. And it was a fraction of the size. So,
Well, and then I guess there is also, because I guess that's an interesting one, right? Because Holy Roman Empire, it's like, well, it was Germany, but it has that name for, there are reasons why these names become what they are, even if they don't necessarily like fully and accurately describe whatever
Yeah.
this country or kingdom is actually supposed to be.
there was a concept of a Germany before there was a nation of Germany. But before there was a concept.
Well, yeah, because I
nation,
mean,
really.
even like
Yeah.
nation states, right, is somewhat modern as
Yeah,
as we
the
understand
idea
them
of
as
the
something
nation
of a modern
in
creation.
general. Mhm.
Like how somebody actually
So
did say of the Holy Roman Empire, it is neither holy nor Roman nor an empire, but I can't remember who said that.
I mean, it is just a strange one. It's like it's Germany, like that's what it is.
Sometimes Austria as well.
Yeah, sure.
So having had his world shattered, we're off. And Egg says, I've never been over the Red Mountains before. I hear they have good puppet shows in Dawn. And then Egg flicks his reins and he leads the way and they ride together over the hills. And you see, as the camera is like a wide shot over the top, and then you see behind them on Sweetfoot is Sir Arlen. And he accompanies them for a short way. And then he turns off and he seems to take Sweetfoot down by another road.
I love this. I got a little bit emotional seeing this. I think
yeah,
is
man,
a
this
sort of
was
beautiful ending. Seeing, it really feels like it does sort of embody knighthood as a thing that passes from generation to generation, and it's a passing of the ideals rather than just the title. There's the knight that taught Dunk all that he knows and imbued him with the values that he's going to pass on to Dunk. I've seen it pointed out as well it's kind of noteworthy, like the grass essentially, right? That Egg is totally green, Dunk is not, and that Sir Arlen is moving through like the wheat field as it's fully sort of ready to be harvested. It's like a very cool detail that I saw someone point out, and of course it
really
must be
neat.
deliberate.
Yeah, at this point it's got to be. That's a really neat detail. I like that.
Yeah.
Like the age of the grass.
I don't know who said it. I saw it somewhere on Twitter. It's just like, it's just a really apt observation. I didn't fully appreciate that when I was seeing it because I just loved it as an image of there he goes. It's his time to rest as his former squire has become a knight in his own right and has a new squire, and they're gonna see the world and enrich each other's lives and aspire to knighthood, to become noble men.
They left the
it's
question of where the old man would go unanswered because this is the answer. It doesn't really matter anymore as such.
No. Yeah, it's a beautiful ending for this first season. Very full circle sort of feeling, even though the story's only just begun in its own sense,
A lot of people are both uninterested or won't give it a chance because it's not finished, and or they don't want to support anything from George R. R. Martin because how frustrated they are with him, which, both things, it's like, it's totally fine, but I just have to say, is like, I think you're missing out. This is a complete story.
Yeah.
It's really fucking good, and like even if there's a terrible season 2 and 3 and whatever, this is still going to be good forever, and it's not
Just
quite
live a
the
little.
same as
Just
Game
call
of
it here.
Thrones, where like 4
Little, yeah, that's
It's like it's more like Fringy was saying about Star Wars the OT. Like this is complete, and you can just imagine what they did afterward. You can be like, it's fine, but you know, at the same time, it's like you obviously make your own decision, but like I highly recommend this show.
Oh, absolutely. I've been telling people, even if you're like me and you know very little about, Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon, this universe, it's still got a lot of value. It's still really, really good as is. You could just consider it bonus stuff if you know about the world and you've seen the other shows and things.
And then it's like a bright light in an otherwise dreary universe that people have been waiting for. But it's also, we've had so many horribly bad fantasy TV shows specifically, some of which you can't even watch anymore because they're so embarrassed to make it available. This one stands the fuck out as being like, oh yeah, you can still do it, and they do still do it in theory. And then on top of that, just what it's about. I just feel like this is needed right now, quite a bit. It's good stuff.
Certainly. It's a very optimistic, aspirational, uplifting story, even amidst all of the gloom that still exists even in this story.
It is, and it's not quite done, because we get one more scene. We get the title slate, which now reads A Night of the Nine Kingdoms, and then we go back, and we find that everybody is departing Ashford Meadow, and House Targaryen, in particular, is leaving. Everything's packed up. They've got their train leaving for home, presumably back for Summerhall. And you see Maekar's there, and he's riding around, and he's looking a bit confused. He's searching for something or someone. And he passes a guard and says, have you seen Egg? And nobody's seen him. Everyone says, nope, haven't seen him. And then the final line of the show, I think, is Maegar saying, where the fuck is he? And that's it. The end. End credits, 16-ton song plays. That is the end of Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
Which
another bit of a bold music choice, but I think it worked.
If we go before that, though, it's just that this was something of a stickler of a moment for the book people, because Maekar is clearly not on board with Egg having left here. There's one thin, flimsy theory that he's doing this for show, that he's trying to appear as though he didn't want Egg to be gone. I don't think there's much to that.
Yeah, I think that's a reach.
Yeah,
it doesn't
that's a
look
reach.
like that at all.
No, it doesn't.
And because it is a change, and obviously it slightly detracts, I suppose, from it's hard to have the resolution of the previous scene, that he's my last son, and then the implied acceptance of what that entails, and him letting Egg go, and then have a scene where he didn't let him go actually after all. And it's funny. I do think it slightly reduces the impact of the previous scene, but it's not broken in the sense that you can find a number of ways out of it. Like, you can say off screen in the intervening time, like, he doesn't send anyone to look for him because he changes his mind and it makes peace with it or something like that. It's just, it is a problem that they did introduce. I don't think they needed to introduce. I probably would have been better off without the scene, I think.
I have friends who are like quite frustrated with this turn of events because they are knowledgeable about the books and whatnot, and partially because this means Egg is essentially making the same mistake over again in terms of like being selective with the information he imparts to people, and basically just creating a kerfuffle by just selfishly pursuing whatever it is that he wants in that way.
I think that's very fair. Like, Dunk is being put back in the exact position that got us here technically in the first place, and could very well get us here again, because this is not going to make Maekar happy to find this out, right, with what we understand about these characters. Ignoring what future things are supposed to have certain things happen, like with the books, just with this show as it stands, I think that's a worthy criticism. And it's so weird, because why not just cut this scene, and then you can decide when you're making season 2 if you want to commit to one way or the other, or what best serves the story, because now this is locked in. And
I feel like if you ever try to address this again, it's going to cause so many problems if you're adapting things where this is not the case.
So we'll have to see how it plays out. Yeah,
that's kind of the problem.
Yeah.
It could be a problem.
But I'm optimistic based off the show that was done for a reason. They had an idea in mind. They obviously knew they were departing from the book, so there must have been a reason. And I think George R.R. Martin, he's credited as like like on a producer.
Well, he's got the
credit,
creator credit, but he gets the creator credit now, I think, on all of them.
He
He's got that
currently
for,
likes
House of the Dragon too.
he currently likes Ira Parker, but that could change. You never know.
But yeah, it's
He can be temperamental.
Well, it seems like Ryan basically believes he will definitely
He'll
turn
turn,
on
yeah.
Ira Parker at some point. He's probably right.
I think he is, yeah.
There's a simple solution to that, which is just write the rest of your books. Like, you don't have to wait for people to make mistakes. You can just dictate their actions as you've done so far by finishing your story. I do wonder whether it's partly a conscious decision because what they like, the Sworn Sword is the next book, and it probably is the lightest and the sparsest of all of those stories. And I wonder whether or not the decision's been made to have Egg sort of not quite learn all of his lessons yet, in order that they have somewhere to take the character to like pad that show out a bit more, like have him starting not quite from scratch, but from less of an advanced position than he does in the book, in order that you can have more drama playing in.
There's so many things that could happen because shows build their own identity like naturally, and they get influenced by fan reactions to all kinds of things. Like, you know, what if they're just like, we need more Laughing Storm, people liked him a lot, we got to get him in season 2, and it's just like, but he wouldn't be there from the story. It's like, yeah, fuck it, like that kind of shit can start happening for all we know. You know, big old retcons or changes from the source material because they think they've got a better idea of where to lead certain things. It's like, or the studio comes down and fucks some things up. We have no idea. We'll just have to take it as it happens. And so far, as it stands, really awesome show.
Yeah.
Super duper high quality. S tier. Thank goodness we got it.
Easy recommendation.
We got a lot of great TV shows to come as well, like Lanterns, huh? Ooh, exciting.
Oh yeah.
Lanterns.
The
The Boys season 5.
They released the trailer. There is not much green in this trailer, I gotta say. It is very notably not green.
Okay, well, anyway, like this show, yeah.
I'm just saying, that's funny, but anyway, yeah.
As I've got over, like, we thoroughly recommend this if you haven't gotten that already, and probably, obviously, we are going to keep an eye on it as it develops. Hopefully, keeps itself going. And it's weird because, yeah, it won't be long before we'll be covering the other Song of Ice and Fire, World Song of Ice and Fire show that's coming out.
You were going to say, because that season 2 of this is meant to be coming out next year. Thankfully, this show is going to release a new season once per year.
Well,
thank God.
Goodness.
So we've got,
thank goodness.
What is it, like half a year before House of the Dragon season 3, and then in theory, half a year until Night of the Seven Kingdoms comes back out, which...
Basically, yeah.
Imagine they were running those and then also started up like a fucking Robert's Rebellion TV show and just had... They were like Call of Duty. They just like, it was a rotation.
Yeah, that might help.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they would dominate because HBO seem to know what they're doing for the most part. Like, even if the shows aren't as good as they could be or whatever, they're good enough to get the viewership.
I mean,
right?
they're a lot better than fucking Disney Plus is able to for prestige television. I mean, it's not even a competition. It's well, really anybody. Though I guess who knows what that's going to look like now, right? If the Paramount thing goes through, that might change for the worse. But in the meantime, you know,
I mean, but as we've been over, it's a wild ride being a fan of this. Like it's just, you don't know what's going to happen next, because a lot of people were not so keen on this. Even the first 1 or 2 episodes, there's a lot of people being like, it's kind of slow. I don't really know what the dealio is here. But the vibe was just like, yes, it works. It should thumbs up, you know. But by the end of it, people were like, oh shit, I'm actually like really into this. What's next? It's like, that's the thing. It's always a nightmare in this world of what's next, because it could just be awful. You never know. Could be nothing even, rather than awful.
I feel like slow has become a descriptor that I just don't really get anything out of anymore in terms of when people use it to describe a show.
Like you don't know what to say to it?
I think I need something better than that. I need something better, because slow can absolutely be describing something that's a real problem in certain things, like Ahsoka, for instance.
Yep.
But a lot of the time, slow feels like it occupies the same realm as boring. We're just kind of talking about something that's kind of vague and very subjective. And in the case of this show, right, it's like, I mean, yeah, what do we, I mean, nobody's saying that anymore, right? Everybody, now that the story's done, everybody's on board with it. And of course, it's kind of funny to say that this show is slow because it's short. It's very short.
It's a long film, essentially.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
So I don't know how we're gonna deal with this, but like I was just thinking, it's like, what would I apply it to? It's like, I think I might have decided to say that about Pluribus, and it's not even.
You've mentioned that.
I really liked that show, and if the next season were coming out within the year, I might not even care that I think it's slow, very specifically addressing pacing and progression. I enjoy what I've seen so far, but I don't know that enough has happened for it to sustain itself. I feel like it's going to die culturally if it's not careful. A lot of people already pointed this out. We got to wait another, 2 years before we'll be seeing it. And
Jesus.
like just without spoiling anything, not a lot happens in season 1. It's cool, it's interesting, and I want to see what happens next. It's just like, fuck, if I gotta wait that long, I will obviously have to rewatch. I won't have to rewatch in order to get familiar with all the character names and places and knowing the minutiae of everything that's going to happen. More so, I'm gonna have to rewatch it because I'll have forgotten all of it. I'll be like, I think it was about this. And these things happen. It's like, I'll get back to watching it. Meanwhile, if someone says like Night of the Seven Kingdoms is slow, I would disagree. I don't think that they waste really any time at all. There's stuff happening all the time.
Slow.
Yeah,
It's short,
what I guess
it's
I'm saying is,
every scene has a point.
I always try to address pacing as just information per time, and the way I would say Pluribus is that there's lots of information that I think works. It's just that I already know it, and they take a while to say certain things about certain events. None of it's bad. It's just like, I'm just like, I don't know if we have the time for this, guys. Like, we're running out of episodes, and it's going to be another 2 years before I get to see any more. Meanwhile, Night of the Seven Kingdoms, you know, like as we've gone over some of these scenes, just a glance or certain things about certain plots or certain events, or certain people walking around certain places that earlier on, you're like, oh shit, this actually really plays into this, and it's doing this. So all I would say is that people who said it was slow, who watched like maybe episode 1 or 2, I'd be curious if they felt the same way on a rewatch after knowing where everything goes. Versus, like I said, with Pluribus, I was concerned more so for the health of for it going forward. I don't know what's going to happen to it with that level of speed, I suppose.
I mean, I would assume rewatch. Definitely. I mean, I'll need to rewatch Pluribus before season 2 comes out because it's already starting to slip from memory a little bit. Partly as a function of it being relatively empty. Not empty itself, but relatively compared to this.
Yeah, it sounds harsh, but I did like it. It's just, no. I of course I have faith in the Gilligan. I believe he can definitely write. He can definitely create TV shows. I just man, I really hope that A Night of the Seven Kingdoms coming out yearly makes other TV shows go like, maybe we should
step up the pace.
Yeah.
Maybe we should consider that. But before I continue on my ramblings, Platoon, I believe you're going to jump out and start playing your second part of Resident Evil Requiem. And what we'll do is, you'll leave, you'll go do that. We're going to talk a little bit, and then as you're set up and good to go, we'll raid you as we end.
See, I queued it up for a little while now, from now, because I need to fix some copyright and re-upload some shit. But so
I can't raid it if you're not live, you fool.
Oh wait, can you not? Because the thing's up. It's all scheduled.
No, it has to be like going, otherwise it just.
Oh shit. Okay, right. In which case, I'll fuck off and start now. Then. Why not?
We can talk about stuff for a little bit and give you a bit of time.
Cool. Give me 5 minutes and I'll be there.
Send us a message when you're good, then you're live.
I will do so.
I mean, look, all right.
Hmm?
Oh, yeah? Wait, it sounded like you were saying something. You were ramping up.
No, I was not. Well, I am ramping up, but seething privately.
We're doing a great job.
This is a well-oiled machine.
I will now fuck off, and I will see you over there.
Beautiful.
Goodbye.
Have fun. Have a good one.
I just want to complain about that Lanson show. That's all.
Do it. Let's do it.
It looks terrible. It looks really bad. So why is it not green?
There is a leaked.
Green?
There's a leaked
trailer.
It's
out. They released it. They just released it because it got leaked. So they.
Okay, so this thing you sent. Oh Jesus, that's loud. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, I'm playing it on screen. Tell the people why you're angry.
What with are you throwing up that little
Yes.
image there?
Well,
Man, number one, it just looks horrible. Look at that. Look at how fake that looks. That looks terrible. Why would you put this in the trailer?
They
Number
have
two,
to.
where be the suit, man? Where is his green suit? Why is there no green? Where is it?
Wow, you want him to have the suit already. He has to earn the suit. He has to go
Yeah,
through
are we-
the...
Are we
fact
doing
that
a
he's
thing where
already doing this
we won't
means
see the
he's got
suit until the episode 6
No,
of 8 or some shit?
They show that the suit in the trailer it is a physical suit that is not green at all. It's just hanging
that's
in
like
the
the
wardrobe.
one-
Oh, let me
That's
see
the
if I
one
can...
defining characteristic of
Well,
the suit
if
is
you
that
want
it's
to pull
green,
up the
right?
trailer, you might just see it because it's it's there and it's not very green, man. And they even show the fucking Green Lantern itself, and it's not green. It's not very green. I don't get it. Why it's
Dude,
not
you know what's
green?
so fucking stupid
Oh,
and
but it is
annoying?
called Lantern, so it's
Like,
all good.
I type in Green Lantern, I'm looking for the trailer, of course, and as much as I know I can go to HBO Max, so I'm going to get the right one, but there's like a fucking slew of AI trailer bait. It's
Well,
like,
remember, it's
Ugh,
not Green
gotta
Lantern. It's
kill
called
that shit.
Lanterns, yeah.
Yeah. And it's
Oh, is
like,
that
well,
why
it's
it's
not
not
that,
green?
it's not just about the Green Lanterns.
Yeah,
It's like,
that's-
yeah,
that
but they are the
explains
main
it.
characters though, so I don't really know why you wouldn't call it Green Lanterns.
This is just
Oh,
the
no.
Lantern. He's not the Green Lantern.
And also, so what's the deal? Is Hal Jordan meant to sound like Cletus from The Simpsons? Is that what he's meant to sound like? Because that's what he sounds like in this. Is that what he's
Oh my
supposed to
goodness.
talk like?
oh dear.
I don't know. Are we ready to admit that this whole DCU thing is a disaster before it's even properly started? Are we like ready to get to that position yet? Or do
Well,
need
we
to wait,
are.
like,
I
another
don't know
year?
if
But
everyone else...
we know.
Well,
I
we've been
mean,
there since basically the start. Since Creature Commandos, it was already kind of ripperoony.
yeah.
I
But,
think it's the
I don't
box
know,
office for Superman that really was like the
Yeah, but the
real
problem is
first
people have been
death
sort of like,
knell.
no, it was a success and it's great and everybody loves it and it's
Oh,
so
yeah,
but
good.
we
And
know that
now,
that's
like
not
months
true.
later, everybody's like, hey, that film
So-
looked kind of terrible, didn't it? It looked pretty awful. It's
Is
like,
this-
yeah, sure did.
Is this what you
Oh,
were
it hasn't
talking
stuck
about,
around,
the
no.
suit? Because holy fuck.
Yes, that is it. Look at that! Green Lantern!
Whoa.
It's gray. It's like gray.
It's gray and brown.
Brown? Gray brown?
Look, right? I'm not
I-
going to pretend I know a whole lot about Green Lanterns. I don't. It just seems like a really cool idea for a superhero, and maybe the fact that this show exists will prompt me to read some of the more favored Green Lantern comics. But I mean, I thought it was meant to be green.
Gray
for-
Lantern.
You know, I thought
I thought it was meant to be green. What made you
Maybe
think
Maybe I
that?
was wrong about that.
Maybe I'm no comic book superhero expert or anything, but I thought Green Lanterns were supposed to
like,
be green.
I thought that
I saw the
suit
Ryan
was meant
Reynolds
to be-
movie.
I thought the suit was the ring. I thought the ring made the suit. I know that we all make fun of the CGI suit, but like I thought it was meant to be like a construct that was made by the ring. This is
You can
not
have a
like the
practical
correct
one.
reaction to that, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah, you
which
can have a practical suit and
Yeah,
still have
yeah.
it be.
Yeah,
oh,
you
this
have
is meant to be
the-
the Green Lantern thing.
You have the effect of the ring creating the outfit, and then once it's actually done and it's on, and he needs to keep it on,
wears
it's,
it.
it's just a physical, yeah, and he actually wears it, and it's green, like the Green Lanterns would have.
Also, it does look like the show is, you know, based on what it's showing, that this is the story of Hal Jordan getting replaced basically permanently, which I will say, for the beginning of your universe, is it a good idea to potentially end with Hal Jordan gone? Like, completely. Wouldn't it make
That's
more
the
sense to have him
only-
and Jon Stewart together? Like, long term?
I hate all of the fucking decisions of this start of this universe.
Well,
It drives
it's
me
like,
nuts.
oh yeah, Batman with Damian Wayne, because I personally like that version of Robin the most. It's like, oh yeah, but what about the fact that most people don't? How about you
It's
just
that
do it like
stupid
the normal
image of
way?
the Marvel equivalent, right? It's like launching with Captain America and then maybe Captain America 2, and that's it. That makes sense. Everything
Yeah,
else is nonsense.
And then there'll be the spin-off shows that are just like absolutely bizarre, many of which are cancelled. Like,
Yeah.
it's-
And then, oh, don't worry
it's-
though, we're doing a Whiplash movie, and you're like, Whiplash? What the fuck are you talking
Wait,
about?
the drummer guy? This DC
John
universe is
Whiplash, yeah.
crazy.
So, yeah. When's that coming out?
This is coming out in August, so a couple of months after Supergirl, so it'll be a nice 1-2, I guess, of movies that have the same general color palette, which is very on topic with the Ahoy video that we were talking
Yeah.
about before. Both of them are very brown, And as I understand it, that Supergirl comic is not. It's very vivid and colorful. But I don't know. I guess like whatever, right? We've committed to the DC movies just looking horrible. Like at least the Marvel movies just have a consistent slop look to them, and occasionally they might have a couple of interesting shots. Instead, they just kind of look bad in general. Superman looks bad. What they've showed of Supergirl doesn't look very nice in terms of the visuals, and this looks maybe the worst. It looks really desaturated and brown when it's called Green Lanterns. And I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't really get it. I don't know. These just seem like really bad decisions to me. And it seems like people are more ready to like actually be like, oh man, this is kind of like a stupid cinematic universe, isn't it? Like really stupid. Not in the same way that Marvel is lame now, where it's just like, well, you just made a bunch of really terrible movies, but you were still making, in some sense, the correct choices occasionally. Whereas here it's
Marvel
like, just feels like they're all the wrong choices. And plus, they had exhausted a lot of their initial main characters, so they kind of didn't have a choice but to go for the more obscure ones.
Exhausted a lot of goodwill.
Like, yeah, they did have a lot of goodwill, so they were in a position like, oh yeah, maybe we can make a Shang-Chi movie and it will do well, and it didn't really. Compared to this, of like, yeah, no, we'll the number 2 will be Supergirl. Or not really, it's like number 5, because the first 2 projects in this series was a Creature Commandos animated series, and the second season of a television series that existed in the prior cancelled continuity about one of the characters in the Suicide Squad, not to be confused with Suicide Squad.
Was it for legal reasons that those things had to release during those like
No,
years
it's for
and
gun
months?
reasons. He's obsessed.
It was gun, because it was his shit. It was his stuff, his characters, so he wanted to continue with it. It's that simple. Everything that wasn't his got gutted.
Yeah, and that was the claim at the time was that he should be gutting everything. And he's like, no, I can make this make sense. Peacemaker's gonna jump through his own little world between worlds.
He's uploading YouTube videos explaining how you understand the continuity of this universe before it's even started. Oh yeah, so anything that's explicitly referenced that's contradictory, that means it's not in the new canon. But anything that we don't talk about, you can assume it's in the new canon. It's like, dude, what? If you need to make YouTube videos explaining how the continuity works, you failed.
Because stupid me, what I would assume was if you're starting a new universe, then the first movie would happen first, and then the second movie would happen after that, and then the third movie would happen after that. And then you sort of establish yourself a really clear pattern, and then maybe once you're established, you could talk about a prequel here and there.
The reason why I'm so angry about it is because this is like an unbelievable opportunity that he's been given.
Yeah.
You just get to be creatively in charge of DC. And with that, he's made all of these horrible decisions and made some really terrible stories already.
And Superman is not just bad on its own, it's kneecapped the entire universe hard.
Pretty much. How do you build from this? Iron Man, you can build from that. You could have built from, if Iron Man didn't exist, Captain America, if that was the first movie, you could build from that. You can build from Thor. Like, you can build from that movie. You can't build from Superman. Pocket universe. It's already over.
All the technology, all the fucking aliens, the 300 years of superhumans, you're like, oh, we're screwed. Like, there's no way we're going to keep all of this in order. It's not happening. Mm-hmm. And I suppose what's even more angering is like when you see Superman, you know this is the fate of the DC universe. It's like, but it's not going to be in stone for ages. As in, we're going to have to wheedle out a bunch of projects that slowly try to address just like how the previous DC universe died. It took a while, guys.
It basically means we don't get to have a real good DC universe until like maybe 2030 because of how this is going to play out. Where it's inevitably going to fail. Obviously, it's going to fail. That should be clear to everybody at this point. But it's going to take them a while to essentially accept that or acknowledge that and then put into place whatever the plan will be to try and fix it again. I mean, you saw it last time, right? It was already kind of on death's door by Justice League, but then Aquaman made $1 billion and oh shit, we can do something with this. And then every single thing they did after that failed, but that kept them going for another 5 years.
And they'll do the same thing here. Gunn will be booted, or he'll quit, whatever the fuck the story wants to be. And then they'll be like, all right, so we just need the right creator to turn this around. And then they'll get a few more failures, and they'll be like, wait, do you think we should reset? And once they hit like year fucking 10, they'll have that meeting of like, I think it's time for DC to reset the universe. You know, we got to try and do.
And I mean, who knows if they'll even be able to do that if the trajectory that we're seeing is the point where, oh shit, if you're not Batman or Spider-Man, you actually can't be profitable. That might be where we're heading to for superhero movies. That like, if you're not Batman or Spider-Man, you can't spend $200 million on these movies and expect to make that money back.
Yeah,
even if you were like, you know, popular, you know, relatively, even if they were successful before, right? Like, I know he's not the same Captain America, but it was called Captain America, and that didn't do it any favors. It made like a third as much money as Civil War did, half as much as Winter Soldier, not adjusted for inflation.
Oof. It's a good time to be a Superman fan in the same way it's a good time to be
I love how
Alien
everybody keeps
fan.
saying that. Oh, yeah, wow, it's amazing. Oh, it's so great. It's like, is it though? Are you
that's
sure?
what they say about Predator and Aliens. Best time to be a fan.
What money is Clayface going to make exactly?
The thing is, even if it's excellent, I just don't see how it could do that well.
Yeah. Just to be clear,
which would be nice for
I'd love it to be excellent, but you like the health of the whole universe is based on like its component parts. You know, Phase 1 of Marvel, they're all strong. Like Iron Man was a strong success, and the rest are like moderate to strong. It's like, oh yeah, this is healthy. Yeah. And then Avengers was like, holy shit, the potential here is huge. Okay, like we can make so much money, and then they did. Meanwhile, this is like, well, Superman. We can, if we just move some numbers left and right. You got something out of that. It's like, okay, and how's everything else?
It did really well on digital or something.
Yeah, it did well on digital. There you go. It's like so then what? You're like, Supergirl.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of hype for Supergirl for sure. Yeah, no, there's a lot of hype for that movie. Everybody's really excited for it.
It's psychotic, and
sure
this is the thing. As much as there would be particular stories or approaches that any of us four right now would want to take if we had complete control of DC, you'd still have to temper it against, you know, studio expectations and box office realizations, like realistic expectations of the box office. You have to understand there's certain things you got to do, and man, a really strong Superman movie was so important. Without that, it's like, so what else we got? Is like Creature Commandos, which is, you write that off. Peacemaker, you basically write that off. Supergirl, what the fuck are you doing? That's the next real attempt at making money.
I personally liked this little comic book, so we're gonna do Supergirl instead of Batman or Wonder Woman.
You stack it all up, and all you can conclude is, man, James Gunn was a horrible man for the job. Like, what else can you say?
But in his head, it was really cool.
In his head, it was just all the stuff that he personally wanted to do. That's it. But like, what you personally want to do isn't necessarily the correct decisions for launching. Unfortunately, if you want to do your full creative freedom, you probably shouldn't be in a franchise. You need to make decisions for the health of the franchise, which are not necessarily going to fulfill your personal desires for storytelling. You know, if you want to do whatever you want. And also, this ain't your shit. This doesn't belong to you, strictly. This is like a canon that's been contributed to by a whole bunch of people. It's not like your personal little plaything, you know, to mess around with.
You know, so what do you think, Theo? You're obsessed with DC.
Bro, I'm so checked out of superhero stuff at this point, essentially. Like, the extent of my engagement with it is occasionally listening to the VODs of EFAPs about them. Like, I don't know. I don't remember the last time I watched a superhero film or a superhero
Dunk is my
show.
superhero.
I want you to try. What do you think is the last superhero movie you watched?
Probably the last time I got dragged into watching one. I know I ended up, like, Quantumania was on while I was in a call rather than me watching it. I feel like that's an important distinction to make. That was like 2 years ago at this point. Fuck me. The last one I saw in the theater was Far From Home.
Oh wow. Well, yeah. That's 2020 or late 19? I can't remember.
2021.
Oh, 21.
Oh, wait.
Because it was after Endgame, but I can't remember how quickly.
Oh, no, sorry. No, Far From Home is 2019. Yeah, 2019.
Yeah,
2019.
That was the last time I watched one in the cinema. I remember I watched Black Widow at some point. The most recent, I don't know. There was The Penguin, but, you know, that's kind of a different kettle of fish,
count.
right?
That's like a real story.
Yeah, that's like actual television, so...
Oh, Penguin was fucking bitching, dude. Damn.
Oh,
That
and of
was a
course,
good
that's
thing
going
that
to be
we got.
really awkward, by the way. Like, if, Man of
What?
Tomorrow
Batman
comes out,
stuff.
bombs, which of course it's probably going to do, and then the Batman 2
probably
comes
will.
out and is well received and makes way more money.
If the Batman 2 makes more at the box office than Superman, holy shit, I want to be in the room for that discussion.
Boy.
I hope
Also,
I'm doing the
it's
Timmy
like-
Turner meme where he's like, "Please God, let this happen," because it would be so funny.
Also, not getting Lauren LaFranc on the DC universe after Penguin is insane. Like, James
you're
Gunn
not
not.
hiring
Yeah,
her.
that's just.
Mhm.
What the fuck?
You're in
not to go
desperate
on.
need of good writers and people with good visions. Surprisingly, James Gunn does not seem to be the guy.
No, he does not. But we'll let him prove that himself once Man of Steel, Man of Tomorrow crawls out of the
Superman
cinema.
Man of Tomorrow. No, it's not called Superman Man of Tomorrow, except that Warner Brothers keeps calling it Superman Man of. Do you understand like how stupid and like even stupid shit like that like they don't even agree on what the name of the next movie is?
Well, he's also rushing the shit out of it because he's trying to get his footholds.
I mean, clearly,
stable.
people were like, "Oh man, it's so awesome that Superman had a year of post production." You're gonna say the same thing when this one doesn't, or you're just gonna pretend like you didn't actually care about that anymore? I'm tired of like
The clock's
how
also ticking
stupidly
on getting
people
the
get
actual
involved.
results of the box office for Superman. It's gonna be funny when that comes out.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It feels like
Yes.
total panic and like shotgunning whatever ideas at the wall in the hopes that literally anything at all will stick. That's what I feel like I'm observing from the outside from all of these like big franchise cinematic universe things.
Well, it's kind of worse in a
Pretty
way
much.
because you seeing it like that is contrasted with the fact that in James Gunn's mind, this is a plan. He's got an idea. He sees the numbers. He's like Rain Man. He sees all of the numbers floating in the air. He's like, yes, I'll do this, and I'll do this, and I'll do this, and this is perfect, and I love this. And to an outside observer, it's just like it's indistinguishable from randomness.
A plan starts with what the fuck was it? Creature Commandos? That's where the
that
plan
was number
starts.
one. That is
The-
the actual canon beginning of the DC universe. Is Creature
Incredible.
Commandos.
and I think most
Yeah.
people who are even remotely invested in Superman don't even know what that is. Like the movie, I mean.
No, they don't care. They don't care. Clearly, it never gets brought up or talked about. Didn't matter.
Well, before we
Yeah.
head out, hey Theo, what should the people be made aware of that you're up to that's entirely different from 3 days ago?
I am working on that same thing that I was working on 3 days ago. It has reached a higher stage of completeness today than it did then. Yeah.
Excellent.
All right.
You'll love to hear it. Fringy, Rags, anything you guys want to mention?
Yeah, been really busy the last several days, so the video will be out next week. However, most pressing is, or I guess more pressing, is tomorrow and on Friday. I will be streaming the Resident Evil game that just came out that everyone says is so good and amazing and awesome. And if there's anything that I know about Resident Evil fans, it's that they are very good at accurately gauging the quality of Resident Evil games. So I am very optimistic. Boy, I'm excited. So come on over and watch me play that, and we'll see what all the hullabaloo is about. How very exciting!
I'm working. That's all. I finished Resident Evil.
If you want to
So I'm
watch
just
Fringy's playthrough, it is all on
I'll
Twitch
be
right now, right?
re-uploading it. Yeah, I'll be re-uploading it probably next week.
Alrighty.
Come to
And
YouTube and stream it on YouTube.
Huh?
Are you gonna stream on YouTube, or are you gonna stick with Twitch? How's that? Anything? Matt,
Yeah.
because-
Look, all right. There remains to be seen. All right.
Sure. I was just curious.
But yeah, we'll be talking about it though this week though on EFAP.
I myself have also completed it. If you want to see the playthrough, it's in go to my channel, go on playlists in the gaming stuff, and I believe I will next stream a game on Monday, and it will be Slay the Spire 2 because that's out on Saturday, I believe. So I'm gonna jump right into that because I love the first one. It's a lot of fun. So let's hope it's awesome. I certainly hope so. Yes, but as Free said, I got open bar today technically, and then EFAP on Saturday is going to be on Resident Evil Requiem. We're gonna have a little chat about it. It's gonna be great. And then yeah,
a big chat though, because it's never a little chat. It's always a big chat.
tiny
You
chat,
always have so many things to say. A
a
little
nanoscopic
in and
chat.
out. in and out stream, 15 minutes.
So, for what it's worth, Mauler, Slay the Spire 2 actually unlocks in approximately 17 hours.
Well, I shouldn't. After all, why shouldn't I? I love that Bilbo meme whenever it turns up.
Why shouldn't I stream it?
I'll think about, what's funny is I'm trying to make it so I stream once every Monday a video game, but it's like, oh, I have to wait that many days? Serious? So cruel. You know what? Maybe it'll have a game fixing update between release and then that I will need to enjoy it better.
It's early access, so
Yeah,
maybe.
it is. All right. Well, are you playing it as soon as it's out?
It's quite likely,
I
assuming I don't
assume.
have anything pressing that needs doing tomorrow.
Like, unless I'm bleeding to death, I think I will be doing that. Yes.
I think Mugenics will be taking the backseat.
Oh yeah, I really like Mugenics, but as someone Metal said, and I kind of agree, which is it's asking more time than I think I can provide right now. It's a very long and big game, and that's very cool.
Yeah,
It's awesome in that sense, but it's just like I don't think I can commit. Unfortunately, there's so much stuff coming out, there's so much things to catch up on. But yeah, that is the broad update. Thank you for watching this special Wednesday episode of EFAP. I'll try and get it up, within the next 12 hours or so on the old Moolah channel, and then you'll be set and ready for another episode soon enough. But for now, I assume we're going to say goodbye, and you'll be fed into through the function of raiding Platoon stream, where he is playing. He's called it Resident Evil Regretquium. Which
Oh no, don't say that. Oh no.
So have fun. Toodle pip. Cheerio.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.